Everybody, and welcome to the third edition of Business Standard Manthan, India's premier thought leadership summit. And again, once again, thank you for being here on this beautiful, though a tad warm spring morning. We launched BS Manthan in 2024 to commemorate 50 years of Business Standard. With each year, this platform, which as the name suggests is a churning of ideas, a Manthan, has grown bigger in scale. So much so that this time round, we will also have some parallel simultaneous sessions. There are about 40 speakers and about 25 sessions. As always, the summit will provide a forum to policymakers, government decision makers, industry leaders at home and abroad, and prominent personalities from various fields to deliberate on the opportunities and challenges facing India. We have returned yet again with a stellar lineup of speakers. Tomorrow, for instance, we will have Union Finance and Corporate Affairs Minister, Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman, who will share her thoughts on making India future ready, which is the overarching theme of the summit this year. Later today, we will hear the views of Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Piyush Goyal, who will shed light on India's trade journey into the future with the focus on trade agreements. But before that, we will have with us Mr. Suman Berry, Vice Chairperson of NITI Aayog, who will deliberate on the path the country should take to be recognized as a modern India. We will also have with us Union Cabinet Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, who will focus on the economic lifelines, roads, highways, expressways. As the day unfolds, the conversations will span the subject of stock markets, fast-moving consumer goods, electric mobility, and of course, the reforms needed to make the country truly self-reliant and a positive force to reckon with in a rapidly changing world. On that note, may I please invite on stage Business Standard Editor, Mr. Shailesh Dobhal, to set the context and get the third edition of Business Standard Manthan rolling.
Thank you, Vinu, and good morning, everyone. On behalf of Business Standard, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you to this opening day of Business Standard Manthan 2026, India's premier thought leadership summit. We started Manthan, as Vinu said, a two-day annual summit for dissecting business and economic thoughts in 2024, which coincided with the 50th year anniversary of our newspaper Business Standard, which is one of India's most respected business dailies. Business Standard started life in March 27, 1975. An English language journal newspaper, Hindustan Standard, was the forerunner of Business Standard the time it was conceived in 1975 as part of the Kolkata-based Anand Bazar Patrika Group. In 1997, the ownership of the newspaper shifted to the Kotak family, and it has stayed with them since. Initially published from Kolkata, that it was called Calcutta at that point of time, with a cover price of only 40 paisa, Business Standard is now a 14 edition strong national brand and commands the highest price, cover price I mean, of rupees 15 amongst all newspapers in the country. This year's Manthan is themed around the topic Making India Future Ready. The topic is all the more relevant given the geopolitical context of the last 1 year. If you just remember, Trump took charge as the 47th President of the United States of America early last year, and within no time upended the global trade order by his tariff diplomacy. And one hasn't heard of the last of that even after the US Supreme Court overturned his tariffs late last week. Iran was attacked in a rare US-Israel campaign, and even as we speak, a fresh war is looming in the Middle East. The president of a sovereign nation, Venezuela, was picked up in what many saw as a blatant disregard of international norms, with the US in command of the country's natural resources, again drawing parallels to an earlier time when gunboat diplomacy reigned supreme. The debate around artificial intelligence, and we had a big artificial intelligence summit in this venue last few days, is the biggest technological change to have hit us in decades, if not centuries. And that whole debate around that change is turning existential amid fears of job losses and threat of obliteration of entire industries and sectors. But equally, the billions and trillions flowing into countries to make them AI ready is powering economic growth across global north and south. We hope Our annual summit, Manthan, will provide a forum to policymakers, government decision makers, and industry leaders to deliberate on some of the major economic, business, and strategic policy options and challenges that face our world today. For the next 2 days, we have lined up some of the best minds in the country, and Vinu mentioned some of those names, from key ministers and bureaucrats in the central government, think tank leaders, chief executives of big and new age firms, social sector evangelists, well, even an iconic filmmaker to discuss, debate, and duel on a host of such issues. Hope you'll find it an enriching experience and time well spent. Thank you. Over to you, Vinu.
So our first session is around an area of high interest, the stock market, specifically the impact of artificial intelligence on markets. From trading driven by algorithms to real-time data analysis and sentiment tracking, how is AI reshaping our investment decisions and perhaps even altering volatility patterns? How reliable is AI guidance when it is your hard-earned money involved? And what does this AI-driven shift mean for regulation in the years to come? Two market stalwarts will examine all of this and more in this session. I invite on stage Business Standard Markets Editor, Mr. Puneet Wadhwa, who will steer this conversation with our guests. And I also invite our guests, Mr. Christopher Wood, Global Head of Equity Strategy at Jefferies. Mr. Chris Wood has often been ranked the top equity strategist in the Asia Money polls. Since July 1996, he has been publishing his renowned weekly investment report called Greed and Fear. Before entering the investment business, he was, like many of us here, a financial journalist. He worked for the Far Eastern Economic Review and The Economist. Among other things, he is the author of 3 acclaimed books on financial markets. May I also invite on stage Mr. Nilesh Shah, Managing Director, Kotak Mutual Fund. Another stalwart, Mr. Shah, has over 30 years of experience in capital markets and market-related investments. He has managed funds across equity, fixed income securities, and real estate for local and global investors. He's a part-time member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister and a part-time member of the Unique Identification Authority of India. He's also a member of the Board of Association of Mutual Funds in India, SEBI's Corporate Bond Securitization Advisory Committee, and the Insurance Advisory Council. Over to you, Puneet.
Thank you, Vinu. Thank you, Vinu. Welcome, Chris and Nilesh Bhai on the to the BS Manthan. Let me start with you, Chris. The times they are changing. Are the markets prepared to rock and roll with the times, or are they dreaming some other dream?
Is this working? Yes. Well, actually, yeah. So we on this clearly the AI story is clearly now front and center in India, but we need to remember the AI cycle in markets actually began at the beginning of 23 when we had Microsoft investing in OpenAI. So we've now actually had 3 years of what I call the AI capex arms race, which has been led by the hyperscalers who were responding to the competitive threat posed by OpenAI. And in my view, this is the year, my view at the start of this year was this will be the year when the US stock market would start to question whether these hyperscalers are going to get any return on their investment. And we've started that process in the first quarter earnings season, and we've started to see the market question whether the hyperscalers are going to earn adequate returns because their business models are gone from asset light to asset heavy. And in my view, that questioning of the AI capex has only just started, and I'm expecting that questioning to increase. And at some point, but not yet the case today, at some point that questioning the markets of the AI capex will lead to a sharp slowdown in the AI capex. But for now, the AI capex is still full steam ahead. The 4 hyperscalers are projected to spend $620 billion this year. And that is why the people who are being paid for the capex, the semiconductor makers' stocks, are doing so well. That's why Taiwan's GDP growth last year is estimated at 12%. So unfortunately for India, so long as this AI capex is surging, India will continue to underperform. But the day that the market realizes that they've overspent and there's a sudden collapse in the capex, then India can start outperforming again. So I'm afraid from an Indian standpoint, India is the reverse AI trade globally. That's the key point to understand here in India. Yeah.
So, what's the Indian side of the story, Nilesh bhai? How are we viewing this investment into AI by global firms?
Thank you, Business Standard, for having me over here. The Indian side of AI story is just like our AI summit. Some people found it very attractive, and some people found it very chaotic. When we go to meet our IT services company, they say we have transited from Y2K to application development and infrastructure management. Then we transited to cybersecurity, data analytics, and cloud computing. And we will transit in AI also. When we listen to the global AI companies, they say software is dead. Now cloud.ai will be able to replicate what number of programmers took years to do. When we come back to Indian IT companies, they say, look, programming is just about 1/5 of our work. There is client interaction, there is focus on solution designing, communicating, and so on and so forth. I think the jury is not yet out. There is fair amount of uncertainty. But one thing is visible. We are unlikely to be a major player in LLM. Our best bet remains in leveraging LLMs to create applications or SLMs which provide solution to the world. Over here, not only the listed large companies, but also the small startups are doing wonderful work. The largest number of people working on AI or leveraging AI is in India, courtesy our 1.44 billion population. So I'll conclude by saying that the AI story of India is still unfolding. We have our opportunity, but we need to play like Arshdeep Singh and Jasprit Bumrah rather than Tilak Verma and you know the names.
One question actually for the both of you, Chris and Nilesh bhai. Are there any similarities or stark differences that you see between how markets and investors are approaching AI as a theme to versus the dot-com era? Because dot-com was also feared, and then it completely transformed the way businesses function and how the markets eventually perceive the those times. Chris, if you want to take that first.
Well, I think in the the dot-com era, we had this huge boom bust in the internet stocks. But actually, the thesis of the internet boom in the early 2000s on Nasdaq, when it peaked in, I think, 2002, turned out to be correct because the internet economy did change the world. But in the short term, we had this huge excess capacity in fiber optic cables, and the collapse in the value of those fiber optic cables actually made the technology very cheap. And then you had the explosion in e-commerce. So this time around, the equivalent of the fiber optic cables is going to be the data centers. So in due course, we're going to get a massive overinvestment in data centers and collapse in the value. and that will make the application of the technology cheaper. But there's one technical difference between this time and early 2000s is the depreciation and how long the stuff being overinvested will last, because the fiber optic cables had a shelf life of about 20 years, whereas I'm not an expert, but the economic shelf life of these semiconductors is probably maximum 3 or 4 years, and that has implications for the depreciation schedules, this huge capex we're seeing in America.
Nilesh bhai.
So as Chris covered the dot-com bubble, let me cover the subprime crisis. Dot-com bubble, from a fundamental point of view, was on a good technology but bad valuation or bad financials. Subprime crisis in US was on a bad fundamentals and bad financials. AI, if at all, if it is a bubble, is more likely to be dot-com era where fundamentals are in place. It's the financials which we are worried about. And certainly it is unlikely to be subprime crisis of US where both fundamentals and financials were bad.
So, since you said that the investment in AI and this all AI concept is still in its very nascent stage in India, have the markets and especially the IT stocks of IT companies overreacted to the development so far? Because they have been battered badly in the past few weeks and months.
I wish I had the answer. It is very, very confusing. And all the tools which we had at our disposal to manage uncertainty is not working at this point of time. Normally, when insiders sell, you know something is wrong. Not even a single IT owner or IT senior employee has liquidated their position. Number two, you try to meet management and understand their body language. Not even one IT sector company body language is predicting this kind of disaster. And I guess the best answer came from Mahesh Bhai today morning. The stock price is net present value of future cash flow, hugely dependent upon terminal growth rate. As terminal growth rate goes from mid single digit to low single digit or double digit to mid single digit, the value changes by 30, 40, 50%. While the near-term business is unlikely to be impacted, that's not going to materially alter share prices. What we need to get handle is on the long-term growth rate, and there both business and the fund managers are going wrong. Normally, a good fund manager is one whose call comes right on the market. This time, luck will play an important role to define who the good fund manager will be in future.
But Nilesh bhai, don't you think that with the advent of AI and the tools that it will give the retail investors, let's say in 1 year or 2 years time, or even 6 months from now, who knows, the role of fund manager will diminish and probably will become irrelevant, because the tools that he or she will have, same or similar set of tools the retail investor will also have. So why would a retail investor need a fund manager to allocate resources for him or her?
So this is the story of Second World War. Germany was advancing on Russia with a new tank called Panzer tank. They had better capacity to throw shells, and they were outside the reach of Russian firepower, and hence they were moving at a fast pace. Russians thought how to solve the problem, and they trained dogs to go below the Panzer tank and blow it up. They trained the dogs, put them onto the battlefield. Unfortunately, they started blowing Russian tank instead of German tank. Much later, they realized that Panzer tanks were running on petrol, Russian tanks were running on diesel, and the dogs were trained to smell diesel, not petrol. I just hope and pray AI will not be able to differentiate between diesel and petrol, and the fund manager's career will be prolonged. But the reality is, we are at risk, undoubtedly. Today, the computational power which AI brings on table is unbelievable. We have joined hands with Pascal.ai, the first asset management company in India, to leverage AI for our investment research, to use AI for finding out patterns, doing better analysis of the past. Will I retain my job? I'm not sure, but we are making an attempt. My feeling, and it could be coming from a biased position of being a CEO running fund management company, the future will be neither human nor robots or AI. It will be led by people who can leverage AI to deliver solutions.
So, Chris, is the lack of pure AI plays in India a deterrent for foreign investors, or are they seeing India as a safe haven till the time the world discovers AI and its implications?
Well, no, foreigners have already left the Indian stock market dramatically, actually, because foreigners were extremely overweight India for many years. India was the stock market that worked, particularly in the emerging markets. So we had two triggers for selling of India. First of all, in late 24, the Chinese market bottomed at about 7 times earnings. And so foreigners had to, China's a big part of the emerging market benchmark. So foreigners had to sell India overweights to invest in China from late 24, early 25. But then about the second quarter of last year, we had the DeepSeek moment in January 25, which caused people actually to sell AI stocks in the US and Asia, because the DeepSeek moment basically had the Chinese come up with this very cheap open language model, which by the way, I think remains highly relevant today. And so we had a sell-off in the AI stocks, but then it became clear the AI capex was continuing to surge because of these US hyperscalers spending all this money. And so then we had a huge rally in the semiconductor memory stocks in Taiwan and Korea. So we had a second wave of selling of India to fund overweights in Taiwan and Korea. Korea is particularly important. I've met emerging market fund managers who have for 20 years been funding Indian overweights by being underweight Korea, as indeed I've been doing for 20 years. And suddenly they've all had to be, right now you've got fund managers who are more overweight Korea than they've ever been in their career, and they're more underweight India than they've ever been in their career. So actually the key thing if you're an emerging market investor this year is, can you time exactly when the peak will be in the semiconductor stocks? Because if you can time the peak in TSMC in Taiwan, Samsung Electronics in Korea, and then shift your money to India, when that peak happens, you'll do very well. And that's what everybody's thinking about. But for now, all the evidence is the capex is still surging, and that's why semiconductor stocks in Taiwan and Korea remain well bid. So from a point of view of global equity fund managers, India is the reverse AI trade. And this whole issue of the IT services company, I agree with Nilesh, this is not clear. So there's a division of opinion on IT services companies and how they will be able to adapt to the AI world. It's not like everybody's bearish, but I would say the consensus is bearish, but not everybody. I think the jury is out.
Okay. With the rising algorithmic trading, Nilesh bhai, and high frequency trading, and this is having an impact on overall liquidity as well. So how are retail investors, approaching this volatility? Are they more in sync with whatever's happening, or they want to say, wait out till things are a little more clear?
So retail investors in mutual fund have continued to put their faith in SIP. And while markets are flat almost for last 18 months, the SIP returns are still mid-single digit. It's not zero. So my feeling is that we will continue to get flows from retail investor. Of course, there will be some diversification, sometimes into gold, silver, ETF or fund of fund because of the past performance, or into multi-asset allocation fund. But the real challenge for India and for retail is how do they invest their savings? We have delivered a reasonably good performance in mutual fund over the last 30 years. And yet the share I got from retail investors in principal form is less than the currency in circulation. All of us have currency in our pocket at home, at office. It keeps on depreciating year after year. And yet 40 lakh crore is invested into currency notes, 11% plus of India's GDP. If I remove the mark-to-market appreciation of mutual fund, the share I have got from retail investors after delivering 3 decades of performance is lower than the currency notes at home. आज तक किसी ने घर पे पैसों के झाड़ उगते देखे नहीं है, बट लोगों की ख्वाहिश है, उम्मीद है कि करेंसी नोट घर में रखेंगे तो पैसों का झाड़ उग जाएगा.
Okay, Nilesh bhai, if AI is gonna, let's say, assume boost productivity across sectors like, let's say, pharma, banking, manufacturing, could this structurally lift India Inc.'s earnings over the next few years and over the next 1 decade or so?
So again, Punit, I wish I had the answer. On one side, we have visionary like Elon Musk, who is saying that there'll be no need for savings because everything will become free. On the other hand, I believe corporates require consumers. And if they are going to cut cost by removing employees, where will the demand come from? We really don't know the answer. Things will evolve. And we are probably going to go through what's happening in Taiwan. As Chris mentioned, it's the fastest growing major economy with double-digit growth. But entire growth is driven by just one company, TSMC. And whatever they are making, it's not necessarily benefiting average Taiwanese. And which is why Taiwanese government has launched highest program for transferring money to the average Taiwanese citizen. लाडली बहना सिर्फ भारत की कहानी नहीं है, ताइवान में भी चल रही है.
So, how prepared is SEBI to regulate this AI-driven autonomous trading systems compared to the global peers?
I think SEBI has done a wonderful job in collecting data and analyzing data. At least as a mutual fund participant today, there was a time when we used to submit information to SEBI as they required for their analysis. Now they have collected the base data and we don't have to submit any information because they are able to get it on their own. The same thing is working on the high frequency trading. The order which SEBI published on Jane Street is something to read for. How they have minutely analyzed different patterns, whether it's manipulation or not, judiciary will tell. But at least the length and depth in which SEBI has captured that data is truly amazing. And we were sitting with National Stock Exchange, where he made a fantastic observation, which I think not many people know. There was a time when India was besieged with circular trading. You trade among a small group of friends and relatives to push the prices higher. And under SEBI's guidance, NAC picked up the pattern. And now today, when you try to replicate that pattern of circular trading, it gets blocked immediately because those patterns are banned on NSC. If regulator gives direction, some of the patterns of HFT, whether it's manipulation or not, could be bent by NSC.
Chris, is India is positioning itself as a major AI hub. Uh, is the stock market and investors truly pricing in the potential that India may have over the next few years, or earnings are, revealing a different kind of a story?
I mean,
If you can,
as far
if
as
you can
equity,
hold the mic a little
no,
closer.
obviously there'll be some very interesting small caps coming out of India in this area, but in the big picture, the key relevance for investors for India in terms of AI is whether the IT services companies are going to play a positive role enabling corporates to move to these small language models, and that would be a viable role for the IT services companies, whether they're going to be disrupted. This is the key question. So the brutal reality in terms of India's relative performance in world markets is India is going to do the best in terms of relative performance in world markets if literally AI story blows up tonight. So that's unfortunately the reality. As I say, I haven't got a strong opinion on the IT services, whether they're going to be disrupted. I think it's very interesting that no shares have been sold. So I think it's wrong to assume it's definitely going to be disrupted. In terms of AI costing every white collar worker their job, which is currently the fear in markets, in my view, that's going to hit the developed world before it hits the emerging market world. So that's a reason actually to be overweight emerging markets. So my view has been since the end of 2024 that the US has made an all-time peak as a percentage of world stock market capitalization at 67%, which is a huge market share. And in terms of who's going to win in AI, the reality as of today is the Chinese are looking more equipped to win on AI than the US, because you need two things in AI. You need to do AI, you need compute and you need energy. And while the US is ahead of China in compute, it's much less ahead than it was 3 years ago because the US made a big error in trying to stop the Chinese being able to buy the advanced semiconductors, because that incentivized the Chinese to do it themselves. And on the energy side, China is way ahead of the US because the Chinese appear to have solved the problem of renewables for the development of battery storage technology. And what I'm hearing in the last 2 years in China today, solar is as cheap as coal. So the Chinese literally have almost unlimited access to energy, whereas in the US, there's a massive energy bottleneck. But from an Indian stock market standpoint, the key in terms of the big market cap, it's all about whether the IT services are going to be disrupted or not. And on that, I haven't got a strong opinion.
So in a sense, if somebody wants to play the AI theme globally, China is the place to be, scores over US.
Well, in terms of the agreed and fair equity portfolios, where I'm playing the AI theme, is in China. Because I think the open source model of China is a very practical model because it's going to encourage a surge in practical applications. The Chinese are focused on coming up with cost-effective applications. They're not obsessed with getting to what they call AGI. So you have a lot of different verticals in America trying to achieve AGI by the development of these large language models. Whereas in China, as one person said to me in Beijing last year, if it's 8 out of 10, it's good enough for us. They're just looking at coming up with cost-effective real world applications. And the open source model is fundamentally different from what you've got in the US. So I'm very skeptical right now that you're going to make any money on large language models focused on consumers. I think the AI industry could turn out to be the opposite of the internet economy. The internet economy was about winner takes all. Right now, the AI industry looks more like the airline industry, very capex intensive. So where I think much more interesting is the corporate market, small language models, and that's why people, Anthropic is the interesting company. It's interesting that Infosys announced its tie-up with Anthropic. So if you had a chance to invest in Anthropic or OpenAI today, it's obvious to me that you should be investing in Anthropic, whereas OpenAI faces an existential risk, in my opinion.
So, does AI also increase a systemic risk in emerging markets like India during global shocks, especially if algorithms trigger, synchronized sell-offs?
Well, actually, no. I think emerging markets look. Synchronized sell-offs where?
Across the global markets
Well,
triggered by events.
yeah. Well, that's possible, but you see, the real vulnerable area of the U.S. market is the hyperscalers, because that's the part that's overvalued. And they had a business model which was asset light. They were each in their own moat. They were generating huge cash flow. They had global markets. So what's happening in the last 3 years? They're exiting their moats. They're all converging on the same AI area, and they're no longer running asset-light businesses. And the reason they're doing this is because they're responding to the disruptive threat of AI. But not every hyperscaler is going to succeed. Right now, if I was going to own one hyperscaler stock, it would be Alphabet, because Alphabet, by bringing up this Gemini product, looks like it's averted the risk of disruption of their search model. And right now, based on the latest traffic, Gemini is taking market share from OpenAI. That's the current trend here.
So, Nitish, looking ahead, will AI be the next big, long structural theme driving global capital allocation? And can India get a fair share of that capital?
Undoubtedly, many fiber optic companies failed. Many startup targeting eyeballs failed. But internet continued to redefine the way humans lived. Same thing will happen in AI. As Chris mentioned, some of the hyperscalers' investment may not yield desired result and dent their market cap. But undoubtedly, AI is going to change the way we live. In India's case, we have two paths open. One, encourage our companies to develop SLMs and apps using LLMs with Infosys, Anthropic kind of tie-ups, and provide cheaper, better, faster solutions to the world. But the second option also is necessary, and this will require going above AI. For example, India today exports about $8 to $9 billion of aquaculture. We are blessed by nature to be the largest aquaculture producer in the world. Shrimps require temperate water, not too hot, not too cold. They require shallow seashore. Both of us are in plenty in India. Today, with the US tariff going down and Indo-EU FTA again reducing tariffs, India could emerge as a global leader in aquaculture. This $8 to $9 billion of exports could go to $30 billion over next couple of years. And why will that happen? Not only nature is blessed, but economy is also working. The incremental return on equity on aquaculture is ranging at current prices about 100%. A Gujarati vegetarian farmer is also getting into aquaculture because dhando is dhando. That is what we have to do at the bottom of pyramid, on aquaculture, on textiles, on soft toys, and on so many other things. And then we have to take a game one notch above. SpaceX will debut at $1.5 trillion market cap as per the market gossips. There is a startup whom I met very recently. They are launching satellites in low orbit. SpaceX can launch up to Mars, so it's a apple to orange comparison. But the price at which this startup is launching satellites in low orbit is the cheapest in the world. It is launched using aviation turbine fuel. No other country and company in the world is doing that. It is launched from mobile launch pads. Again, a flexibility which other countries don't enjoy. SpaceX got the fuel tank falling and it was engineering miracle. This company is going to make an attempt to catch a fuel tank falling from the sky. They could fail, but hopefully 1.44 billion people will wish for their success. On two things, it is better than SpaceX. In a rocket, there are fuel tanks and the vehicle carrying satellites. The vehicle carrying satellites gets dumped and gets destroyed on re-entering environment. This company is creating models whereby the vehicle itself becomes satellite, so nothing is wasted in the rocket. Yesterday, they announced that at the same time, they fired 3 rockets. I'm not an engineer, so I don't understand. I'll have to study and research. But apparently, this is also a big achievement. There are so many entrepreneurs like Srinath of Agnikul, which are audacious. They are venturing into cutting edge technology, deep tech. And if as a country we can support that ecosystem, we will be able to build next SpaceX. Today, we may say Srinath is Chota Elon Musk, but if we support our Srinath, one day we will say Elon Musk is Bada Srinath.
One quick question, rapid fire for you both, Chris and Nilesh bhai. Which is a bigger threat for the markets over the next 6 months, 12 months, 18 months? Is how the AI evolves and disrupts businesses and markets, or how US trade policy evolves and disrupts businesses and trade stock markets?
No, look, if it's really true, these predictions on white collar employment, which I'm agnostic about, but you're having more and more people taking these predictions of white collar employment in the developed world seriously, then clearly, if that really happened, you would have huge problems in consumer lending portfolios in the Western world. So to me, that's the real issue, not the tariffs. So tariffs are relevant for the midterm elections. And obviously, if you had if the midterm elections were held today, it looks like the Republicans would lose in a landslide. So there will be more focus on midterm elections going into November. But the real issue is this question of white collar employment. And the bond market in the US is beginning to rally. So we need to watch that, because if the bond market really starts rallying here, it's going to reinforce expectations that this white collar employment issue is real in the near term, which I would define as in the next 12 months. But as I say, the jobs are going to be lost in the developed world before they're lost in the emerging market world.
So Puneet bhai, I'll try to answer in Bollywood style. One, Trump घायल है इसीलिए घातक है. And second, डॉन को समझना मुश्किल ही नहीं, नामुमकिन भी है.
Thank you, Chris and Nilesh. We just have time for one audience question. Anyone? This gentleman. Please introduce yourself and the question, please. Yeah, if you can pass on the mic, please.
Thanks, Nilesh. Thanks, Chris. So the question is, as this AI thing is changing every day, you get new models, you get new applications every day. I feel as a software engineer, I always wonder that if I'm missing out things. So how do you assess if there's real value in a new model or a new application, or it's just a buzz thing? Like, so how are you evaluating if it's something good, or if it's just a new thing that's coming up?
So one, you'll have to keep your eyes and ears open. Like when we took Pascal.ai, we had certain expectations and they had certain delivery. But once we put that into real use, we realized that there were shortcomings. Now, one option is to junk it, but that's not going to solve our problem. The second option is to work together to make that model better. And things are evolving. What was yesterday not possible, today it is possible. What is a challenge today may not remain a challenge tomorrow. So when you are picking up any model, any app, you'll have to work with the developer to customize it, to modify it so that over a period of time it continues to improve.
Well, thank you, Nilesh Bhai. Thank you, Chris, for a wonderful session. With this, we come to the end of session 1.
Thank you very much. From World War II to Bollywood. I mean, that was a fabulous session. May we please have the mementos? And yes, the element of uncertainty is evident. Luck will play a part in deciding who a good fund manager is, and also the question around the role of fund managers. The reality check where Mr. Shah said that we are at risk. Thank you very much. We will just take 2 or 3 minutes before the next session.
On behalf of Business Standard, I extend a very warm welcome.
Mr. Nitin Gadkari's team from his office is here, and they just want to run a quick check. So we'll just wait for 2 minutes, and we will begin with the session right after that. Thank you so much. I would request everybody to please return to the hall because we are just going to be starting in a minute. Do please settle down.
Has been empowering businesses to grow. Seamless trade, smarter finance, delivering solutions for corporates, and offices, financial sponsors, banks, and
Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience again. Next up is a fireside chat on the path India should take to be recognized as a modern country. What is the definition of a modern country? What is the vision of a modern country? For all those conversations, may I first invite on stage Business Standard Editor, Mr. Shailesh Dobhal, and Mr. Suman Berry, Vice Chairperson of NITI Aayog. Shailesh, do please come and welcome Mr. Berry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vinu, and good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Business Standard, I extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Suman Berry, Vice Chairman of NITI Aayog, on this opening day of Business Standard Manthan 2026. A very short prelude on Manthan for you, Ms. Berry. We started Manthan, a two-day annual summit of dissecting business and economic thoughts in 2024, coinciding with the 50th anniversary of our newspaper Business Standard, which is one of India's most respected business dailies. This year's Manthan is themed around the topic, Making India Future Ready. Mr. Berry, we are indeed grateful that for you to be agreeing to be here with us today, despite your demanding schedule. This audience doesn't need any introduction to Mr. Berry, but I'll still do it, for form's sake. Mr. Berry assumed charge of NITI Aayog as its vice chairman from May 1, 2022. Prior to it, he was a global fellow in the Asia program of the Woodward Wilson International Center for Scholars in Washington, D.C., and a non-resident fellow at Bruegel, an economic policy research institution in Brussels. He was also a member of the board of the Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation, New Delhi. From early 2012 till mid-2016, Mr. Berry was Royal Dutch Shell's global chief economist based in The Hague. Before his appointment at Shell, Mr. Berry served as the Director General of the National Council of Applied Economic Research, NCER, in New Delhi, which is one of India's most respected institutions of empirical socioeconomic research. During his tenure at NCR, the institution greatly extended its global links and was recognized as one of India's leading think tanks by Independent Global Think Tank Initiative. Prior to NCR, Mr. Berry was with the World Bank in Washington, D.C., which he joined through the Young Professional Program. Mr. Berry has a master's degree in public affairs from Princeton University's School of Public and International Affairs and an undergraduate degree in philosophy, politics, and economics from the Magdalen College, University of Oxford. Thank you once again, Mr. Berry, for being here with us today. May I now invite my colleague, Business Standards, Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya, to please join Mr. Berry on stage and start the fireside. Over to you, A.K. Thank you.
Thank you, Sailesh. Thank you, Mr. Berry, for graciously agreeing to come and address our Manthan, which Sailesh pointed out is in the third session. Without much ado, I will get into the conversation and I will try to remind you what you as Business Standards long-standing columnist once upon a time, and also in your various statements in recent years as the vice chairman of NITI Aayog, you have often talked about the importance of demographics and how it's a key to India's growth trajectory to realize its potential by 2047. Could you please give us a broad overview of how you view the role of demographics of India at present, the challenges, and also the prospects?
Ashok, firstly, thank you for offering me this platform yet again. Let me use the opportunity to say how much I continue to respect the newspaper and how much I particularly look forward to your Ricina Hill columns, because I'm sure the depth of your questioning now will reflect the depth of your both insight and research into what the government I'm pleased to serve gets up to. So I hope that this will be as helpful and insightful as I find your columns. So let me just tell you how my thinking on this not only has evolved but currently stands. As your editor had indicated, I was offered charge of NITI Aayog in May of 2022, and we were just recovering from COVID. And I think I'm right in saying that it was in August 2022 from the Red Fort that the Prime Minister put forward the vision of a Viksit Bharat.
Yeah.
And also, I think these may not quite be contemporaneous, but he talked about the next 25 years as the Amrit Kal. Yeah. And the reason for, as it were, designating, I think, the next 25 years as the Amrit Kal was demographics, because this is going to be our peak period for additions to the working age population. And the concept of a Viksit Bharat and the concept of that Viksit Bharat being powered by our demographics, I think, are intimately connected. And if you wish, I can go into those connections. But let me also say that, and we've been doing some work on this, that the big growth phase of China was also linked with their very different demographics. Their demographics were distorted by the one-child policies. Fortunately, ours were not. So the first point is that, there ought to be an opportunity for Viksit Bharat in our demographics. The second point, which I do feel it is important to stress before all audiences, and particularly one as distinguished as this, is that Honorable Prime Minister's call is for a modern society. And it is his judgment and everybody's judgment. You can't have a modern society without having a more affluent economy than we have right now. But I just wanted to make the point that the economy is a means to an end. And of course, the Planning Commission, which housed the building I'm in right now, dealt in 5-year, if you like, gulps. The idea of looking forward 25 years is unprecedented. In India, what I do have to say is the other point that was mentioned by in the introduction is one reason I accepted the job at Royal Dutch Shell is because they were the pioneers in the corporate sector of scenarios. Okay, so just to say that there is a fundamental difference, both politically and if you like, technocratically, in thinking ahead 25 years as compared with 5 years. I think I've said enough, and I'll allow you to ask follow-up questions, which perhaps will allow me to go.
Mr. Berry, you referred to a very interesting point about China's demographics and India's demographics.
Right.
Could you tell us your assessment of why and how China handled its demographics in a way that we are looking at China a little critically, and whereas India plans to handle its demographics, and in what way those assessment or handling of demographics in India might get better, or what are the challenges that you see India might face in dealing with those demographic challenges?
Okay, you've used the word challenge repeatedly.
Yeah.
I do want to stress opportunity as well. Okay. And let me, look, between China and India, we're talking of nearly half of humanity and perhaps larger than this. And it's going to be, we know in India, it's very differentiated across states.
Yeah.
I don't have the granularity for China either. But let me, share with you, in a sense, in broad strokes, what has emerged from work that my colleagues have been doing with me and for me at NITI Aayog. So, China, let me get a little technical, and let me draw an analogy a little bit from, as it were, our presence in the rice market or, other markets in which we are significant. China then and India now have a working age population which is significant on a global scale. Now, if we were talking of commodities, the economists would have the concept of an optimal tariff, okay? Because if you throw the resource on the global market, you, as it were, change the terms of trade against you. My own sort of broad stroke characterization of what China chose to do was they decided that they would accept the terms of trade loss i.e., throw 250 million people onto the global market, knowing that that would give, if you like, a deflationary impulse to the global economy and to themselves, on the bet, which they have won, that that way they would gain the technology and the skills, so that that labor force would be able to move up the I have to say, move up the productivity ladder, and I'll come back to productivity. And I would have to say that as a strategy, it has worked brilliantly, but it's not made them the most popular country in the world.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Right. And now the question arises: A, whether that remains a feasible strategy for India following in China's wake. Okay. Will the world allow us to do that? And I think the answer to that is probably no. And so for the question then becomes, for lots of reasons, democracy, savings rates, etc., how should one think of India's strategy following China, but blessed with a similar opportunity? So that's the way
That's right.
I've tried to respond to
Yes.
your China
Yes.
question, but what it implies for India would be, as it were, where we go next, I think.
Well, yes, I think you sort of you walked into that.
Right.
So, what should India do to take advantage of its demographics?
Well, I was fortunate to hear Nilesh, my former colleague, and also Chris. And what was the old line from the Dustin Hoffman movie, The Graduate?
Yeah.
Plastics, right?
Yeah.
So basically in 1968, it was plastics. And I would say the plastics equivalent for India in 2026 is productivity. Okay. So the way in which, there are lots and lots of ways of, slicing this apple, skinning this cat. But what I find useful as an organizing principle is to think about the need to accelerate growth. Accelerating growth means bringing more people into the active labor force, and at the same time trying to raise their average labor productivity. Now, there's lots of moving parts behind this, but as a conceptual framework, I think I found that useful. Now, let's just go through each of these. And so there's a distinction between the working age population and the labor force. And the labor force is people who say they are actively looking for work. And what has been idiosyncratic about India is that we've had very different male versus female labor force participation rates. Okay. I was privileged to be at Princeton when Sir Arthur Lewis was associated with it.
Okay.
And, he made a point about how the US brought women into the labor force in the 50s and the 60s. So a very important resource to be mobilized, and this differs by state and by sector, is the large number of women who are in the working age cohort, but who are not actively looking for work. I mean, I'm told that basically we're talking about a workforce, a female workforce of 183 million and an out of workforce population of 264 million.
But that's a huge gap.
Right. And so the question is, what constitutes a policy mix it won't happen all at once, but actually what has been happening in the increase in the female labor force participation rate has been encouraging, as we have seen from the PLFS.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say that mobilizing this large reservoir of often skilled women, and often, and addressing, as it were, the barriers, which are social barriers, childcare barriers, that could be a big accelerator. But if Viksit Bharat is to involve improvements in living standards, there's a direct correlation between per capita income, living standards, and labor productivity. And so the challenge is to induct all these people into the labor force while not having them depress labor productivity. Now, more than people realize, India's labor productivity story has not been bad, but it is eclipsed by what China achieved. So if I wanted to point to something that we could imitate China on, it would be to learn how they raise their labor productivity. And the correlation between, at PPP terms, and the ILO comes out with these numbers, that there's almost a 1-for-1 correlation between labor force productivity measured at purchasing power parity and real per capita income. So if we want to get to 18,000 real per capita income by 2047, then what that means is our labor productivity has to go up from roughly where it is right now at 3,000 or just under 3,000. So that's the magnitude of what we need to aim for. Now, this has many dimensions. It has a skilling dimension. It has a sectoral dimension, agriculture versus. And to me, one of the most interesting discussions, which I attribute to my colleague Arvind Virmani, he has been arguing, and this is somewhat related to the AI discussion we've been having, he has been arguing that the notion, which stems again from Sir Arthur Lewis, that there are many more points of entry for the labor force, for an unskilled labor force in the manufacturing sector, which was the old story. He thinks we need to re-examine that. He feels our services sector may actually provide, if managed correctly, more points of entry for, as it were, this large reservoir. So, I mean, and I'm not only talking of the new entrants, I'm saying that the new entrants, the risk is that they would reduce the labor. So productivity for the existing entrants, the existing labor force, largely male, increasing productivity for the new entrants. That is a framing of the challenge that I think lies before us.
And also maybe an increased focus on the services sector. Am I right?
Well, yes. And that's where, in a sense, understanding, and by the way, what is going to happen on the 27th with the new GDP numbers coming out, I think will, and with double deflation, will give us a much better sense of what has been happening. By the way, productivity in the services sector is not easy. I remember when Marty Feldstein used to come out for Neemrana, he used to argue that for the US, services sector productivity was being underestimated. So it's easier in manufacturing and maybe even in agriculture than services. But what I'm saying is that, I think what Honorable Finance Minister, who's going to be here, did say, in her budget speech, it's not either or. It's and we need to look at it, frankly, at the level even of individual states. What's right for Tamil Nadu may not be right for Bihar. The new labor codes provide a lot more flexibility. And we are, as the new book says, talking about 1/6 of humanity and probably a larger part of the global labor force.
I think it's a very interesting construct that you have created here. That India, if you want to make India a modern society, demographics play a critical role. And in demographics, you have to focus on productivity, but not necessarily the China way. But what that could be for the India, is there a sui generis way of improving productivity in the Indian context? And you also mentioned that Indian productivity story is not that dismal as we often get that sense. How do we raise that productivity level to a point where we can indeed become Vikasit by 2047? Is there any silver bullet? You talked about skilling, but is there something else that we need to do to attack that productivity
Well,
beast?
lots. Firstly, there's a piece in the FT the other day, by somebody I think at Stanford, who, going back to the previous conversation, who basically said, there's a line from Hollywood: "Nobody knows anything. AI and productivity, nobody knows anything."
Yeah.
Okay. We've just had an AI Impact Summit in these halls. And the feedback I got from visitors was, what was impressive about the mahal, the gestalt of the meeting, is that on the whole, it was an upbeat rather than a downbeat gathering. So I think there is this sense out there that in the way India gained from globalization, India probably will stand to gain. And I think Chris Wood made the point that the scythe of SCYTEHE of AI is probably more likely to affect advanced country labor markets before they're going to affect us. So I'm just saying that the whole point about a scenarios training at Shell is you have to think in terms of scenarios. You can't think in terms of straight lines. And also that therefore, and I'm not too specific on this, you should be following no regret strategies rather than, and let me just go to the energy area, something I said at a different context, which is that, how we achieve energy sovereignty or energy security without making big bets on particular technologies, be it hydrogen, be it nuclear, be it CCUS. I think that's going to be some of the bigger challenges we're going to have to face ahead. But now, the I'm sorry, I think I've lost your question, which was?
No, the question was, is there any silver bullet, or is there something that is to be done to achieve this productivity opportunity, to use the words? Yeah.
Well, but I think the point I wanted to come to, I'm sorry if I was rather dilatory on this, is I think some interesting work was actually done. I mean, work has been done by the World Bank. The work we're doing some less sophisticated work, which was part of this fleet of reports we did on the energy transition that came out last week. There's also the IMF's Article 4 report. But I think the important point is that there's going to have to be an increase in our investment rate for a variety of reasons. First, if we're going to have a more rapid growth in the working age population, to supply them with the capital so that there's not capital shallowing, but there's capital deepening, will mean an increase in the investment rate. And by the way, the numbers from that point of view, and I'm talking about domestic investment, we can talk about FDI separately, is that we still remain in something of an afterglow of the global financial crisis, I don't think we quite appreciate how much scarring there was in the private sector
right.
with the global financial crisis. So that's one reason why investment rates are going to have to go up. The second reason investment rates are going to have to go up is because we have, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, taken the bet that we will follow a lower carbon, I won't say a lower carbon energy trajectory. And these are high capex, low opex technologies. And then I seem to be going back to Arthur Lewis multiple times,
No problem.
but Sir Arthur also, in a lecture he delivered at the Wilson School, made the point. He said, look, we tended to think, and he was an economic historian before he was a development economist. He said, we all think that it's industrialization that is the investment hog. He said, no, it is urbanization that's the investment hog. And India's urbanization still lies ahead of it. So from a formulation that says our big challenge is manufacturing, I think we really need to think about urbanization, partly because of its governance, partly because of its investment requirement, partly because that's a way of baking in, as it were, greater energy efficiency. And all of this, I would submit, means that we've got to raise our investment rate by, 2 or 3 percentage points of GDP. I mean, Vishwanath Goldar has said we need 40%. I think that's difficult to get to.
Maybe 35?
Yeah, so something like that.
Yeah.
And then the question becomes, so what mix of increased domestic savings and foreign savings, and in the turmoil that global financial markets are, do we, is it safe for us to aim for a big widening of the current account deficit? Because that's what it takes analytically to absorb additional investment.
I think, Mr. Berry, I think we have really got into a very engaging discussion, which brings me to two other issues. But before that, I wanted to tell this audience that Mr. Berry has very kindly agreed to take a couple of questions. So please keep your powder dry and think of those questions which you may like.
But only on topic. Please.
Only on topic, absolutely. So let me say, you talked about manufacturing, you talked about services, but you also talked about skilling. Now, is there any specific hurdles that you see and NITI Aayog can come in and play a role as a think tank, the government's premier think tank, in looking at skilling as an area of opportunity?
2 or 3 quick reactions, and this is, if I say anything newsworthy, it may become a headline. I'm quite interested in keeping my job, but nonetheless. Australia has something called a productivity commission. And the thought has gone through my mind that maybe we should rebrand NITI as a productivity commission. And
right, that's an interesting thought.
Right, yeah. And you heard it first here. Nobody else has heard it. But the second is we are already into, as it were, the new pay commission coming in. And economists have known for a long time that our labor market is highly oriented, I wouldn't say distorted, but highly oriented to the lottery of getting a government job. Yeah? And so I don't know whether that falls within the pay commission, but reorienting our higher education system so that it's much less focused on government employment, the civil service exams, etc., I think is, something useful that we could do. But I think the second point is that, and this is where we should learn from the US. I mean, we are seeing around the world, and my good friend and colleague Sujit Phalla has written about this, is that the world seems to have overinvested in tertiary education.
Okay.
And their stories in the United States, in China, conceivably in India as well, about people feeling that they cannot find the jobs for which they were trained. And so while it's a part of while there are two parts of the national education policy, uh, one on lifelong learning and the second on apprenticeship, I think these are elements that are already in the policy framework that we really must double down on. I mean, I lived in the United States for 25 years, and what was available in high school in terms of machine shops. By the way, that was also true at the Doon School. That there were community colleges. There was none of this sense of a Mandarin culture that you were training for exams. You were training for life. And I would say in the United States, you were training to be a citizen. So all of these are a part of the NEP, but I think they need to get a prominence that they haven't had up till now.
Okay. You talked about the productivity commission kind of a role. Will it be something like the National Productivity Council, which is already there, or will it go beyond that?
Well, you expose an area of my ignorance. Actually, these ideas have been germinating. No, so certainly, it's not as though the idea of productivity was invented by me. Nothing like that. But all I wanted to say was linking the demographics, the demographic dividend, with, as it were, the productivity agenda. That's, as it were, what
I think it's a very, very important issue. No, it is an issue that we don't really accord the necessary importance to. So I think it's important.
And the point being that for this to be a thread or a theme, when there's so much uncertainty about one of the career paths for which all the engineering colleges were set up. I mean, IT, ITS services, what is so, at the end of the day, we need to provide, as it were, India's youth, because the problem is really concentrated on India's youth, women in particular, give them the structures to sniff out for themselves where the opportunities are, and then to skill themselves for the opportunities. And, in this whole, Honorable PM at the meeting of our governing council did say that, look, हमारे ITIs मतलब ये internal commits, आप लोग इनको सिखाएंगे क्या? That's the issue. क्या सिखाएंगे?
Yeah. I mean, you talked about investment rate also, and which brings me to this issue about, it is said that historically India has probably looked more at capital side productivity and less at labor side productivity. Today, our capital availability or capital costs are looked at far more closely than the labor costs and the labor issues. Do you see that equation between capital and labor coming in the way of our, taking on and exploiting and taking up the opportunities going forward?
Ashok, I'd like to, link this up to the China model a little bit and think because up till now, it's really been a domestic story. And I think, in closing, because I want to leave time for the questions, it's really the cross-border dimension that we need to focus on. As you know, our Minister Jaishankar has been very diligent at coming up with mobility agreements, although, frankly, quite how receptive the rich world is going to be towards Indian migrants remains to be seen. But I would make 2 or 3 points. First, and this is a point in the economic survey, we have to, as we grow, our imports will need to grow. Those imports will need to be financed. And as it were, the safest way of financing them is through exports. Now, the question of what exports those would be, whether those would be services exports, who the competition is, how we are competitive in that, is the class of issues that raises. But I would make a second point, which is due really to Martin Wolf when he spoke at NCAR a couple of years ago. He said, "Look, if you expect your trade ratio to stay export ratio, but trade ratio, since our trade is approximately what it is, and you want to grow at 7-8%, then your export growth rate, let's say just goods, has to be 8%. If that's taking place at a time when world goods trade is growing at 2%, you are going to want to, as it were, increase your market share. Think about what that's going to take in terms of competitiveness. So therefore, the cross-border element of all of this becomes quite important. Absolutely. The services point earlier was about how to raise the domestic productivity, but this will have an impact on the cross-border dimension.
Absolutely. I mean, before I come to you for a couple of questions, relevant questions, as Mr. Berry rightly pointed out, let me ask you my final question, which is that, 4 things that are right now in front of us, the question of demographics, productivity, labor, etc., which is at one level, we just now had 4 forward-looking progressive labor codes, which is going to be notified very soon. That's one. At the same time, the labor space is faced with the unknown challenges. I'm used against challenges again, but I'm saying opportunities from AI, artificial intelligence. The third thing is we are flooded as a country with investment in data centers, which will create jobs, but will also pose other challenges. And finally, there's an ongoing story of the global capability centers where India is poised to become probably a global capital already. Now, these 4 developments, how do you see them from the demographics perspectives of how India can become modern by 2047? Because these are the 4 areas that will probably need to be handled either through policy intervention or through bodies like August bodies like yours. Please, your comments.
Well, let me, sort of reframe the common thread as I heard it. So the question is there a tension between allocating capital, be it fiscal, public capital or private capital, to the leading edge, as versus the trailing edge? Yeah. Okay. And look, our abundant resource is people, labor.
Absolutely.
Okay. And therefore, my metric for all of this is really, and I'm repeating myself, so I won't belabor it, is in the journey to Viksit Bharat, do we have a structure where individuals are investing sufficiently in themselves
Yeah.
and getting the guidance so that, because and our unemployment rates are not the issue,
Yeah.
so that they are self-directing to where the new areas are. Now, people have won Nobel Prizes for search models of the
Yeah.
labor market. Okay. And, I don't have concrete proposals of how to get our labor markets to operate better.
Mhm.
But, I think that would be an area to apply our mind to, and to think of two things. One is local labor markets, but second, to make sure, with reservations, this, that, and the other, that we retain the integrity of a single market. GST was
Yeah.
obviously extremely important for that. The seasonal migration is a very important part of that. That, in many ways, is our biggest asset, and we must be sure that our politics doesn't end up, as it were, rupturing that, to use the term
Yeah,
Mark.
sure, sure. Does AI worry you from this perspective?
I see it more as an opportunity.
Opportunity.
Right.
Okay. Let me come to the question. Please go ahead. Mic there, please. Please identify yourself and.
Hi, good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Binay Gupta, I run a strategic advisory firm, Geosynthesis. My question for Mr. Berry is, do you think industrial policy should/will be the primary driver of India's economic growth in the coming years? Or should the government create policy frameworks and let the private sector be the steer? Thank you.
It's my boss at Shell used to say it's not either or and. I think it's both. And for the specific reason, look, I mean, we can see the last 20 years as the world adjusting to the China shock. Okay. So there were a certain set of expectations when the US finally allowed China into the WTO. And so 2 points. We know how that movie ended, and we don't want to be stigmatized like China. So, everybody is having to think about, and indeed what President Trump is up to in rejecting MFN, etc., is, and Arvind Subramaniam had once talked about a WTO round. So we don't actually have a rules-based framework for dealing with the China shock. And it is in that context that I think some kind of trade defense measures are needed. Do I believe? So I think the other learning from China, which is contrary to my training as a liberal economist, is that yes, comparative advantage can be earned by making a big investment and then exploiting the learning by doing. And that's really what China did. But we should appreciate that all of that came out of a policy framework which elevated domestic savings so that savings were nominally costless. Of course, they paid the price in lower consumption than ourselves. So I would say that, again, it can't be binary, and it possibly needs to be decided even state by state.
This question from here, please.
So it was wonderful listening to you again. We have listened to you in the PhD chamber many times. So in your entire speech today, the word agriculture came up only twice. And I say this because, sir, you focused on women and the fact that women need skill development. I have been involved in rural development in 15 villages. So today, 80% of the labor in the fields is women. And in the schools in the rural area, women are only 30% of the students. They do not go to the KVKs because the KVKs are far away. Second,
Yeah, please
There is
ask your
no-
question, please.
The
if you don't
question,
mind.
sir, is
Yeah.
what is the focus of NITI Aayog
No,
in productivity development in the rural area?
That's right.
two or three points. Mea culpa, I totally agree. Second, I think agriculture is both a, if you like, mollycoddle sector, but ought to be the is a huge opportunity for us. But all countries, the United States, Europe, make the politics of agricultural change is complicated. But you're very right that much of the action on the gender front has to be in agriculture. I would make a third point, though, and then make way for the next speaker. And the third point comes from work that has been done by Harvard by a good friend, Robert Lawrence, who has been talking about, as it were, the fact that of premature deindustrialization in the labor markets, that in all countries, essentially the share of employment in manufacturing has been going down over time. That's because manufacturing is productive, and the income elasticity of demand for manufactured goods is low as compared with services. The important point for India is that agricultural incomes stimulated by rising productivity are a huge domestic source of manufacturing demand. And so for many reasons, I totally agree with you that that a sectoral take on the productivity puzzle must include agriculture. But I believe Dr. Chand is a speaker in this Manthan, and I would not wish to tread on his territory.
Thank you very much. I think just to add to Mr. Berry, we do have a session with the Agriculture Minister later in the day, and we have another session with Mr. Chand, Mr. Ashok Gulati. These are all agriculture experts, so you will have your fair share. Thank you, Mr. Berry, for being very, very gracious, very accommodating, and we covered a wide range of issues. I don't want to cover it up and say what you all we discussed, but it was a conversation par excellence. And if all of you agree with me, please give him a very good attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Berry. Do stay on the stage for a moment, please, for the pictures, and maybe also have the mementos. So key takeaways over there, the demographic dividend, linking it to the productivity agenda, mobilizing larger number of women in the working age cohort into the workforce. Currently, there's a big gap over there. Also interesting takeaways from Mr. Berry's experience at Shell, thinking in terms of scenarios rather than thinking linear. Thank you very much. We will begin with our next session now, which is reimagining FMCG in making India future ready. India's aspiration to become a developed nation by 2047, in that aspiration, the role of the FMCG sector cannot be overlooked. The fast-moving consumer goods sector sits at the heart of everyday consumption, rural transformation, and urban aspiration. We'll just take a moment for everybody to settle down. May I please request everybody to settle down because we are getting into the next session ASAP. So in many ways, the future readiness of India will be mirrored in how its consumer economy evolves. To explore how the FMCG sector is adapting to shifting consumer behavior, global competition, and the demands of a rapidly transforming market, I would first like to call on stage moderator, Business Standards, Ms. Nivedita Mukherjee. A huge round of applause, people and gentlemen, and our distinguished guest, Mr. Sanjeev Puri, Chairman and Managing Director, ITC Limited. Now, Mr. Puri knows the FMCG industry like few others. Just this January, he completed 40 years at ITC. During these 4 decades, he has held several leadership positions at ITC, handling a wide range of responsibilities. And among the many things he's done there is a key initiative that he's spearheading, which is the ITC Next Vision. We will let him tell us more about that.
Hello. Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Puri. Welcome to the show. Welcome to Business Standard Manthan, and thank you for coming. Reimagining FMCG to make future ready India. We'll come to that topic in a bit. We'll begin by the basics of the FMCG sector or fast moving consumer goods. That, in a sense, measures how the economy is functioning. Every time we want to know the pulse of the economy, we talk about FMCG and how it's doing in urban India, how it's doing in rural India. So recently, when there was a GST cut, how did the consumer demand really pick up, and how did the FMCG sector reflect that? What has been your experience so far?
First of all, thank you for inviting me. It's a privilege to be here. Now, let me start by saying that over time, there have been several purposeful policy interventions by the government, reforms, some very strategic measures over a period of time. And all this has made India the fastest growing economy, the most resilient economy, and to achieve these kind of growth rates at a time when the whole world is going through a lot of challenges, I think is indeed remarkable and a testament to the policy interventions. So, and there have been a slew of interventions to aid consumption in the past. I think the Honorable Finance Minister earlier announced the reduction in the income tax rates, and then the GST reduction came in. And together with that, I think the overall macros are also very supportive because the investments in public infrastructure are continuing. Digitization is empowering the economy. Fortunately for us, the inflation is benign. I think the investments in rural India are also helping. So all of these really are coming together. It's kind of a confluence of factors. And I think added to that was the GST, which was a very pleasant surprise in the recent past. And after that, certainly we are seeing an improved trend. And I do believe that given all the macros are in place, progressively things will get better. And I would say that for the length and breadth of the country.
Do you agree when we measure economy from the prism of FMCG? Is it a true reflection, and what is the correlation between economic growth and FMCG demand picking up or going down?
So it's a fair, I think, correlation because India is, after all, a consumption-driven economy, and FMCG does correlate to the progress in the economy. Very certainly it does. But we have to keep in mind today, the basket of consumption is also shifting. And therefore, the exact correlations will also evolve over time. But yes, growth in GDP, economic progress, all of these do correlate to consumption.
Coming to the subject, the theme of this session, reimagining FMCG for future ready India. How do you reimagine FMCG?
Well, we have to look at it from the context of what's happening in the market. And there are several factors that are changing the landscape in India. Of course, there is a dimension of size. India will be a 21 trillion rupees FMCG market by 2030. If one was to correlate to experience of other economies, when the per capita GDP goes in the $4,000 to $5,000, it's a point of inflection on consumption. And that is certainly going to happen over time. So from a size perspective, it will only get much bigger. But I think that's not the only dimension. I think what we need to also understand is that the cohorts are changing in the market. The go-to markets are changing. From a situation where we had largely a general trade, we have multiple channel today. The newest one and the fastest growing, of course, is the quick commerce, right? Now, each one of these channels has its own nuances. Each one of these challenges influences markets and enables markets in its own unique phase. So it's a very dynamic market. It's also a very competitive market because no more access to capital is a problem in India. If you have a great idea, capital is available. So there are now newer entrepreneurs coming with in the legacy systems, and there are a lot more people coming in the new age systems like the D2C. Along with that, you have a lot of local, regional, national level MNCs, all of them competing. So it's a very competitive landscape. So when you're looking at this changing dynamic, now there are for us, there are a few things that are important for us. One is as an organization, in a rapidly changing environment, and we in ITC actually use this term navigating a turn. Turn being turbulence, uncertainty, rapid change, calling for novel strategies, because that's reality in many ways. So for us, it's important to remain nimble and consumer centric. We have to be where the consumer is. We have to serve the consumer what he needs, and which means we have to, on one hand, be an omni-channel player, be present in all the channels. Secondly, our portfolio has to be contemporary, has to be future right, has to be refreshed and revitalized continuously, because there's a multi-dimensional evolution in the market. Different needs and cohorts are emerging. And we've been doing it in ITC both organically, not only about scaling our, the core brands, but also seeding vectors for future growth and also complementing it by inorganic, particularly when we are seeding the vectors of future growth. So we've acquired several of the new age brands like, Yoga Bar, 24 Mantra, Prasumma, Mother Sparsh, Baby Care, and supplemented by interventions internally, like we have Right Shift for cohorts over 40, active lifestyle. We have Prana, we have, and so on and so forth. So a lot of interventions internally as well. And to be able to do that, I think what is required is a lot of investments in research and development, something that India historically has not been very good at. Our R&D intensity is low. But in ITC, that's been core to us. That's been core to us as a challenger, and we have deep investments. In fact, we are seen as the largest investor in largest innovator in the private sector after CSIR. It's next is the ITC Life Sciences and Technology Center. And in today's world, it's not about innovation merely because you are a challenger. You need a lot more innovation because there are many channels, many more cohorts emerging, and you need them fast. So you need to take bets. You need to create. You need to do a lot of investments on digital. You see, a very positive outcome of the Honorable Prime Minister's visionary Digital India policy is we have a huge digital public infrastructure and we have a critical piece of consumers engaged, right? And with AI and these tools emerging, this becomes very, very core to competitiveness. And the fourth, of course, the last point I want to make before I stop here, I think to make all of this happen, talent is very critical. You need entrepreneurial talent. So in ITC, we call it prenorial talent. You need talent that has a high degree of learning agility. And you need to have your processes designed to empower so fast decision making can happen. So I think these are really the ingredients that are required for enterprises to reimagine and to be prepared for the future.
You mentioned talent. So is that a challenge in finding good, real talent, especially in R&D?
Well, I think India has fantastic talent. India has fantastic talent. We have enough talent to be able to find them. You need to, I think, blend people with the depth of expertise along with market insights. And you need to also, there are a lot of experienced talent with a tremendous amount of wisdom sitting overseas who actually want to come back to India because of the excitement. So blend the talent that has grown up in India with the talent that had works overseas. So you get a global perspective and blend it with insights. I think talent is very much there, and STEM is a very strong area as far as India is concerned. I think what we must all be proud of, in the earlier sessions we were hearing about productivity, but let's look at the productivity of innovation in India. We heard about the Indian AI that's developing the LLMs. We know about our space interventions by ISRO. Look at the investments and the kind of and the amount of people and resources that's gone into it. I think talent is tremendous capability. It's a question of aligning them, providing them the right tools, and I think we have a winning proposition.
On AI, how do you think India is really doing, in R&D? You mentioned R&D earlier. Are we doing enough there? And how is the FMCG sector really going to benefit from AI?
So first of all, as far as R&D is concerned, as I said earlier, I think we have a long way to go. I think the overall investments in R&D in the economy are not substantial. They're much lower than what other economies are doing, and out of that, private sector is only 40% of that. So we have a long way to go. AI is I think what is interesting is that in India, the adoption and the diffusion of AI is happening at a much faster pace than I think we are seeing anywhere across the world. And one of the reasons is that we have a very powerful digital ecosystem, very powerful public, digital infrastructure that's enabling people to participate at a low cost. So we do have a lot of adoption and a lot of diffusion of AI. Now, as far as FMCG specifically is concerned, now if you look at FMCG, they're broadly, let's say you can put it into three buckets. There is this whole bit of inciting to creating a product. There's a whole bit of managing the supply chain and executing at the storefront. And there's a whole bit of marketing. So you put it into three buckets. I think each one of these spaces has got very strong application, very strong adoption, and creating a lot of value for enterprises. Now, if I was to just give you examples, now when I speak about inciting to product development, and you want to know something about in R&D itself. Now we have a center we call the Sixth Sense, which monitors hundreds of trends, distills it through proprietary algorithms, and converts it into actionables for 22 different categories. And something that would have taken in a physical world months is available in a way you can say real time. And if you can act on it quickly, and you can act on it quickly because if you have invested in R&D platforms, you can convert the requirement into a product very fast. So when we've invested, for example, in a lot of work we are doing on the nutrition platform. So one of the very strong trends these days is around gut health, protein, fiber, etc., etc. So when we picked up this for proteins, I mean, very fast, we had acquired a brand called Yoga Bar, a startup. That entire brand pivoted to proteins. We went to protein beverages, we went into soya chunks, we went into protein atta. Now, all of these solutions came rapidly. We found through the insight that there was a specific requirement of nutritive dense products for cohorts over 40 plus in India. or an active lifestyle. Again, leveraging the platform, we were quick to the market. And once you have the insight, AI is a very important tool to help you develop the solutions. When, for example, you're developing the right kind of protein, there are many options, many matrices possible. But there are tools available that help you shortlist very rapidly in hours, and you can zero in onto the limited number of options and then kind of take in from there. There's a lot that AI can do. And similarly, there are lots of applications in marketing, in store execution, plenty of applications, plenty of methods by which you can enhance the effectiveness in each one of these channels. So I think it's integral to success in FMCG.
One of the cohorts will be quick commerce, as you referred to it, in your opening remarks. How do you cope with quick commerce? It's a different world altogether. And are you a believer in quick commerce?
Well, I am a believer that we have to be nimble and consumer centric. We have to be where the consumer is shopping and where the consumer wants his products. That's what guides us. And I think quick commerce is a large segment. It's estimated to be ₹1 trillion today. By 2030, I saw some data that's showing it may be 6 trillion. We are closer to 40% growth. If you look at some of the East Asian economies, the penetration has gone as much as 40%. We are also progressing fast, but there is opportunity for that segment to grow further. And I think as we are seeing more and more people digitally engaged and getting comfortable with it, these segments will grow. Now, what is important to realize is that each channel has its own nuances. Each channel has its own challenges and opportunities. It is not about trying to take the standard portfolio that I was putting in GT and trying to sell it in every channel. There is a commonality, but there is right assortment for the right channel. And each channel throws up new opportunities that you could not serve with earlier with the other channels. So, for example, the one of the advantage of e-commerce or quick commerce is that you can bring on board a lot more variety and niches, which you cannot do in a physical store because of limitation of space. And while consumers in India always wanted certain specialized products or certain niches, but found it difficult to get it. Maybe some of them imported it. Maybe some of them had it on their list when they were going abroad that I have to shop XYZ and bring it because it's not available in India. But today, that's changing. So if you look at the way that, to give you some examples, one of the acquisitions we did was Mother Splash, specialized baby care. Now, there is a need for it. I have anecdotally witnessed a lot of people who have babies or going to have babies. When they're going abroad, the shopping list is some specialized products, but these are now being made available in India. Quick commerce helps you serve low shelf life, fresh products. So we also leverage that opportunity. Now we have something called Sunfeast Baked Creations. We also, introduced. It's very interesting that one of our core strategies is around leveraging institutional strengths. That's how we formed our foods business. But more recently, with the food delivery ecosystem evolving, we saw an opportunity, and we leveraged the strengths of our foods business and our cuisine expertise in hotels to create our ITC Fresh Foods business, which is through the cloud kitchen apparatus. Now, more recently, when we went into Sunfeast Baked Creation, actually the fresh food business or the cloud kitchen actually fed on to foods business to give them some additional expertise to create these fresh and low shelf life packaged foods business, right? So this is the way that we have been evolving, and this is the way I think all of us need to evolve to leverage the opportunities in the quick commerce space that are evolving.
Opportunities, all right, but how tough is it to balance the two, the traditional and the the new modern, so to say?
So we have to play to each channel's strengths. We have to invest in each channels, and that's what we are doing. We have to have the right assortment for each channel, and so that in each channel we create win-win partnerships. For example, in GT channel, we have created, we've kind of to aid the channel, we have created apps where people can order at will. People can order on, typically when the salesman goes, sometimes the shopkeeper is busy. So you can have a limited conversation. So you tend to focus on certain things, and we have an AI and Gen AI based system which guides the salesman on based on an analysis of 12,000 parameters. So besides whatever the outlet is regularly buying, what are the 2 or 3 additional things that may be of interest to the outlet? So you would focus on 2 or 3. But we have an app called Unnati, which is on the the instrument or the handheld of the shopkeeper, and at will and whenever he has spare time he can browse, and if he believes that something can be sold in his outlet he can order it, and we make it deliver, right? So we work out specific schemes, promos, assortment, and specific solutions to strengthen general trade, and we have to play a win-win game with all the channels.
Looking at future, how do you look at the non-cigarette FMCG business over, say, the next 5 years or so?
Well, I mean that's a segment that we are deeply committed to. We are investing behind. We have a lot of strengths and that give us the right to win in this segment. I think last year we had a turnover of about 22,000 crores, and run rate right now would be 24,000. And all this has happened in about roughly about 2 decades. Uh, and of course we want to scale it up further. So our next stop naturally has to be 50,000 crores. But more importantly, I think it's not just about
when is that?
Sorry?
50,000 crore stop.
Medium term, I mean, I won't put exactly I won't give you a guidance of the date, but medium term I would put it. But more importantly, it's about attaining leadership in categories as we spend some time in each one of the categories. There'll be newer ones which will be nascent, but they will be the older categories for us. We want leadership there. We want leadership not just in terms of size or market standing, but product leadership. And more importantly, I think because bulk of what we are doing is foods related, we want to see all our food brands anchor agri value chains, empower farmers to create a lot of value in the rural economy. Besides, helping us, the synergy helping us to create made in India, proud made in India brands. And we've started our journey on exports some years back, positioning our products in various markets. We would like that also to multiply over a period of time.
On this growth path, where does premiumization come in?
So premiumization is very natural to an economy that is growing. Premiumization is a reflection of the progress of an economy. Some time back, you had just maybe the ambassador or the Fiats or the standards, and we see the variety of cars we have today. Right? It's not that two-wheelers have gone away. The two-wheelers of yesteryears and today, they've all transformed. So it's a sign of the economy's progress, and premiumization is very much there in FMCG. It is growing much faster than the overall economy, and I think it's there to stay. And it's not just premiumization; it is premiumization with specific, unique benefits, some of which I alluded to, whether it's health or whether it's specialized care or whether it's fresh or low shelf life. There are many axes of premiumization that are available. But yes, premiumization is there to stay, and I think is a strong trend which will only strengthen as the economy progresses.
And when we are talking about premiumization, where does rural come in versus urban? Is premiumization only an urban trend, or is it showing in rural as well?
Well, we have a very aspirational society today. Bharat is very much aspirational, and you'd be surprised at how widely premium products are sold in the country. And with even rural India owning mobile phones, smartphones, becoming far more aware than they were yesterday, I think the aspirations are rising there also. We have brands like Choco Fills, which is a very premium biscuit, or Fiamma Gel Bar, which is a very premium soap. Now we are surprised at the not only that it is selling and that we're surprised at the depth as to how far deep in rural India do these products go and sell. So it's very much across the length and breadth of the country.
And going forward, do you think rural is going to lead? Are things going to change in the next 5 to 10 years, rural versus urban?
I think rural should in India naturally be growing faster than urban, because that's where there is a lot of opportunity. That is a relatively underserved market as compared to urban India. I think that market should naturally be growing. That's where incomes have to move faster, and I expect that will continue to grow faster. Of course, that does not mean urban should not grow. Urban also should be growing, but I do expect rural should stay ahead of the urban. That's actually a healthy sign of India's economic progress.
What about Gen Z in the entire piece? Gen Z and FMCG, how is it driving growth?
Well, India is a very interesting market. Gen Z is, of course, an important component of the market and the influence to the FMCG market, because there were close to 400 million today, accounting for about 46% of the spends today. So he's an important cohort, and he's more well informed, more focused on purpose, has very specific requirements, clean labels, health, even redefining of course they want indulgence also, but they're redefining indulgence codes. A lot of interest in flavors from overseas, regional, Kanufa, for example, and that we also ended up launching Kanufa chocolates under Febel. So a lot of interest, or we launched some noodles in some Pan Asian flavors which were not available, Pan Asian styles, because this is the influence that's coming in. Even you look at our fresh foods business, you suddenly find a lot of interest for local recipes and local tastes in different parts of the world. Like, for example, we had our cloud kitchen had a mutton festival in the south. Yeah, lamb festival, and they discovered that Champaran meat was most popular. This is a dish of Bihar, all the way in Bangalore. Okay, so that's how Gen Z is influencing behavior. But they are not the only cohort. You see, there are 250 million people above 40 that have their own requirements. They want nutrition dense products for an active lifestyle. That's where right shift comes in. There are the millennials. There are the traditionalists who are now looking for some convenience at home. That is where things like frozen spices, ready to eat, lot of them come in. And of course, there is Gen Alpha, which is not small. There's 300 million that will influence the next wave of consumption. So Indian market is getting very interesting and exciting. Different segments are emerging, and different niches are emerging. But the good thing, it is such a large market that all these segments can actually create very exciting opportunities.
So Gen Z, Gen Alpha, lots to deal with. But what about the external factors? Do they worry you, and do you look at it as a risk, or is it an opportunity also? External geopolitical factors playing on the FMCG segment.
See, it influences FMCG, I think I would say, in two ways. One is, if it impedes economic progress, it impedes consumption. If trade barriers come in, it can influence, it can impede exports or overseas businesses. But I think, having said that, I think geopolitics, climate change, large changes being driven by technology, consumer preferences, demographic shifts across the world. I think this is par for the course now. And this is how the world is going to be. And that's why in the beginning I said it's for us in ITC, we've said it's about navigating a turn. We can no more start getting surprised by certain unanticipated developments in the world. That's how the world is evolving. So we have to learn and stay invested and learn to navigate that situation. And we need to build our capabilities to be dealt with. I think one very important facet that happens in this world, besides the piece about innovation and digital that I spoke about, I think it's also to be very cognizant of your supply chain footprint. How are you not only, building your supply chain to be efficient or to service the market well, but how resilient is it? How resilient is it from weather events? Do you expect that, for example, if there is a flood, that your supply chain would be disrupted and you would not be able to serve your consumers? Or have you thought through that possibility and developed alternatives ways or mitigated risks on your side? We've actually, done climate risk modeling across decades to identify risks at site level and try and mitigate it by making interventions to minimize. Or will my manufacturing stop because I don't have water? I think it was 1 or 2 years back in the south, in a region, industrial activity was stopped for 15 days because water was short. But we were able to continue because we represented that we actually have a positive footprint in the society. So if I did stop manufacturing, the society would have even less water, and we were the only ones allowed to manufacture. So there is this beat on natural resources and climate as one part of resilience. The other is how far and wide is your, the input side of your supply chain. Are you very import dependent? Do you have alternate suppliers? We have fortunately, been able to develop supply chains which are very local. Almost everything is sourced in India. Whatever we have to import, the first thing we look at is how do I develop it in India? How do I develop vendor ecosystems? And I think all of this gives resilience and strength to our supply chain. I think this is one area that's becoming increasingly important to weather the storms that arise on account of geopolitical issues.
You related to that, you've been on the board, you've been a director on the board of India-US strategic partnership, if I'm correct. So how does that board function now? Is it kind of challenging to be on that board?
No, I think the relationship and interest amongst business community on either side remains strong. There is opportunity for Indian businesses. There is opportunity for US businesses. India is the fastest growing economy. It's progressively becoming a stronger powerhouse, and therefore naturally there is a lot of interest. So I think that doesn't change things. Yeah, that doesn't change things. I think the interest continues. Yeah.
On the whole, for the food sector, how do you look at the role of the regulator? Do you think can things change the way we function as a regulator in India?
In what sense?
The way things are regulated, is it is it good enough to have FSSAI the way it is, or some things should change the way international regulators do? Is the authority good enough with the FSSAI?
See, all sectors, including foods, do need to have guardrails and regulations, definitely. And I think setting up FSSAI was a very good step by the government. I think the move towards that the government is also focused on, and I'm making a broad statement, I'm not making it specific to FSSI or anything. I think the whole focus on ease of doing business is very important. There are regulations in India that were made a long time back, and the world has changed, India has changed, and we need to contemporize that. I think a lot more work in that is happening. Lots have happened already. I think lots in the pipeline. I think that is good. I would say a lot more focus generally on self-regulation, self-declarations. And a lot of focus also needs to come in on citizen education. While citizens do have a right, I think citizens also have an obligation. I think managing oneself and fulfilling, not only asking for our rights, but fulfilling obligations. I think education on that is very important also to make regulations effective and vibrant. So if you look at this whole space of foods itself, there is this whole debate about wellness and food. I think at the end of it, each one of us has to take responsibility for our health. It may be all right to have one samosa, but is it all right to have 10 samosas or 10 jalebis? That's a call each one has to take. Nobody can, kind of force you, right? So I think the education of consumers is also important, so that we are also contributing to building a society that is better, because we have as citizens both rights and obligations. I think that obligations piece also needs to come out much stronger.
4 decades in ITC, what are the magic moments you remember? The really good moments in these 4 decades? I won't ask you about the challenging moments.
Well, I think there are many interesting moments in my career in ITC, and if I was to start talking about it, it could be a whole day. But let's just do one or two. I think what one of the most exciting moments for me in my career was when we launched ITC Mars. Now, ITC is been deeply engaged with farmers. They're a very important stakeholder for us. And they are not just a provider of agri-produce for us. A lot of our business is dependent on agriculture or the plantations. But for us, it's also about being able to add value and empower the farmers so their quality and productivity could improve. Now, ITC Mars, which stands for Meta Markets for Advanced Agriculture and Rural Services, is an integrated phygital ecosystem and a one-stop shop which equips farmer cooperatives or FPOs with all they require to produce, buy their inputs, get financial inclusion, to sell, get any kind of advisory. And this is an initiative that was, also acknowledged that it was inspired by the Honorable Prime Minister during COVID, when he launched this initiative under NITI Aayog on farm to fork, digitizing Indian agriculture. That's what gave the inspiration and conceptualized and tried during that period. Then we subsequently piloted it, and then it's now into a full-scale app with 2.5 million farmers, thousands of FPOs, and we did baseline of farmers who'd started initially. In the second year, they reported about 23% improvement of incomes. I think that's been one of the most fascinating and exciting initiatives that ITC has taken.
Would you like to talk about the most challenging moment?
So, I think the most challenging moment for me, and I would say, I think is going to be common with many people, is actually dealing with and coming back strongly after COVID. It was a black swan event for a company like ours, which believes in working together, face to face, We travel, meet our people in factories, different offices. I think suddenly being disconnected and reimagining how we would work and doing that well and coming out much stronger after that. I think that was one of the most challenging moments.
You've been listed as one of the best CEOs recently. So what makes a good CEO?
I think it's the team that makes the CEO do well. So as I say, that as CEOs, we have a role to go and receive the acknowledgement, but the people who actually do the work and the hard work is all the team behind us.
Thank you. Can we take a couple of questions on the subject of reimagining FMCG for a future-ready India? Yeah, can we get the mics?
Hello, sir. I'm Shrishti, founder of Minitaka. It's an early stage startup, Bangalore based startup. We are building an e commerce ecosystem. So, my question is around productivity. As per productivity and profitability, a consumer brand should focus more on building a D2C control or leveraging marketplaces or marketplaces for scale, or should go omni channel, like strengthening their omni channel strategies.
Well, there is no one answer to that. There are D2C, firstly, is standalone D2C is expensive. Cost of customer acquisition is very, very high. So, unless your brands have that kind of margin to be able to support that cost, D2C standalone would not work in my view. But to some degree is always useful because you are connected with the consumer and you can ask feedback from the consumer and quickly get some responses. But generally, I would say to start off with, if you wish to be connected to the consumer, D2C is one element, but certainly you need to be on the marketplaces because that is where the consumers are shopping. Right? To get people to come to your place is going to be an expensive proposition. And as your brands mature, as you get size, you can start progressing into other channels, but that's a journey that will have to be traversed. The only thing I would say for a startup, one of the things I say always to the startups is don't try and buy turnover. Create models that are economically viable, unit economics that will work out. Because there are very good startups in the country have done well, but there are a few of them, many of them with great ideas are not able to progress because the economics has not worked out, and then you suddenly run out of cash.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next question.
Hi, thank you for this wonderful session. My name is Aramita Mitra, and I run an NGO in India. And I would really, adhere to the fact that in rural, your products are much more, celebrated. The school children whom we distribute, they want dark fantasy, more than any other product. So my question would be, as India is moving towards a consumer-driven economy, how the FMCG companies would innovate to merge the aspirational urban market and also the value conscious rural market. And as per you, is there any particular product in your career that you have seen that has been celebrated both the markets?
There are, many products that have been celebrated in both the markets. You gave an example of dark fantasy. Dark fantasy, right? There are many products similarly, whether it's our yippee noodles or our bingo snacks. So there are many products like that. At the same time, there are products which are designed for unique cohorts, unique requirements. Those are niches, right? But there are several products that go across. So I think this uh, uh, the consumers in rural India are also evolving, are also becoming very well informed and aware, and they are also aspiring for similar solutions that anybody else has in the country, or for that matter, some are people who are even more aware. We will even aspire for the kind of quality of products that are available globally. And as FMCG, I think marketers, it's our role to also create all the products and all the solutions in India that the consumers require, and so that the consumers don't have to go abroad to import it or look for imported stuff in the country.
Thank you. I think we've run out of time completely. Thank you so much, Mr. Puri. It was a pleasure having you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Puri. May we have the mementos, please? Yet another interesting conversation. Again, the diversity and complexity of the Indian market came out here. The number of, whether it's the age groups, Gen Zs, Gen Alphas, the different tastes, behaviors, the traditionalists, the millennials, the health conscious, quite a challenging time. We will be, after this, breaking for a quick lunch. Lunch will be served upstairs and downstairs both. And 1:30, we will have the Minister, Mr. Gadkari, over here. So kindly do please be back in time. And thank you so very much.
आराम से हाँ। सामान देना भैया।
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो पिट्टू की पर्ची में देखो ना, कहाँ गई पर्ची?
नमस्ते जी।
हाँ? मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होता है। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हील चेयर, ये आपका और ये हाँ। आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग की बात तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात कोई पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है? टिफिन लाए।
थैंक यू।
अरे पर्ची मिल गई।
पर्ची में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में हम सफर बन जाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
On behalf of Business Standard, I extend a very warm welcome.
Good space, people are walking freely. So these kind of events basically boost our confidence.
I guess this is one such forum which has helped us to meet so many new investors and so many new distributors.
For 40 plus years, Mashreq India has been empowering businesses to grow. Seamless trade, smarter finance, delivering solutions for corporates, family offices, financial sponsors, banks, and FIs, structured and holdco financing, leveraged, acquisition, and growth financing, balance sheet optimization leveraging structured trade finance, loan syndications and underwriting, INR FPI NCDs, foreign currency bonds, and ratings advisory, powering businesses with customized solutions and speed for global and domestic markets. Trade loans, import and export finance, letters of credit, bank guarantees, structured trade finance. Growth needs capital. Our bespoke offerings, foreign exchange. Wherever you innovate, we finance the future. Spot deals, forward contracts. Whatever your financial needs, Mashreq India is your trusted partner. Explore smart, secure, and seamless banking today.
There are moments in a nation's journey when the sunlight awakens a new dawn of possibilities, when a quiet decision away from the spotlight begins to shape the future of millions. 1969 was one such year. As India stood at a crossroad of need and possibility, REC emerged not as a company, but as a quiet resolve. REC was incorporated to resurrect the agriculture sector by energizing irrigation pump sets, marking a giant leap for the Indian agrarian economy. Since then, we have diversified into new technologies and financed over 1 lakh megawatt of energy. We have come a long way from setting up our first regional office in 1974 to presence across India through 22 project offices today. We are now one of the biggest financial institutions in the country, funding generation, transmission, distribution, and renewable energy projects. The future is now, and we are constantly reinventing ourselves to stay ahead of the times. From issuing our first bonds in 1975 to raising funds from across the globe and having one of the highest foreign institutional investments among public financial institutions, the trust of our investors has been driving us forward. As a testament to the faith reposed by our stakeholders, we have established ourselves as an accredited financier and have the highest credit rating from all major domestic agencies. Internationally, we are rated at par with the sovereign ratings by Moody's, Fitch, and Japan Credit Rating Agency. With our client-oriented approach, we continue to set new benchmarks in our performance and continue to outshine our peers while creating maximum value for our clients, with untiring diligence and strong ethics as our guiding principles. As India aspires to become a $5 trillion economy, our vision is to be the leader in catalyzing an innovative, inclusive, and a sustainable future.
आराम से आराम से। हाँ। सामान देना भैया।
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो पिट्टू की पर्ची में देखो ना, कहाँ गई पर्ची? नमस्ते
जी।
हाँ, मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होता है। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हीलचेयर, ये आपका और ये हाँ। आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग की बात तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात कोई पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है? टिफिन
थैंक यू।
अरे पर्ची मिल गई।
पर्ची में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में हम सफर बन जाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
On behalf of Business Standard, I extend a very warm welcome.
Good space, people are walking freely. So these kind of events basically boost our confidence.
I guess this is one such forum which has helped us to meet so many new investors and so many new distributors.
For 40+ years, Mashreq India has been empowering businesses to grow. Seamless trade, smarter finance, delivering solutions for corporates, family offices, financial sponsors, banks, and FIs, structured and holdco financing, leveraged, acquisition, and growth financing, balance sheet optimization leveraging structured trade finance, loan syndications and underwriting, INR FPI NCDs, foreign currency bonds, and ratings advisory, powering businesses with customized solutions and speed for global and domestic markets. Trade loans, import and export finance, letters of credit, bank guarantees, structured trade finance. Growth needs capital. Our bespoke offerings, foreign exchange. Wherever you innovate, we finance the future. Spot deals, forward contracts. Whatever your financial needs, Mashreq India is your trusted partner. Explore smart, secure, and seamless banking today.
There are moments in a nation's journey when the sunlight awakens a new dawn of possibilities, when a quiet decision away from the spotlight begins to shape the future of millions. 1969 was one such year. As India stood at a crossroad of need and possibility, REC emerged not as a company, but as a quiet resolve. REC was incorporated to resurrect the agriculture sector by energizing irrigation pump sets, marking a giant leap for the Indian agrarian economy. Since then, we have diversified into new technologies and financed over 1 lakh megawatt of energy. We have come a long way from setting up our first regional office in 1974 to presence across India through 22 project offices today. We are now one of the biggest financial institutions in the country, funding generation, transmission, distribution, and renewable energy projects. The future is now, and we are constantly reinventing ourselves to stay ahead of the times. From issuing our first bonds in 1975 to raising funds from across the globe and having one of the highest foreign institutional investments among public financial institutions, the trust of our investors has been driving us forward. As a testament to the faith reposed by our stakeholders, we have established ourselves as an accredited financier and have the highest credit rating from all major domestic agencies. Internationally, we are rated at par with the sovereign ratings by Moody's, Fitch, and Japan Credit Rating Agency. With our client-oriented approach, we continue to set new benchmarks in our performance and continue to outshine our peers while creating maximum value for our clients, with untiring diligence and strong ethics as our guiding principles. As India aspires to become a $5 trillion economy, our vision is to be the leader in catalyzing an innovative, inclusive, and a sustainable future.
आराम से आराम से। हाँ। सामान देना भैया।
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो पिट्टू की पर्ची में देखो ना, कहाँ गई पर्ची? नमस्ते
जी।
हाँ, मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होता है। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हील चेयर, ये आपका और ये आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग की बात तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात कोई पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है? टिफिन
थैंक यू।
अरे पर्ची मिल गई।
पर्ची में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में हम सफर बन जाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
On behalf of Business Standard, I extend a very warm welcome.
Good space, people are walking freely. So these kind of events basically boost our confidence.
I guess this is one such forum which has helped us to meet so many new investors and so many new distributors.
For 40 plus years, Mashreq India has been empowering businesses to grow. Seamless trade, smarter finance, delivering solutions for corporates, family offices, financial sponsors, banks, and FIs, structured and holdco financing, leveraged, acquisition, and growth financing, balance sheet optimization leveraging structured trade finance, loan syndications and underwriting, INR FPI NCDs, foreign currency bonds, and ratings advisory, powering businesses with customized solutions and speed for global and domestic markets. Trade loans, import and export finance, letters of credit, bank guarantees, structured trade finance. Growth needs capital. Our bespoke offerings, foreign exchange. Wherever you innovate, we finance the future. Spot deals, forward contracts. Whatever your financial needs, Mashreq India is your trusted partner. Explore smart, secure, and seamless banking today.
There are moments in a nation's journey when the sunlight awakens a new dawn of possibilities, when a quiet decision away from the spotlight begins to shape the future of millions. 1969 was one such year. As India stood at a crossroad of need and possibility, REC emerged not as a company, but as a quiet resolve. REC was incorporated to resurrect the agriculture sector by energizing irrigation pump sets, marking a giant leap for the Indian agrarian economy. Since then, we have diversified into new technologies and financed over 1 lakh megawatt of energy. We have come a long way from setting up our first regional office in 1974 to presence across India through 22 project offices today. We are now one of the biggest financial institutions in the country, funding generation, transmission, distribution, and renewable energy projects. The future is now, and we are constantly reinventing ourselves to stay ahead of the times. From issuing our first bonds in 1975 to raising funds from across the globe and having one of the highest foreign institutional investments among public financial institutions, the trust of our investors has been driving us forward. As a testament to the faith reposed by our stakeholders, we have established ourselves as an accredited financier and have the highest credit rating from all major domestic agencies. Internationally, we are rated at par with the sovereign ratings by Moody's, Fitch, and Japan Credit Rating Agency. With our client-oriented approach, we continue to set new benchmarks in our performance and continue to outshine our peers while creating maximum value for our clients, with untiring diligence and strong ethics as our guiding principles. As India aspires to become a $5 trillion economy, our vision is to be the leader in catalyzing an innovative, inclusive, and a sustainable future.
आराम से आराम से। हाँ। सामान देना भैया।
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो बिट्टू की पर्ची में देखो ना, कहाँ गई पर्ची? नमस्ते
जी।
हाँ, मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होता है। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हील चेयर, ये आपका और ये आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग की बात तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात कोई पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है? टिफिन लाए।
थैंक यू।
अरे पर्ची मिल गई।
पर्ची में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में हम सफर बन जाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
On behalf of Business Standard, I extend a very warm welcome.
Good space, people are walking freely. So these kind of events basically boost our confidence.
I guess this is one such forum which has helped us to meet so many new investors and so many new distributors.
For 40+ years, Mashreq India has been empowering businesses to grow. Seamless trade, smarter finance, delivering solutions for corporates, family offices, financial sponsors, banks, and FIs, structured and holdco financing, leveraged, acquisition, and growth financing, balance sheet optimization leveraging structured trade finance, loan syndications and underwriting, INR FPI NCDs, foreign currency bonds, and ratings advisory, powering businesses with customized solutions and speed for global and domestic markets. Trade loans, import and export finance, letters of credit, bank guarantees, structured trade finance. Growth needs capital. Our bespoke offerings, foreign exchange. Wherever you innovate, we finance the future. Spot deals, forward contracts. Whatever your financial needs, Mashreq India is your trusted partner. Explore smart, secure, and seamless banking today.
There are moments in a nation's journey when the sunlight awakens a new dawn of possibilities, when a quiet decision away from the spotlight begins to shape the future of millions. 1969 was one such year. As India stood at a crossroad of need and possibility, REC emerged not as a company, but as a quiet resolve. REC was incorporated to resurrect the agriculture sector by energizing irrigation pump sets, marking a giant leap for the Indian agrarian economy. Since then, we have diversified into new technologies and financed over 1 lakh megawatt of energy. We have come a long way from setting up our first regional office in 1974 to presence across India through 22 project offices today. We are now one of the biggest financial institutions in the country, funding generation, transmission, distribution, and renewable energy projects. The future is now, and we are constantly reinventing ourselves to stay ahead of the times. From issuing our first bonds in 1975 to raising funds from across the globe and having one of the highest foreign institutional investments among public financial institutions, the trust of our investors has been driving us forward. As a testament to the faith reposed by our stakeholders, we have established ourselves as an accredited financier and have the highest credit rating from all major domestic agencies. Internationally, we are rated at par with the sovereign ratings by Moody's, Fitch, and Japan Credit Rating Agency. With our client-oriented approach, we continue to set new benchmarks in our performance and continue to outshine our peers while creating maximum value for our clients, with untiring diligence and strong ethics as our guiding principles. As India aspires to become a $5 trillion economy, our vision is to be the leader in catalyzing an innovative, inclusive, and a sustainable future.
आराम से सामान देना भैया।
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो पिट्टू की पर्ची में देखो ना, कहाँ गई पर्ची? नमस्ते
जी।
हाँ, मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होता है। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हील चेयर, ये आपका और ये आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग की बात तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात कोई पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है? टिफिन
थैंक यू।
अरे पर्ची मिल गई।
पर्ची में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में हम सफर बन जाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
On behalf of Business Standard, I extend a very warm welcome.
Good space, people are walking freely. So these kind of events basically boost our confidence.
I guess this is one such forum which has helped us to meet so many new investors and so many new distributors.
For 40+ years, Mashreq India has been empowering businesses to grow. Seamless trade, smarter finance, delivering solutions for corporates, family offices, financial sponsors, banks, and FIs, structured and holdco financing, leveraged, acquisition, and growth financing, balance sheet optimization leveraging structured trade finance, loan syndications and underwriting, INR FPI NCDs, foreign currency bonds, and ratings advisory, powering businesses with customized solutions and speed for global and domestic markets. Trade loans, import and export finance, letters of credit, bank guarantees, structured trade finance. Growth needs capital. Our bespoke offerings, foreign exchange. Wherever
and gentlemen, welcome back. And I'd request everybody to please settle down. And we must thank Mr. Nitin Gadkari for patiently waiting. Thank you so much, sir. We're beginning our session now, which is Making India Future Ready on the Road to 2047. As India draws its course towards 2047, which is a century of independence, infrastructure will be one of the defining pillars of that journey. Roads and highways, after all, do more than just connect places. They are economic lifelines. And over the past decade or so, India's highway network has expanded at unprecedented speed and scale, reshaping the country's growth narrative. To discuss the road ahead on a journey that is central to making India future ready, we are privileged to have with us the Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, who is often also referred to as the Expressway Man of India for his contributions to the development of expressways, including the Mumbai-Pune Expressway and other road infrastructure. May I please invite on stage first Business Standard Editor, Mr. Shailesh Dobhal, to welcome Mr. Gadkari. And may I also invite on stage the Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. The conversations with Mr. Gadkari are always very engaging, given how candid he is.
Thank you, Vinu, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Business Standard, I extend a very warm welcome to the Honorable Union Road and Transport Minister, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, on this opening day of Business Standard Manthan. Sir, just a prelude on Manthan for you. We started Manthan, which is a two-day annual summit for dissecting business and economic thoughts in 2024, coinciding with the 50th year anniversary of our newspaper Business Standard, which is one of India's most respected business dailies. This year's Manthan is themed around the topic, Making India Future Ready. Mr. Gadkari has had a long and a fruitful political and social life. He always believed that politics is an instrument of socio-economic change. He has co-authored a book, India Aspires, Redefining Politics of Development. Mr. Gadkari is a big proponent of sustainable development and believes that green energy will transform the country for the better. No wonder he says public transport and electric buses are the future. He has also championed alternative fuels like ethanol, methanol, biodiesel, bio-LNG, bio-CNG, electric and hydrogen for over 2 decades now. Mr. Gadkari is a firm believer in builder of infrastructure. To quote him, infrastructure development will play a significant role in fulfilling our vision to make India a superpower economy and developed nation in the near future, unquote. As PWD minister in the Maharashtra government between 1995 and 1999, he envisioned and executed the country's first access control road in the Mumbai-Pune highway back in the 1990s. Mr. Gadkari was the first to believe and prove to a skeptical India that funds can be raised from the market for infrastructure projects when he championed the formation of the Maharashtra State Road Development Corporation. Under him, as a Minister of Road Transport and Highways in the central government, National Highways' length has increased manifold. All lanes and fee plazas across national highways are now connected for electronic toll collection program through FASTags. And Mr. Gadkari has already moved to provide complete cashless highway access starting April this year. Mr. Gadkari's approach is almost evangelical as far as electric vehicles go. He has a strong belief that India can emerge as the biggest EV manufacturing hub in the world, and this, the Honorable Minister believes, will have huge implications for our carbon footprint, large-scale employment, pollution reduction, reduction in logistics cost, and self-reliance in fuel and therefore bringing down our import costs significantly. Many thanks, Honorable Minister, for agreeing to be here with us and look forward to your fireside chat with my colleague. May I now invite Business Standards Nivedita Mukherjee to please come up on stage and start the fireside chat with the Honorable Minister. Over to you, Nivedita. Thank you.
Thank you, Shailesh. Very warm welcome, Mr. Gadkari. Thank you for coming to Manthan again.
Thank you. Thank you.
India Future Ready. How is it that you are looking at the new world with AI and everything that has so far been changing? Is there a new way of looking at infrastructure also through the tech and AI prism?
You're absolutely correct. Actually, I always tell it to the people, and I always remember that the innovation, entrepreneurship, science, technology, research, skill, and successful practices, we name it as knowledge. And conversion of knowledge into wealth is the future. And because of new research, new innovations, new technology, it is not only cost effective, but it is eco-friendly. It is in the interest of the society. At the same time, it is very important for the development of the country. Just I am giving the example. From last 2 years, we are trying our level best to make biobitumen from rice straw in Delhi area, popularly known as Parali. And because of burning of Parali, there was a big problem. So it is really a great pleasure and pride for me. The Central Research Tour Organization, the government institute, we have taken the initiative. We have already implemented 1 kilometer road on Nagpur-Jabalpur highway, which is a 100% we use biobitumen. And in all tests, it is to be certified that the road is good. And now, the CSR, the parent organization for Central Research Organization, I suggest them that this technology we should give to the new entrepreneurs. And 15 industries purchased the patent. And there was a big program. And today, I'm telling you only the example of this importance of this technology. That India, we need 110 lakh ton of bitumen, out of which 50 lakh to 60 lakh ton is import. And now the Indian refineries capacity is only up to 50 lakh ton. So 60 lakh ton we have to make import for that. So my idea is we can add 30% biobitumen, which we can make it from Parali like biomass, that is from cotton straw, wheat straw, bagasse, rice straw. And this is the philosophy that we are going to convert waste into wealth. Because the Parali burning is a big nuisance problem for air pollution in Delhi area, where we are going to create value for Parali, that 2,500 rupees per ton. Then people will not burn that. And that convert into biobitumen and 30% biobitumen and 16% use rubber tire and 7% plastic. That it is going to save the cost of the construction, improve the quality of the construction, reduce the import of the country, and this is eco-friendly. Ecology and environment point of view, this is really beneficial. So exactly on that issue, we are doing a lot of experiments. Regarding AI is very important. Now we are making the road safety audits. And all our width, there are a lot of encroachment, there are black spots. So the idea is we are now, by using AI technology, the LiDAR system is there. So we are completely taking shooting of all our roads, and where we immediately understand what is the problem, where are the accident, which are the spots. So that is very important. Most of the negative part related with our ministry is detailed project report. And that to be a very, very problematic. So the lowest people who get the order, and that was the problem because there was a lot of defects.
So now we are using all AI technology, using the best technology for preparing of DPR. Then we will understand where is the encroachment. Then satellite images, and with the help of AI, we are now in the process that there are landslides. And one of the innovative company has given us a proposal by which before landslide, they can report us that there is a possibility that this is the spot where there is a possibility of landslides. So we can immediately take the action and improve the things. So by using this all technology, we want to make our road safely, and we want to reduce the accidents, and particularly the the road sides which are we are facing, that particularly in Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, there are a lot of landslides, and that where we can easily, before that, we will get the all type of detailed information from that technology, so we can take the action and we can save the life of the people. It is very important for better quality. It will reduce the delay, and 100% it is going to increase the speed. The AI based cameras.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask you about speed, and before asking,
Yes,
you're speaking
actually,
about speed. For many years, I think the discussion has been around, yeah, how many kilometers of highway has been built in a year, and there were targets, and then there were reports, targets met or targets not met. So, do you think AI will speed up things?
now we are already in the process of start. We have a software by which we can understand all type of road quality, what is going on the site. At the same time, we understand how we can make the good quality of the roads. Our challenge is how we are going to reduce the cost of construction and how we are going to improve the quality of construction. So we are not going to compromise with the quality. And that is the reason that we are always using best technology. We are using best equipments, construction equipments. We are giving priority because we are ecology and environment point of view. We are very, very sensitive. So now we are encouraging the equipment who are using biofuel and alternative fuel. Basically, it is going to reduce the pollution. So even in tractor also, I have a long meeting with all manufacturers, and now they are in the position to start electric tractor and the flex engine tractor. So the tractor will be going on 100% on ethanol, plus there will be arrangement that we can use CNG there. So that is going to reduce the cost, because the import of our fossil fuel is 23 lakh crore, or import of energy or fossil fuel. We have the expenditure. We want to reduce that, and we have to make diversification of agriculture to our energy and power sector. And by using the best technology, in place of petrol and diesel, in place of fossil fuel, we are already decided to give highest priority for alternative fuel and biofuel.
So the focus is on quality of road, and you are really not looking at changing the target of road construction through new
So
technology.
target is not the problem for me. Neither target is a problem, neither money is a problem. No problem. My only problem is we have to increase the speed of expenditure. We have to make more roads. But at the same time, we want to increase the speed. But at the same time, we have to maintain the quality. At any cost, we are not going to compromise with the quality. And that is the reason that the delay problem basically because of delay in land acquisition, delay on getting permission for environment, delay on permission for getting permission from railway. I'm just giving you the example. Now we have just sanctioned 3-layer flyovers in Pune costing 50,000 crore, which is going to resolve the traffic jam problem in Pune. So now actually everything is clear now. 100% land acquisition is clear. All clearances are clear. And when we are giving appointment date to the contractor, he can speedily, he can make the road as early as possible. So before that, the planning in details, we have to get all permissions related with the roads. by which we can reduce the cost. So that is very important. That the reason somewhere there is a delay is there, but without completing all this formality, we are not giving appointment date.
There was a development announced yesterday on asset monetization plan where highways dominate the share of asset monetization. How do you think it's going to help your sector?
Actually, our budget is 3,20,000 crore. And now I have got already, I can monetize the highway costing more than 12 to 15 lakh crores. They are ready with me. They are the asset. And now I'm telling you, it's also a great thing for NHI. That first our InvIT model we launched in Mumbai Stock Exchange. The time period was 7 days. And now the first day within 7 hours, our bond issue for InvIT model subscribes 7 times more. So that was the response from the market. So I don't have any problem with raising funds. Now we have InvIT model, TOT model. We have now giving priority for making projects on BOT, then hybrid annuity. So different type of models we are now, and now we are also have a new model concession agreement where the project may be in EPC and where it may be in hybrid annuity, but the 15 years guarantee will be the responsibility of the contractor. So in BOT also he has to maintain the road. Even TOT model and InvIT model, the maintenance responsibility is with the investor and the contractor. So today, because of that 100%, the maintenance will be good and we will offer good type of road.
While the government has been focused on huge investments on infrastructure, it hasn't been the case from the private sector. How do you think the private sector can invest more?
Actually, the most important thing is particularly in my department, first of all, we have now decided to giving highest priority for BOT. So I'm just giving you the example in Delhi-Chennai Express Highway, where Delhi to Surat, it is the same Delhi-Mumbai Express Highway. From Surat to Nashik, Nashik to Ahmednagar, Ahmednagar to Solapur, Akkalkot, Akkalkot to Kurnool, and Kurnool to Hyderabad, Cochin, Trivandrum, Chennai, Bangalore, Mysore have connectivity to South India. So actually from Nasik to Akkalkot, there are three packages. We are now the packages, we are already going for tender on BOT. So already 7 projects costing 60,000 crore. We have already project tendered BOT mode. So today there is a very good response from the investor and contractor, and I am sure that we will get the response. But at the same time, we are also making some projects on EPC mode, but our experience is not good. In the EPC mode, the contractor who makes the road, then maintenance responsibility only 5 years with him. But after that, our observation is the quality of the road is not up to the mark. Because after 5 years, there is no responsibility. So now we are making the road in any mode where there will be responsibility to the contractor for 10 to 15 years and his bank guarantee will be with us. If suppose the road is not good, we will turn out and we will take his bank guarantee. Because the quality is the important thing for all of us.
Moving on to EVs, a subject that is close to you. Why is the growth of four-wheeler EV vehicles not so great? It is still in.
No. This is not correct. Probably we are number 1 in the world where we have highest growth in e-vehicles. Now everywhere you see it. Just you on the road, you check the number plate. The E number plate is green. So anywhere you can see what is the number. Now EV two-wheeler. Huge response is there. Our major company of two-wheeler, that is Bajaj, TVS, Hero, Honda, their 50% production is export. Now our four-wheelers, majority companies, they have big export for e-vehicles. And actually, when we started e-vehicle, the cost of the lithium ion battery was $150 per kilowatt per hour. And now that cost come to $55 per kilowatt per hour. So today, within 6 months, probably, I'm assume that the cost of the petrol and diesel vehicle and e-vehicle will be the same. So, and as far as the expenditure is concerned, when you have a petrol or diesel car, your expenditure is 25 to 30,000 rupees per month. For the e-vehicle, it comes to 3 to 4,000 rupees per month. So there is a huge saving, no pollution, and even we are now all type of semiconductors, auto part, different type of auto parts. Our automobile industry is one of the asset for the Indian economy. I am telling you, when I taken charge as a minister, our number was 7 in the world. Now our number is third. Just 6-7 months before we surpassed Japan. And now our number is third. The first is USA, 79 lakh crore. Second is China, 49 lakh crore. And now India is come to 23 lakh crore. And my mission and target is within 5 years, we want to make India number 1. And it is because of e-vehicle. And I'm telling you, this is the sector up till now creates 4 crore 50 lakh jobs. And this is the sector which is giving as a part of GST maximum revenue to the state and central government. So I am very much sure you take it from me in the return that within 5 years, our electric bikes, electric scooter, electric buses will be cost effective and quality point of view will be the best in the world. And 100% I am confident there will be huge export. I'm just giving the example. Just 1 year before I got about to launch electric Mercedes in Chakan in their factory. At that time, the chairman was telling me, now we have decided that we will make our all models on electric and our manufacturing center in the world, first center will be India, that is India Chakan in Maharashtra. So every company want to take now electric tractors. This is the future. Electric trucks. Lot of companies are making electric trucks now. I'm giving the example. I just launched one project in Sonipat, where one company, Bakshi and Company, is a big logistic company working in the ports. They have started taking container from JNPT, Mumbai, Kandla, and Mudra port to Sonipat by that the swapping policy. And the 60 ton, that is the capacity of the truck, and they are taking it from the port, that container to Sonipat, and Sonipat to the port. They started, and every 150 kilometer there is a charging system. The all battery setup will be charged there, and immediately within 10 minutes they can fix up, and again they will start. So I'm telling you what is the cost difference. The cost difference is 110 rupees per liter diesel. Whatever the mileage they are getting, for electricity cost will be 10 to 12 rupees. And that is the reason that the most important challenge for Indian economy, that how we are going to reduce the logistic cost. And I am Bangalore, IIT Kanpur, IIT Chennai. Now they have already published their report, and by which they already indicates that our logistic cost is reduced by 5 to 6%. Previously it was 14 to 16%. The China, it is 8%, and USA and the European country it is 12%. But I am confident today our logistic cost is coming to single digit. It is 9%. It is because of the good roads and change in fuel. That is to be most important thing, which is going to boost Indian economy.
That's very reassuring. While talking about EVs, you mentioned China at number 2 in the pecking order. What is there to learn from China in infrastructure creation?
Actually, the innovation and research is the future. And one of the important strengths for India, that our young talented engineers are doing excellent job. Just I'm giving an example. Young talented engineer from IIT Delhi is giving me the presentation of aluminum air technology. And aluminum plate we are using as a fuel. And now that technology is purchased by the big automobile companies. And now in just in the 2 3 years, the aluminum technology will be the future because battery chemistry every time it is going to change. And our young talented engineers from IIT engineering colleges, they are doing excellent research. Now he's just giving me the presentation, the generator set. By adopting his new attachment to that generator set, the 90% pollution is going to reduce. So this type of new, and he has got a award from Ford company in USA. So he is the young talented engineer of just 35 years, 35 years from India. And these our young people are doing really excellent jobs. And the research is very important. And constantly our designing, you just see the design of Tata and Mahindra cars, electric cars. Very beautiful designs. Now our electric buses we are making, luxury buses we are making. Now we change the bus code. It is very important in the reform as far as we change all the new bus code where we will get the buses of international standard. So it is very important that we want to improve the quality. At the same time, the components are from maximum from India. That is the reason that we will reduce the cost and we will be more competitive in international market. And our automobile industry is now becoming a choice, not only people of India in domestic market, but now it is to be choice for the whole people in the world. And that is to be the important change in this sector. And this is the growth engine for Indian economy, automobile sector. It is going to change our future, creating more jobs, getting more revenue and more export. I'm very much confident about it. And within 5 years, it is a target, it is a mission that already I have given to the people of automobile industry that we should be number one in the world. And it can be possible.
Number one in the world, but road accidents continue. Before this session, we were talking about road accidents and the steps that you might be looking at to prevent road accidents or to minimize road accidents.
Actually, everything is good in my department, but, but this is the black spot. I'm trying from last 12 years vigorously, trying my level best, but I accept that still it is difficult. Can't complete our target. Every year we have 5 lakh accidents and 1,80,000 deaths. 72% of the deaths belong to 18 to 45 years. This is really bad. Young people. Unfortunately, I have no words, but it's very bad. 3% loss in GDP and children below 18 years. The deaths number is 10,119. Non-use of helmets. Because of helmet, people are not using. The death number is 54,122. Non-use of seat belts, 14,466 deaths. Overspeeding, 1.2 lakh deaths. And other major causes are wrong side driving, drunk driving, and mobile phone use when you are driving the car or the scooter. These are the reason. And we need to change the human behavior.
So it is mostly because of negligence and.
Actually, there are 4 important things: road engineering, automobile engineering, education, and enforcement. We are doing now. Law is very strict. We increase the penalty also by 2 times, 3 times more. But still, people are not changing. The human behavior is the big problem. Neither respect for law and the people are not taking seriously. Even the educated people, anywhere they can cross the road. So we need, this is the time that we need the cooperation from the different stakeholders of the society, from the media, to educate the people. And that is to be very important. and no fear for
any steps that
yes, we are now making a lot of campaigns. Amitabh Bachchan, actually, we have a big program in Mumbai. We have recorded that. Amitabh Bachchan, Alia Bhatt, Vicky Kaushal. One day, whole day, we record the program. We are taking a lot of program in the school, colleges, involving NGOs, universities, institutions, media, because this is a social problem. Then, actually, result there is a ad campaign, very nice ad campaign. Jaldi mat bachao, aram se aao. And a very effective campaign we have. We have a very good song, road safety song from Shankar Mahadevan. My request to you, if you can make the propaganda for campaigning for that, it's a very good song. So we are doing a lot of things, but still the deaths are increased. We are trying. We need your cooperation for that.
anything to sensitize drivers to
Now we have decided to open 2,000 driving training schools. Out of which 250 already we have given permission to them. We have already taking a lot of decisions regarding the road safety. The 6 airbags now mandatory in economic models. Whatever the thing, automobile engineering, we have already taken all the decision. We are now at par with the international standards. In the road engineering, because of the detailed project records fault, there was a lot of black spots out there. We are up till now spending 40,000 crore on improvement of black spots. Still, we are identifying black spots and we are improving that. Then landslide spot also we identify 350. We are also working on that. And actually, we are now making particularly our Bharat NCAP. Because of that, now the foreign car are coming to India for testing. And now we have decided to fix the standards for e-rickshaws. We have already appointed a committee. Everywhere we are thinking that how can we make a good quality of vehicles by which we can protect the life of the people. But at the same time, the human being, his behavior, his approach, his attitude is equally important. Now the Dharmendra Pradhanji has already accepted. We are starting in the education. There are special lessons on that to teach the 5th class, 7th class, 8th class, the importance of the road safety. We are doing, but still we have to do more because the number is very big. Now we have started a good scheme, and that is to be very important. The Prime Minister in his new office, PMO, the first day, he launched that PM Rahat, Road Accident Victim Hospitalization and Assured Treatment Scheme. The scheme is when anywhere there is an accident. Now there is a feeling in the mind of the people that way lapde mein mat pado. ये गड़बड़ हो जाएगी, पुलिस वाले तकलीफ देंगे. Now nothing is there. So if you are going to help to that victim and taking him up to the hospital, then we will declare him as a Rahavir and we will give him award 25,000 rupees as an award to him because he is going to save the man. And other is either accident is on any road. It may be NA, state highway, district road, city road. If the accident is there, immediately when he admitted to the hospital, maximum the 7 days treatment cost up to 1,50,000 rupees, we will immediately give him to give him good treatment. So these are the scheme. This is the important scheme, PM Rahat. We have already declared and now it is started all over India. So there is a report from the AIMS Doctor Committee that immediately if we can give the help to the victim, we can save the life of the 50,000 people. My request to all of you and through your media to the people of this country that if anywhere accident is there, immediately go there and help them and save their life. This is very important. And now there are people are also good responding. And I am confident that in due course of time, we will achieve the goal and we will save the life of the people by and large.
As Minister for Roads and Highways, you're not only driving infrastructure but also the economy of the country, like we were discussing earlier. So, what is your vision for India's growth? What kind of GDP growth are you looking at in the next 5 years?
Actually, I'm only tell you about my department. And now we are making express highway. Delhi to Dehradun, the road is ready, waiting for inauguration. We have already requested to Prime Minister. So there will be 2 hours. Delhi to Jaipur, 2 hours 15 minutes. Delhi to Srinagar, 8 hours. Delhi to Katra, 6 hours. Chennai to Bangalore, 2 hours. Now Bangalore to Mysore, already there is 1 hour. Delhi to Meerut, it is already 45 to 50 minutes. Now we are already in the process of making lot of access control green express highways. Green express highway means presently there is no road, but we are making direct connectivity, so we reduce the distance. Now you just take an example from Delhi to Chennai, that we have to go to Mumbai, and from Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Kolhapur and Solapur. But now with new road, we don't need to go there. So we are going to reduce the distance between Chennai to Delhi by 320 kilometers. That is going to reduce the logistic cost, and that is going to reduce the save time also. And because of express highway, 100%, it is going a cost effective. It will be a cost saving. So this type of different type of tunnel. We are making now a tunnel in Brahmaputra in Assam of 19,000 crore under the Brahmaputra. We are making at least tunnel costing more than 3,50,000 crores of tunnels in a different part of the country. Then we are having planning for making connectivity to all ports, connectivity to airports, connectivity to railway stations, connectivity to industrial clusters, connectivity to logistic parks. So Gati Shakti platform is there. On the basis of that, we are planning that how it can be useful for development. And the road is a sector. If we construct new road, immediately new city is developed. You take the example of Delhi, that Dwarka Express Highway. Once upon a time, there was a road where we need the cooperation from Haryana government and Delhi government, and it was from 12 years. The road was already, actually there was a lot of problem with that road. The Chief Minister of Haryana at that time requested me, and we now have already that big road, and you are too now also. We are going to that. So you see the quality of the road. So now we are making 3-level bridges. In Nagpur, we have the bridge, road, then flyover, then metro on the same pillar. In Pune, we are making the bridges of 50,000 crore we are spending, road, then flyover, then metro, 4-layer. So by using the best technology, best designs, we are now, because the land acquisition is also a constraint. And we are now making tunnels also. Our Chojila tunnel is now 80% is completed. And the estimated cost for the tunnel was 12,000 crore. And now we are going to complete that tunnel with 5,500 crores. Saving is 6,000 crores saving is there. By using different type of technology, we are transparent, time bound, result oriented, and corruption free. All system is e-tender, and there is not a single allegation from last 12 years in our ministry about corruption. Regarding quality, there are problems. There are technology, there are some problems. We always understand the problems, we improve the things, and we are using the best technology going ahead.
Before going to the audience for a couple of questions, I wanted to go back to the issue of AI. Do you see AI as a glass half full or glass half empty? Is it about opportunity or risk also?
Actually, every technology is an opportunity. But how you are going to use the technology for what purpose, that is to be important. Actually, in the road construction, for maintaining good quality, making designs, making DPR, now the technology is very important and we are using AI everywhere. So now you just see our toll system. Once upon a time, there is a long queue for paying toll. But now I am assuring you that up to the end of this year, December, all over India, there will be no queue. There will be seamless traffic on the toll and there will be no problem. And we have already given a pass to the people now. With 3,000 rupees yearly pass, they will get 200 toll. That costs 15 rupees per toll. So it is nothing. So I feel that the using the best technology, we want to reduce the all type of complications which are there. So it is, I'm very much positive about it. It is useful. And regarding road construction, we have decided to use maximum new technology. And the most important thing is every time technology is changing, new suggestions, new innovations are coming. We are open-minded. We are ready to accept all the new things. And because we want to improve the quality and giving good services to the people of this country.
Couple of questions from the audience. Yeah. Anyone from the right? Haven't gone to the right side. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, excuse. Hello, sir. I'm Dr. Nikhil Monga. I have a small question. Like you are a strong advocate of green hydrogen and biofuel. So can you envision a complete sunset for the petrol and diesel vehicle, or they'll run together with the biofuel and all?
Actually, frankly speaking, now 85 to 86% of our dependence on the imported fuel, and that is particularly the fossil fuel. Now we are developing a lot of new technology. Electric is becoming very popular. And now electric car, electric scooter, electric truck, flex engine, 100% ethanol. At the time of the driving, it already generates 60% of electricity. So the cost is, as compared with the mileage with the petrol, it coming 25 rupees per liter for the petrol. It coming. So the cost saving is there. Regarding hydrogen is a future. I've got hydrogen car. And that car is from the Toyota. The name of the car is Mirai. Mirai is a Japanese word. Mirai means future. And the problem is that the car is good. Hydrogen is, one is green hydrogen. That is from water, from biomass, from municipal organic waste. We can make the green hydrogen. Then we can make the hydrogen from coal, that is black hydrogen, and byproduct of hydrogen from fossil fuel, that is brown hydrogen. The cost of the hydrogen is now $7 to $8 per kg. My dream, I'm not assuring you, neither it is my declaration. I'm very much cautious about it. But my dream, my mission, my ambition is to make availability of hydrogen with $1 per kg. And अगर ये होगा तो आज एनर्जी इंपोर्ट करने वाला नहीं तो एनर्जी निर्यात करने वाला देश हम बनेंगे. आप पूछोगे कैसा होगा? So now we have already used municipal waste in road construction. We reduced the height of Gazipur, that Tekdi, by 7 meters. So we up till now we use 80 lakh ton of municipal garbage in road construction. Now we can segregate that glass, metal, plastic, and organic waste going taking it to the biodigester. We'll get methane, and from methane we will get bio CNG or hydrogen. Now the most important challenge is still there is no solution of that. The problem is transport of hydrogen and filling station of that. The cost of the filling station of hydrogen is 6 to 7 crore. We have to make in India and made in India. And transport of hydrogen is a problem. We have already pilot project we have started on 10 national highway where Tata, Ashok Leyland, Volvo, IOCL, HPCL, all Reliance, all are in the part of that scheme. And now we are starting hydrogen buses, hydrogen truck on the road. I just got opportunity to launch 3 hydrogen based truck of Tata. And there is a truck where on IC engine, petrol and diesel engine, they are using hydrogen. So hydrogen is the future. but making hydrogen from biomass and from municipal organic waste can be a good source. By using biotechnology, we can increase the productivity of biomass, and by increasing productivity, we can use that biomass for generating green hydrogen. And India has got the ability. In the Panipat, we have already started the project, that is the dream project. It's really one of the dream project related with me. That is, we are making 1 lakh liter of ethanol from rice straw, 150 ton of biobitumen per day, and 78,000 ton per year sustainable aviation fuel. So we can make sustainable aviation fuel from biomass. We can make hydrogen from that. And now our people are doing excellent job. Challenges are there, but in due course of time, there are a lot of opportunities. And I'm always saying to people that there are some people who convert problems into opportunities and some people who convert opportunities into the problem. So this is the challenge, but 100% India is going to become a big, powerful source of energy, particularly with hydrogen. And I'm very much positive about it. In due course of time, we will achieve that goal.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Any more question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. So thank you for the knitting session. I am Astha, a student at Delhi University. You're very optimistic about EV adoption in India, but I can't see from the consumer's point of view, because if we would have been so willing to adopt EV, we would have started putting EV infrastructure in India. So what are the initiatives you are planning to take to improve EV adoption in India, and how we can increase the penetration in that?
EV adoption.
Actually, I got the data. There is a 30 to 40% rise in already sale of electric vehicles. And now some of the vehicles, there is a waiting list. You can't get. Even the Tata, Mahindra, they are increasing their capacity. So there is a huge demand for electric vehicle. So a lot of people are taking. And now I'm very much confident about it. Within a 6 months, the cost of petrol, diesel vehicle and electric vehicle will be the same.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gadkari. It was a wonderful conversation. And there's something coming up. So please stay on.
I'm told we are going to be playing the Shankar Mahadevan video. So, sir, please stay on, the one you mentioned.
Yes.
जीवन के लिए एक बचपन के लिए आशों के लिए सपनों के लिए एक बार
देश के नए कल के लिए किसी के प्यार के लिए इंतजार के लिए एक वादा दोहराते रहेंगे हर वाह करेंगे हर वाह करेंगे सुरक्षित रहेंगे हर वाह करेंगे हर वाह करेंगे हर वाह करेंगे सुरक्षित
हमने ये 22 भाषाओं में किया है। तो रीजनल लैंग्वेज में भी हम उस स्टेट में सबको स्कूल के बच्चों के लिए भेज रहे हैं। आप भी सहयोग करिए। और एक बात मैं भूल गया, हमने अभी आईटी मिनिस्ट्री से फ्रीक्वेंसी खरीदी की है और एक एआई का यूज करके नई टेक्नोलॉजी लाई है ट्रक, बसेस और कार में, कि जब डैश नहीं होगा, जब डैश होने का टाइम आएगा तो ऑटोमेटिक ब्रेक लग जाएगा और गाड़ी रुक जाएगी। तो उसका भी यूज कर।
So has it been implemented already?
अभी ऑर्डर निकलेगा, फिर नए मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में वैसे व्हीकल बनेंगे।
Okay. And hope the country learns from this Shankar Mahadevan song and the campaign. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gadkari. Thank you so much. Can we have the memento? You know, the conversations with Mr. Gadkari are always very candid and he always comes prepared for the conversations too, whatever the questions be. Thank you very much. We'll take a 5 to 10 minute break and then we will reconvene here. So in 5 or 10 minutes, we will be back for the next session. Thank you very much.
आराम से सामान देना भैया।
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो बिल्कुल पर्ची में देखो, कहाँ गई पर्ची?
नमस्ते। मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होता है। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हील चेयर, ये आपका और ये आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग के बाद तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात पर्ची में ना लिखी, ऐसा हो सकता है? टिफिन
पर्ची में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते, आपके सफर में सफर बन जाते हैं। अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं।
On behalf of Business Standard, I extend a very warm welcome.
So this kind of event basically boosts our confidence.
I guess this is research and business because we have so many new investors and so many new students.
Over there. With her.
Leadership's journey, sunlight awakens that new dawn of possibilities, but according to the away from spotlight, begin floating. 1969 is one such year. India stood at a crossroads where possibility emerged, not as a country, but as a quiet resolve. Recently incorporated into resident in the agriculture sector by energizing irrigation offsets, marking a flag for the Indian and renewable economy. Since then, we have diversified into new technologies and financed over 1 lakh megawatt of energy. We have come a long way from setting up our first regional office in 1974 to presence across India through 22 project offices today. We are now one of the biggest financial institutions in the country, funding generation, transmission, distribution, and renewable energy projects. The future is now. We are constantly reinventing ourselves to stay ahead of the times. From issuing our first bonds in 1975 to raising funds from across the globe and having one of the highest quality institutional investments among public financial institutions. The trust of our investors has been driving us forward. As a testament to the faith reposed from our stakeholders, we have established ourselves as an accredited financier and have the highest credit rating from all major listed agencies. Internationally, we are rated at par with the solid ratings by Moody's, Fitch, and Japan Credit Rating Agency. With our client-oriented approach, we continue to set new benchmarks in our performance and continue to outshine our peers while creating excellent value for our clients, with untiring diligence and strong ethics as our guiding principles. As India aspires to become a $5 trillion economy, our vision is to be the leader in catalyzing an innovative, inclusive, and sustainable future.
Hi, and welcome to this tour of a typical corporate office and see what chaos goes dominates. Best displayed decisions, deadlines, breakdowns. Hey there, where are you going? Surely this room is full of debates and arguing. What does this mean? Oh, we should have this in the past. For chaos, you won't find me. We are all sending on button. Wow.
आगे क्या करना है उनकी पर्ची कहाँ गई पर्ची नमस्ते मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा है आप चलिए मेरे साथ व्हील चेयर ये आपका और ये आपका पर्ची में शॉपिंग के बाद तो जरूर लिखी होती है थोड़ी पूजा के बाद पर्ची में ना सब
Thank you. पर्ची में सब लिखा ही नहीं
आपकी पर्ची
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास कोर्स में चलाते हैं आपके सफर में सफल होते हैं हम करके दिखाते हैं
This is standard. I extend a very warm welcome.
So this kind of basically push our confidence.
So many investors, so many investors.
Sponsors, banks, and advisors, structured and home compliance, leverage, acquisition, and growth finance. Balance, optimization, leveraging structured trade finance, loan syndications and underwriting, Aayog, FDI, and Subsidies, foreign currency bonds, and ratings advisory, powering businesses with customized solutions and speed for global and domestic markets. Trade loans, import and export finance, letters of credit, bank guarantees, structured trade finance, growth needs capital, our bespoke offerings, foreign exchange, We finance the future. Fund for contracts. Whatever your financial goals, India is your trusted partner. Explore smart, secure, and seamless banking today.
There are moments in a nation's journey when the sunlight awakens and the dawn of possibilities. When a quiet vision away from the spotlight begins to shape the future of millions. 1959 was one such year. As India stood at a crossroad of love and possibility, REC emerged not as a company, but as a quiet resolve. Dixon was the corporate to represent the agriculture sector by energizing the irrigation concepts, marking a leap for the Indian agrarian economy. Since then, we have diversified into new technologies and financed over 1 lakh megawatts of energy. We have come a long way from setting up our first regional office in 1974 to presence across India through 22 project offices today. We are now one of the biggest financial institutions in the country, funding generation, transmission, distribution, and renewable energy projects. The future is now. We are constantly reinventing ourselves to stay ahead of the times. From issuing our first bonds in 1975 to raising funds from across the globe and having one of the highest foreign institutional investments among public financial institutions. The trust of our investors has been driving us forward. As a testament to the faith reposed by our stakeholders, we have established ourselves as an accredited financier and have the highest credit rating from all major domestic agencies. Internationally, we are rated at par with the solid ratings by Moody's, Fitch, and Japan Credit Rating Agency. With our client-oriented approach, we continue to set new benchmarks in our performance and continue to outshine our peers while creating maximum value for our clients, with untiring diligence and strong ethics as our guiding principles. As India aspires to become a $5 trillion economy, our vision is to be the leader in catalyzing an innovative, inclusive, and sustainable future.
And welcome to this tour of a typical corporate office. Let's see what kind of speech documents. Where explicitly decisions, deadline, curriculum. Hey there, where are we going? Surely this request for debates and public. No, we should have entered this in first. And the description that details the people are always, for chaos, you won't. We are all to send them back in. The it's 69% less power consumption, with 86% fewer servers powered by AMD processors. It's been an additional ingredients.
AMD is what your business needs. Businesses love AMD.
अब आगे क्या करना है वो पिंटू की पर्ची में लिख दो। कहाँ गई पर्ची? नमस्ते, मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा हुआ है। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हील चेयर, ये आपका और ये आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग के बाद तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पूजा के बाद पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है डिबेट
पर्ची में सब लिखा ही नहीं।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ बॉडी क्लास है कोर्स नहीं चलाते हैं। आपके सफर में अगर हम सफल बन जाते हैं पता है ना हम करके दिखाते हैं।
On behalf of Business Standard, I extend a very warm welcome. Space, working freely. So it's kind of that basically boost our confidence. So, sponsors and business sectors, so many investors and students.
Delivering solutions for corporates, family offices, financial sponsors, banks, and FIs. Structured and holdco financing, leverage, acquisition, and growth financing. Balance sheet optimization leveraging structured trade finance, loan syndications and underwriting, INR, FDI, NCDs, foreign currency bonds, and ratings advisory. Powering businesses with customized solutions and speed for global and domestic markets. Trade loans, import and export finance, letters of credit, bank guarantees, structured trade finance, growth means capital, our bespoke offerings, foreign exchange. Wherever we innovate, we finance the future, SPOTs, forward contracts. Whatever your financial needs, Natural India is your trusted partner. Explore smart, secure, and seamless banking today.
There are moments in a nation's journey when the sunlight awakens and needed broad possibilities, when a quiet decision away from the spotlight begins to shape the future of millions. 1969 was one such year. As India stood at a crossroads of need and possibility, REC emerged not as a company but as a quiet resolve. REC was incorporated to resurrect the agriculture sector by energizing irrigation pump sets, marking a dramatic leap for the Indian agrarian economy. Since then, we have diversified into new technologies, financed over 1 lakh megawatt of energy. We have come a long way from setting up our first regional office in 1974 to presence across India through 22 project offices today. We are now one of the biggest financial institutions in the country, funding generation, transmission, distribution, and renewable energy projects. The future is now. We are constantly reinventing ourselves to stay ahead of the times. From issuing our first bonds in 1975 to raising funds from across the globe and having one of the highest foreign institutional investments among public financial institutions. The trust of our investors has been driving us forward. As a testament to the faith reposed by our stakeholders, we have established ourselves as an accredited financier and have the highest credit rating from all major domestic agencies. Internationally, we are rated at par with the sovereign ratings by Moody's, Fitch, and Japan Credit Rating Agency. With our client-oriented approach, we will continue to set new benchmarks in our performance and continue to outshine our peers while creating maximum value for our clients, with untiring diligence and strong ethics as our guiding principles. As India aspires to become a $5 trillion economy, our vision is to be the leader in catalyzing an innovative, inclusive, and sustainable future.
I welcome to this tour of a typical corporate office. Let's see what chaos each dominates. Where stress leads decisions, deadlines, breakdown. Hey there, Bernard is on. Funny, they soon refer debates at public. What does this mean? Oh, we should have entered this room first. Any delays, incidents, and glitches? People are always here. Looking for chaos? You won't find it. We are on to Zen mode by AMD. Zen what? AMD. The 5 tons of AI power that the PCs and laptops are powered by the AMD Ryzen processor and 69% lesser power consumption with 86% per servers powered by AMD AI processors. It's built under the pressure of ingredients.
Oh, everyone should fan moved by AMD. It's what your business needs. Businesses love AMD.
अब आगे क्या कर रहे हैं वो ये पर्ची में एक पर्ची नमस्ते मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा है आप चलिए मेरे साथ व्हीलचेयर ये आपका और ये आपका पर्ची में शॉपिंग के बाद तो जरूर लिखी होती है थोड़ी पेट पूजा के बाद पर्ची में ना ऐसा हो सकता है
पर्ची में लिखा ही नहीं से वर्ड क्लास है कोर्स में चलाते हैं आपके संदर्भ में हम सब लोग अगर मैं दिखा
Just bring them now. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be beginning in like 2 or 3 minutes. So I see everybody's already settled in. Okay, start. Start. Then the hall fills up. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I think the hall will just fill up once we start the session. The next conversation is on data centers and the sustainability challenge. It's a critical question at the heart of the digital economy. Now, as India's data consumption surges and digital infrastructure expands at unprecedented speed, data centers have become the backbone of growth. But they are also among the most energy intensive assets in the ecosystem. They're called energy guzzlers. So, how do we balance scale with sustainability? How do we power the cloud responsibly while meeting climate commitments? This discussion explores the innovations, policies, and partnerships needed to build greener, more efficient digital infrastructure for the future. May I please invite on stage the moderator, Business Standards, Mr. Avik Das. May we have our guests, Mr. Mohit Bhargava, Country Director, India Energy and Climate Center at Goldman School of Public Policy, UC Berkeley. He's the former CEO of NTPC Green Energy Limited, where he spearheaded NTPC's renewable energy initiative across India. He's an electrical engineer and he brings 35 years of experience and expertise in power plant commissioning, maintenance, procurement, and planning. May I also invite on stage Mr. Sunil Gupta, founder, managing director, and CEO of Yota Data Services. Mr. Gupta is often dubbed as the data center man of India and has been at the forefront of Yota's meteoric rise in the country's data center sector over the last few years. Our third guest, we will wait for him, but I will introduce him here. He should be reaching shortly. This is Mr. Nikhil Dhingra, CEO and whole-time director of Acme Solar Holdings. He's on track to develop and execute long-term growth strategies for Acme Solar's ambitious target of achieving 10 gigawatt capacity by 2030. Over to you, Avik.
Thank you so much, Vinu. And of course, a session after a break is a little difficult because we've got to capture the attention of the audience. But thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to actually talk to both the executives, Mohit Bhargava as well as Sunil Gupta, and of course, Nikhil will soon join us. We have heard about data centers, and I'll go in the order of first asking the question to Mohit, then to Mr. Gupta. Mohit, we talk about green data centers. Perhaps firing the data centers over the next 10 years or something. Can there be something as 100% green data centers in a decade? What do you think? Would love to get your thoughts to just start off the conversation.
Good afternoon, and thanks, Avik. I hope I'm audible and not too much echo. Thanks to Business Standard for having me over. So yes, I actually thought you'll start with Sunil so that I get to understand what these guys are doing and what's the kind of demand for power people like us. So yes, we did discuss this a bit earlier. So when we say green, I'm only looking at how the data center is being powered. So we understand the entire infrastructure on the data center side is with people like them. But what can be done today? All the data centers, I assume, are the general acceptance is that they're highly power guzzlers, and most of them are looking at large scale suppliers, base load suppliers. But with the way India has been able to discover very really low real-time tariffs for the renewable sources, we see that the data centers can actually be powered by fully green or renewable energy sources on 24/7 basis. In fact, a lot of work which has been done by our team at Berkeley, this has brought it out very clearly that if we want to use, in fact, I was just talking to Sunil, so they have large plans. Of course, they already have close to about 200 megawatt of data centers in operation. So 200 megawatts of data centers on round the clock basis can be easily powered. The important thing to note here is that in India, you can actually do a green power source much faster. You can actually do a green power source which is more competitive and inflation proof. So 2 or 3 things which are very clearly in the favor of the green. One, we can do these power plants supply sources in less than 2 years, which is what I think these guys are looking for. We can do it at cost, base load costs, which are actually cheaper than every other alternate sources in the country. Coal-based, nuclear, gas-based, and so on and so forth. So this makes eminent case. And what's also important, like I said, in the case of green data centers, green power supply can be actually tied up for the next 15, 20 years, which is inflation proof because there's actually no element there or no resource there, which is open to inflation. So I'll probably stop there and yeah.
Sure. Thank you so much. Sunil, moving over to you. We have, of course, talked over the last 1 year about data centers, the expansion, as well as the sustainability challenges. Before we move into the sustainability question, just help me understand, help the audience understand. We all know that the modern data centers or the AI-powered data centers are far more powerful than the traditional ones. What actually makes them so powerful? What makes them actually so much more power consuming and water consuming compared to the traditional?
Sure, Avik. Thanks. So just to start from the basics, anything we are using digital in our life, and I think every moment right now also, I think everybody must be using something or the other on their phone. At the back end, it's going to some data center. We say it's going to cloud, but that cloud is not the cloud in the sky. It's some physical buildings where you have got thousands and thousands of physical hardware servers on which software, the websites, and the applications are running in, which you are consuming on your mobile. So if digital is expanding in our lives by way of various mobile apps, by way of various applications you are using in your office, and it is continuously going to increase, but natural, the underlying infrastructure has to keep on increasing. So I need to keep on putting more and more hardware. I need to keep on putting more and more servers. And if that increases, I have to put more and more data centers to host that. So that is the basic. So even before we were doing AI, because of the adoption of the regular digital application in their lives, that was growing organically almost like 25-30%. We have seen what UPI has done in our lives, right? And you have got tens and tens of applications. You have your TV also has become now a complete smart TV now. It is no more a cable driven TV, which is also digital. So everything is coming on our devices in a digital way, and that is putting a strain on the data center. Now, when you are putting these applications in a data center, that hardware in a data center, before the advent of AI, a typical, like in a data center, will have rows and rows of racks in which the equipment are there. And a typical rack, when you stuff it with lots of hardware, would have consumed 6-7 kilowatt per rack. That was the typical power density we have seen for last 25 years, in our data centers. And that was good enough. It was increasing a little bit, but more or less that was the case. The moment AI came into our lives, whether you are training the models like a chat GPT or a Gemini or a Grok, or whether you are putting your prompt into these models, when we are putting a prompt in chat GPT and then getting a response, at the back end, the hardware which is working is not a regular hardware, which we have used in our 25 years for our regular applications. This hardware is powered by special type of chips called GPUs, and almost like 95% of these GPUs worldwide are made by one company, which is NVIDIA. Now, these chips, by the nature of how these chips work, they consume minimum 10 times more power than what the regular CPU chips were consuming, right? So if you just extrapolate now, in the same physical rack in a data center, if earlier I was consuming 6 kilowatt per rack, suddenly I'm supposed to consume 60 kilowatt per rack. And if we go by the latest chips, which NVIDIA has released, which I'm myself implementing in my own Noida data center, they will be consuming around 150 kilowatt per rack. So imagine the density, one rack with 6 kVA power, which itself is equivalent to 4 or 5 of our flats. 6 kVA also is equal to 4 or 5 of our residential flats. If you make that 6 kilowatt to a 150 kilowatt per rack, number one, the density increases like anything. So the power required to cool these equipment also increases significantly. And the total amount of power which you require in the same footprint of the building. So a data center building, which I was happy making of a 20 megawatt size, maybe till 2 years back, suddenly I am being made to make a 100 megawatt single building and being made to make a campus of 1 gigawatt. So when you hear Google announcing a large campus in Vizag or others also talking about these large campuses, they are primarily driven by because AI is going to going to use these specialized type of chips, and these chips are extremely power hungry. They're extremely cooling hungry.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'll take a moment to actually welcome Mr. Dhingra on the stage. Thank you so much, sir, for making it. But I'll stick to one more question before I move over to Mr. Dhingra. What are some of the steps that data center companies like Yotta and the others that are there in India, that could be the foreign ones as well as the India ones, what are they actually doing to sort of minimize or reduce the consumption of power as well as water?
Yeah.
Because most of these centers probably will come up in Mumbai or Chennai.
Yeah.
And in India, we of course know that power is probably stressed and water is almost very, very scarce.
Yeah. So there are two questions which we as the industry are talking all the time. One is the amount of power we are consuming, as Avik just asked, and second is the type of power we are consuming. Like instead of thermal power, we use green power. So right now I'll focus on the first question, that what is the amount of power we are consuming and can we reduce that? See, in this case, there is something in the hands of the hardware manufacturer, the chips manufacturer. There's something in the hands of the software builders, the people who are building models. And then there's something in the hands of the data center operator. So all the three people have some contributions to do to reduce the power in the data center. The hardware manufacturer, how efficient is the chip that it can process much more cycles of compute with lesser amount of power. That is what people like NVIDIA are doing. Every new chip they are releasing, they are making it far more power efficient compared to what the previous generation was. That is step one. Similarly, the people who are making AI models or doing the software coding, how efficient is that code? That the computation of that code takes much lesser hardware cycle than more. That is the second part of that. But the third part, which is quite a big part, comes on data centers. What do we do? I cannot control the power which goes into hardware because that is what chip guys and the software guys can control. What I can control as a DC operator is the amount of power I require for cooling these chips, right? So that is where traditionally, like data centers were using a method called air cooling, right? That you are exchanging the heat with air and you are just throwing cool air on the equipment and you cool it. It was quite good till the time we were having, as I said, 4, 5, 6 kilowatt per rack. That air as a medium of cooling was quite good. Then we started using, okay, let's use chillers. So there is some chillers which is exchanging heat with air, but then there is a closed loop water, and that water remains on the periphery of the server hall, and that water cools the air, and that air again is thrown in the rack. Again, we were happy to do 8 kilowatt to 10 kilowatt per rack with this method. Now with GPUs coming in, all these methods are just failing. The only method now available to us is you actually take water right inside the rack, inside the equipment, terminate on the chip itself. Because water being like the best conductor of heat would always extract that heat immediately. So you're not leaving any room for air in between. The water will just extract the heat from the GPU chip or the memory chip and just take it out, and then basically then finally the hot water goes back and then heat exchange happens with air. So this something which we in our jargon call direct to chip cooling or liquid cooling is something is the one method which we as an industry, it has become a norm. There's no alternate actually, which we are adopting. And so there's one jargon we use again in our industry called PUE, power usage efficiency. That is for every 1 unit of power which goes into an equipment, how much extra units you're consuming for cooling it. So industry was so far working on a PUE of around 1.4, 1.5. For every 1 unit of power goes to equipment, we'll take another 0.4, 0.5 for cooling it. With this direct to chip liquid cooling, we are able to bring that down to around 1.2 or 1.1, which means you are able to save that much of power. So this is the method, and of course there are many other operational best practices. How do you make sure that cold air does not leak the way we do in our homes, that if there's an air conditioner working, you just close your door? Fundamental the same method, that there are many good operating practices using which you are able to control the amount of power which goes into the cooling of the equipment.
Got it. Thank you so much. I'll come back to you on the water usage, but I'll move over to Mr. Singh. The country's focus on renewable energy, of course, is well known. Almost perhaps 50% of the total generating capacity is almost now on the non-fossil part. Given the situation, what sort of critical role, renewable energy companies like you can actually play to cater to the huge power demand that is, of course, almost obvious to come over the next 5 years? Because I'll just give you the data, because right now I think the load capacity for the data centers is around 1.3, 1.5 gigawatts. It is expected to almost go to about 8 gigawatts by 2030, what Jeffrey says, according to the report. So how do you think renewable energy can actually stand up and meet the demand?
As you would have seen, renewable energy, as you rightly mentioned, already contributes 50% of the overall installed capacity. And this year we are on track to deliver more than 40 gigawatts of solar and more than 5 gigawatts of wind. So it's the highest ever addition in the grid we are seeing on the renewables. And of course, we are all searching for more demand centers to accommodate this growth in renewables. Because as we are growing in renewables, this is an intermittent power. So we all need round the clock sort of power, which there are more and more sinks for that power, which will help all of us supply more power, because this sector has all the ingredients, and of course we are all very cost competitive. So as we would have seen that India has led the way in terms of the cost competitiveness of renewables. The delivered cost of solar in India is one of the cheapest in the world. and we are moving towards that on the battery side, on the PSP side, and all the new technologies. So we are very, very competitive on the power. So first and foremost, every industry needs the cheap solution. Renewable is stands head to head or even ahead of other sources of power in terms of supplying cheaper power, cheaper than the state electricity board is able to supply. So as you would have seen, most of the data center operators have already tied up with renewable power operators. They have set up their own capacities. So renewable is more than geared up to supply this additional demand of 8 gigawatts round the clock demand, if I may say. Because right now, various customers like railways are already buying round the clock power, which a data center may also look at. And that can be done very efficiently through a mix of solar heavy battery and plus small mix of wind at a very competitive tariffs, which are much lower than thermal and which are even after the you could say the transmission waiver. So renewable, of course, is cleaner, and of course it can be done faster. The only thing which is required is to have a data center specific policy which allows the current market operators to aggregate this demand and plan. Because right now our planning is centered around discoms and states, how are they want to procure, and each state has their own roadmap regarding growth. So the data centers now need to post this budget policy change and now the renewed push. The states need to factor these very aggressively into their plans. That roadmap needs to be blessed by the Central Planning Commission and the CA and the 5-year plan, whatever is made. Because once that is done, then the global players, the global tech companies, will be able to better plan which are the places where they can get the cheap power, and of course where they can get the most competitive regulatory policies. Because we need to, as a renewable player, we need to plan whether we will build on the central grid, we will build on the state grid, and also there is a critical mass you need to build to be very competitive on the transmission infrastructure. Let's say a 400 kV connection is more cost efficient as compared to a smaller connection, and you need a critical mass to build that. So aggregating customers is not possible for all renewable players to, let's say, companies like Yota, and they are into this space. And of course, a renewable company will take some time to get into that direct to the customers, the tech companies, right? So we need players like Yota, and of course, there are as an aggregation and the governments to aggregate, and of course. And they can play a larger role because in terms like cooling and other things, we are of course on early stage, like we are developing green ammonia, we are developing, so there could be a synergy in terms of cooling basis the green ammonia, because that also produces a lot of heat and which can be channeled. So we are there could be synergies in terms of setting up renewable capacities and also using new technologies in terms of the data center.
All right, thank you. You talked about, of course, the national data center policy, and Mohit, I'll come to you there. Of course, it's still in the works, but what are some of the pillars, or some of the areas of focus that policy should have when it comes to, the green energy focus, the sustainability bit? What's your opinion there? What's your take?
So I think we need to look at it in maybe a couple of buckets. And first and foremost, the data center, for a data center, as I assume and Sunil can probably confirm, the cost of electricity is not the deciding factor. Like in many other cases, for example, Nikhil mentioned ammonia, there the cost of electricity becomes a key component as to how you will bring your prices down. For data centers, the amount of money these guys are coughing up for NVIDIA's chips are, humongous compared to the cost of electricity in the whole ecosystem. So if you look at the national data center policy, and probably I will slightly differ from Nikhil here. You see, if we look at what these guys are proposing, for example, the Google data center in Andhra is about 1 gigawatt data center. I think in the AI Summit, Reliance also announced another 1.5 gigawatt. You yourself said you could be looking at 1 to 2 gigawatt, and then there are a host of the hyperscalers looking at data centers. So in terms of demand per se, I don't think an aggregator is any longer required, because if one gentleman is willing to buy 1 gigawatt of round the clock power, you can have enough number of people lining up at the doorstep to say, I can supply cheap. And just for reference, for example, and Nikhil did mention this, there was recently a bid conducted by SECI, which was solar plus 6-hour battery storage. I think that was about 1200 megawatt, 1200 and 2400 megawatt hour of storage. That is exactly the configuration which can actually deliver 400 megawatts of round the clock green power. So you don't actually need to do anything else. You just have to ensure that the battery discharge happens as per your requirement during non-solar hours. Price which was discovered there was 3 rupees 12 paisa. Is that, Nikhil, if you remember? Something like that. That was
A peak power bit, but
that was a peak power bit. I'm saying so 400 odd megawatt of green power at 3 rupees 12 paisa. Okay, let's assume it's not 3 rupees 12. You could be no. I'm saying if you do some other kinds of tenders, location specific, it would actually be around 4 rupees. I don't see which other source of electricity in the country can do that. What is required is to kind of have a focus on that. For example, I mean, if I would say government probably doesn't need to do anything, which is what I was trying to say. I mean, a national data center policy should focus on what are the kind of incentives these guys need. They might be asking for the moon. So let government decide whether these guys want the moon or government can give the moon, what kind of tax exemption and so on and so forth. I will probably not like to interfere there. It's their business. But as a power producer, we want to ensure that whatever we are setting up, we get a decent return on that. And if data center people are willing to tie up long-term basis, 20, 25 years, even better. What is probably required is more clarity on a couple of other things. For example, a data center can be set up anywhere. And India is one of those places where I'm no expert here, but probably what you need is an easy connectivity to the transmission system. You should have a connectivity wherein the state regulator allows you to connect to open access. So you don't have to go around circles that I want to draw power as a large consumer. And there are some regulations. So in some states, they've already allowed, for example, that you could set up data centers, you could connect to the central grid, you could connect to the state grid directly. And then, of course, there are already policies which say that if you pick up some stake in the power company, a lot of those charges are in any case waived off. So we're just doing a broad number, and our team at Berkeley did. So what we are seeing is that even if you consider a 4 rupee kind of tariff, which will be flat in nominal terms for 25 years, and add as a worst case scenario another 60, 71 rupee. So at 5 rupees, you could have electricity at your data center over all the systems. I think it's a win-win game for them. And even if you agree for 550, I'm sure you don't mind, as long as that is confirmed. They get the bragging rights for green, which I don't know whether they need. They're not bothered about. But if you look at the entire way how the data centers are being developed, you mentioned the Jeffries report. I think USA is by far the leader in that, and people are talking about 100 odd gigawatts of data centers. But the biggest challenge in US today is the fact that they do not have electricity supply. So you might have read also in the newspapers that I think one of these guys went and bought the 3 Mile Island nuclear power supply, 800 megawatt. Microsoft was one. Another guy went around and they're trying to find gas turbines in the system where they can connect those systems. Because whatever we may say, the current dispensation in US is not inclined for renewable. And in any case, in USA, if you need transmission permitting, it's like a 10-year line. So the queue in USA for transmission is a 10-year long queue. Fortunately for us in India, we could do all that, like I said, in 2 hours flat. So India has that unique advantage. And we have a lot of land which could be used. The choice is between a data center operator and the electricity IPP, if I may say so, whether they can do it together. Ideal situation, as Nikhil also mentioned, is if we have a power source which has the renewable generation source like the solar and the battery co-located, you use a single transmission line and supply to wherever you want. Many states like Andhra and Maharashtra, I think they have been aggressively pursuing the data center route to increase the supply, and that also helps not only attract investment, which is huge by any case, but it also ensures that a lot of power today, for example, and this is a slight deviation from the point we're discussing. For example, there's already surplus electrons in the system today because the demand growth in all other sectors during the daytime, because we set up a lot of solar, is not matching with what the demand is, what the supply is. So these are things once storage comes into the picture, whether it's solar plus storage or solar plus wind plus storage. Either way, I mean, whatever configuration you do, you can get round the clock, reasonably priced, attractively priced, inflation-proof power for the next 25 years?
We think we're a little better on power compared to water, but I'll take the question on power again to you, Mr. Gupta. We have again discussed this earlier that the total demand in India may still be less than 1% of the total capacity that the data centers right now need. Compared to, let's say, in the US, which may be about 4, Singapore may be about 8. One of the reasons why I think they stopped construction of these centers, and even perhaps 20% in Ireland, that led to a lot of clamor. Now, with the expansion, concurrent expansion of the grids as well of the data centers, do you think India is going to reach that, let's say that curve or the dangerous point where you think, or you probably need to think twice about the expansion of these centers?
Very relevant question, Avik. Frankly speaking, in all such events for the last couple of years, whenever I'm speaking and this question comes, I always say that as of now, we are nowhere close to the situation where a Singapore reached or a US reached. In Singapore, there was a situation in 2017 where almost 9% or 10% of the power of the city country was actually getting consumed in few hundred buildings which were data centers. So they had to put a moratorium on any further construction of data center, and that moratorium got lifted in 2022, but with lots of limitation on the size of data center and with the entire power to those buildings need to be green and all the stuff. But India, as of now, if I just give you some numbers, India was a total of 200 megawatt of data center capacity till 2016. It used to be like a peanut capacity compared to the world stage. Because of multiple developments and digital adoption and cloud operators coming and setting up their infrastructure in India, that 200 megawatt has become around 1.4 gigawatt as we sit today. So in the last 7-8 years, the capacity has become 7 times. If AI would not have come on the horizon, we all were thinking that 2030 will become about 3 gigawatt. That was based on all our announced plans that we all are building data centers, and based on that, we are sure that the country will become 3 gigawatt. That itself would have put India to among the number second or number third in Asia, behind possibly China and Japan. But with AI coming in, if you see any reports, the numbers have started varying between 6 gigawatt to double-digit numbers, 12 gigawatt, 15 gigawatt. I think today morning a report has come, I think, from Deloitte, which is talking about that by 2030, this 1.4 gigawatt will become, I think, 8 gigawatts. So suddenly you are talking about much larger numbers. Even if I talk in terms of the actual usage, right? So from a today's situation, I think we are using around 10 terawatt hours in data centers out of some 1500 terawatt hours, which the country as a whole consumes, which is like 0.6%. But if we see the projection of 2030, the 10 terawatt hours will become 50 terawatt hours, while the country will consume around 24 terawatt hours. So if you see the proportion, suddenly you become around 2.5-3% of the total power being consumed in the whole of the country. So basically, when you start talking that India also has started reaching a stage where 3% of the power actual consumed in India will just get consumed in some few hundreds of buildings, then you start getting into that tipping point that now we need to look back and see what all things we do, as you said, both in terms of reducing the consumption of power by way of cooling optimization, things like that, and also trying to make the maximum power towards green instead of just using thermal power. So I think the power experts are here and they have given enough data already. But and then the way we look at it, I don't see in terms of generation capacity, India has a challenge, both in terms of installed capacity as well as in terms of the actual capacity which we all can use, because it's a mix of thermal, green and everything, which is not 24/7. I don't think India has a problem in terms of the total generated capacity. Our issue comes only when the last mile comes in, because data centers will not be in the center of city where maybe the grid may be strong. I will be building data center at a periphery of a main city, let's say Greater Noida here in NCR, or like Noida, Greater Noida has emerged as a center in NCR. In Mumbai, it's not center Mumbai, it is Navi Mumbai, and now we are going towards Panvel and beyond that area, the Mumbai 3.0, because that is where The lines are available, 440, 765 lines are available, and you can draw some big powers and all the stuff. So when you are getting into those remote areas, whether the last mile distribution is available or not, so the way we mitigate it, when I start building my data center building, right at that moment we start putting our own express feeder also. It may take 2 years, but by the time my building is ready, my own on-site substation along with those power lines are ready, and then you don't prepare for one building. Like today in Mumbai, I may be consuming around 150, 200 megawatt in my campus, but it's a 200, it's like a 100 megawatt campus, 100 acres campus, but the feasibility which I've received is for 2 gigawatt. So if tomorrow, based on the demand which I have, based on my own AI workload which I run GPUs, but also other hyperscalers want to come and host with me. And if I just see the immediate demand, they all want to scale. My capacity and other capacity put together will scale to 2 gigawatt, possibly 5 years down the line itself. So if you're talking about in a concentrated 100 acres, 2 gigawatt to be consumed, then the impact on the lines, the last mile distribution lines become very, very important.
And just a quick question you want to add, please go ahead.
Yes, so that exactly is the thing which India is geared for. And I really thank you for raising this point, and I'm sure Nikhil can back me up on this. All the states, for example, today are quite focused because this is one very important pillar for growth. Not only growth of AI per se, but also growth of the power sector. When everything's said and done, large demand sections are actually required. So I don't see why it's a 2 gigawatt thing or a 1 gigawatt thing. As a buyer, you have the option of either buying directly from the grid, so you could lay a captive line, or you could go through the discom. And both these options are available today. So there already are framework mechanisms available which can make this happen quickly.
Thank you. Just one quick question to Mr. Dhingra before we open it up for the audience for questions. You've also expressed your desire to move into expand into nuclear. The government has also, of course, stressed on the same, open it up for the private sector. And Mr. Vaishnav has also said that nuclear can be also another great alternative for the data centers. What are your expansion plans there?
So today they are early days for nuclear, but of course it's a very promising sector. As we have seen with the government, they have successfully privatized a lot of sectors and encouraged the private participation where it did not exist. So we are very positive about private sector participation in renewables and the regulatory and liability framework getting loosened, because it's a great choice, as we have seen in more developed markets like US and other countries. Nuclear has to be there in a large way. And of course, the government is doing the right thing of capping the liability, allowing the private sector to be present in as much value chain as possible. So it will be a great source, I believe, very clean source of firm power. I think early days for us for planning about renewables, but as and when that sector opens, I think we will definitely look at it. And it is, as far as data center is concerned, it's a very good source for data center per se. It's a very welcome addition to renewables and various other choices they have. And it can be closer to their operations also. So that is one other thing. Like he's talking about Navi Mumbai, another. It need not be at a faraway place. So that's another advantage of nuclear.
Just to add to that, I mean, our industry, because the unique thing, our industry is 24/7. The workload does not change. Whatever you're consuming in the daytime or the evening time or the night time, everything remains the same. It's not people who will come and go out of office. It's equipment all the time. So while the industry as a whole has adopted green like anything, I think any and every player is consuming around 25-30% of green in their total power mix today. But yes, either a combination of, as Mohit said, that a solar and wind with coupled with battery or a banking facility, or you get something like a long-term hydro arrangement which is 24/7, or ideally the nuclear, because then I can bypass the grid altogether. I don't need to go to far off location to put my solar panels. I can have SMR right next to my data center and bypass the grid and directly feed into my building. So that is the ultimate final solution for us.
Right? We'll see how that possibility sort of pans out. We have about 5 minutes. We'll open it up for the question for the audience. Quite a few hands. Of course, we'll start from the left, the gentleman there.
Hi, my name is Prakash Nedungadi, and I run a consultancy, Red Band Strategy and Design. Question to you, Sunil, was about water, because there are a lot of reports in the press about the amount of water these data centers will consume, and we just wanted to get more clarity about that. Is that just hava, or is it really pani?
Yeah. You said right. While we are talking about pani, लेकिन हवा थोड़ी ज़्यादा है इस discussion में. So you are right. So see, I tell you, a lot of these concerns are coming based on what has been implemented in the West. Because the traditional data centers, they all were getting cooled with water cooled chillers. And for that, you need cooling towers and you need a fresh supply of water. And that water also was not treated water or STP water, that actually was the fresh water coming in. So naturally, you are trying to take the water away from citizens and trying to feed into the buildings, and people will protest for sure. In India, because I would say sometime when you start scaling late, it's good and bad both. Bad maybe because you started late, you're catching up as a country. But good, we adopted the latest technologies right from day one. As I said, 2016-17 is the time when India started scaling up. So none of us, maybe for our own business reasons, we were never sure whether we will be able to have, let's say, next 50 year of supply of so much of water continuously to our buildings. So if you're not sure, you would rather like to skip that option and you rather go for a air cooled chiller option where the water is only in a closed loop. The actual heat is getting exchanged with air. Water is there in a closed loop and you are topping it up once in 6 months only. And that water also we are putting in our pipes is also a STP water, treated water, not fresh water. So India as a country and our whole industry has skipped that problem completely. So while we keep on talking about our power usage effectiveness, how to do a better cooling, how to optimize power, how to have more green power, I think our industry does not even talk about the WUE concept, the water usage effectiveness, because in India that concern is not there at all.
Any other questions? Okay, the gentleman again on the left.
This.
Who else raised their hands? Okay.
Thanks. Namaskar. Hearty congratulations to team Business Standard for having curated such a wonderful and apt session. My name is Amit Sharma and I represent Transcon group of companies, and one of the verticals is manufacturing and designing indigenously servers which are used for data centers. And I would like to get connected with Mr. Sunil in this regards, because we are now into third generation of servers which are not immersion cooling. We are talking about oil cooled systems. So in that connection, I would like to have some conversations later with you.
Sure, so we'll take it up after. Any other questions? Okay, lady, please go ahead. She. Okay, just a moment. Take her question and then we'll go over there. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Arushi Shukla. I'm from Uniki by JJ Tax. My question is directed towards Mr. Sunil. Today, a significant share of your power already comes from green sources. I mean, the data center in Greater Noida is already 100% from green sources. My question is slightly directed towards the tax part of it. What financial or tax incentives actually move the needle for data center operator? Accelerated depreciation, green bonds, viability gap funding for renewables, or something else?
Good question. I think Mohit was giving a hint of that itself. When we are saying that all the operators are going to both central government, Ministry of IT, Ministry of Power, as well as with various state governments. Most of these things, by the way, are state government subjects. So central government keeps on saying, the Secretary IT keeps so many times says, why data centers are under my ministry? It should rather be Ministry of Power, because all the time you keep on talking power. And second is point always is that almost all your subjects, land, construction, government approvals, power, everything is state subject. It's not a central subject. So, but having said that, whether it is the central government data center policy which is about to come or the various state government data center policies, beyond a point, I don't think we as the industry are looking for fiscal incentives, right? What we all are asking for and what they are trying to do is a cliché word, ease of doing business. because we end up asking for 40, 50 approvals before the tender goes live.
Exactly.
Right? So that is what we want to avoid, right? And of course, we always say that to the government that give us generate more demand. So the budget provision of that 20-year tax holidays to foreign cloud operators, it has been misunderstood quite a lot in the media that essentially the demand which was not there in India, they are trying to bring that in India. So Indian customers demand obviously is getting hosted in India. But what if I also start bringing the applications which are of, let's say, Hong Kong or Singapore or Malaysia or US or Europe and host them in India? So government is saying, bring that also in India. Let India become the hosting cloud AI hub, not only for India, but also for rest of the world. So we are expecting the government of India to increase demand for us, right? And of course, give us ease of doing business. Why I'm not asking for beyond a point great incentives? Because as I think Mohit said, we are in a unique position in India, unlike US or Europe, where not only by adopting green, I score, as you said, good points that I am green. That helps me in getting contracts, by the way, from foreign companies because they are concerned about that. It also reduces my cost, right? Uh, Against a 7 rupees, 7.5 rupees average, the city to city it differs. In Bombay, I end up paying 10 rupees. If I get, including wheeling charges, transmission charges, losses, everything put together, if I get it even at 6 rupees, I end up saving 15-20% in terms of the cost. And that cost is significant. So as such, you don't need incentive. Any incentive comes which increase the overall demand, which makes India competitive because you are competing with other centers in APAC also, which is great. But I would say the industry is profitable. We don't need fiscal incentives. We rather are only asking for, that we can do the business more easily. That's the only thing. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll move over to the lady first. She's supposed to ask the tough question.
Okay, so my question is to three of you because you three of you represent different industries which are responsible for a lot of energy, right? We're talking about energy transition. A lot of you since morning I've heard speaking about hydrogen, green hydrogen, aluminum, this, that. You just mentioned, Mr. Gupta, nuclear. Now, while we talk about energy transition, the Earth's temperature is rising on the other side. We know that we have crossed 1.5 degrees and South Asia is under extreme threat. While we talk about this here, there is permafrost happening at Himalayas because of which the glaciers are melting and there are so many other issues. We're not going to get into that. Question is, as leaders of this particular energy transition industries, and you come from one of the research and development public policy, how are you engaging with government? Number one, that now that I'm talking about data centers and nuclear, so how much of carbon emissions am I going to contribute more, and what should I do at the same time to become sustainable? Because that's when you really are addressing sustainability change. So what are you doing with regards with that, with the government? And second, to engage and educate the public. Yeah, these two.
I'll give you just 30 seconds each to just take the question. We'll have to wrap it up. Mr. Chauhan is already.
So I think part of the discussion, and I think most of it was about green data centers. So I think I'm not saying it answers the question fully or not, but the whole idea here is that India is the place where green data centers make eminent sense. So we are not looking at adding to the CO2 bank in the atmosphere. We are actually looking to power these data centers by green energy, no carbon emissions. So, and like I said earlier, other than USA, I mean, forget USA, USA also is not doing green data centers. Probably other than China, we don't have much information about that. India is the place which can actually host, and I endorse your views completely. We can actually host 50 gigawatt, 100 gigawatt data centers fully powered by green. No. Happening is what the government has to do. These guys are looking for demand. Government says, yeah, so that can happen. Yeah.
Mr. Dhingra, just a quick wrap up. Yes.
All of us are, as you see, we have crossed 50% of the total energy is renewables. And India is a leader in that. So he's totally right that we can fully cater to 50 gigawatts of demand. So we don't think that renewable energy will be lagging in terms of supplying to data center. The data center can only lag in terms of creating demand.
And I can just put a concluding word. As I said, the industry, because it started building and scaling late in 17, 18 or onwards, on average, I can safely say on behalf of every operator in the industry, we are 30 to 40% green in our power consumption. My own data center in Mumbai is 80% green. My campus in Greater Noida is 100% green, right? And we try to do that by way of short-term, long-term, medium-term contracts. If I get hydro, I take hydro. If I get solar, wind, whatever. In future, if nuclear come, we'll be the first one to take as an industry. And one thing I wanted to say that whether it is central government policy, data center policy, which is going to come up, or state government policies, they are linking many of the incentives to us based on what is my power usage efficiency and what is my green quotient. So this is government's way of doing it. While we don't need financial incentives, but government is saying if I will give you financial incentives or any incentive for any matter, we will link it to how efficient you are and how green you are. I think that is great. Yeah.
So very quickly, just one point you had asked me what government needs to do, and we have Manya Mantriji also here. So only thing the national data center policy, I can say that we need to add the word green there. I totally agree with you because India is a place which can actually house green data centers to the highest possible limit. So if we start calling them association, I don't know, government agrees or not, national green data center policy could be a really very important step and a messaging that this is the.
Great.
Thank
Yeah, thank you. That brings us to the end of this session. Hope you guys, all of you enjoyed it. And it was a pleasure to host all of you gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was an enriching, multi-layered conversation. And yes, there are voices of concern when it comes to data centers. Well, can we just have a mementos, please? And some pictures. That was a good point, that we've come a little late to the party, but that is also helpful for us in terms of having learned from others' experiences and where we can, maybe instead of water, we can look at renewable energy, we can look at solar, wind, hydro, nuclear, combination of all of that, and air cooling instead of water cooling. So thank you so much. We'll just take a moment. We have with us the Honorable Minister, Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan. We'll just take a moment to, set up the stage. And from data centers, we will turn our attention to fields and villages. Despite the many changes that might have happened, urbanization, migration to cities, a large part of India's population continues to live in its villages. And so how can a summit, which is meant to explore ways in which India can become future ready, ignore the subject of rural development and agriculture? And agriculture, after all, remains the backbone of livelihoods for millions. Who better to talk to us about this than Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Union Minister of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare and Rural Development. May I please invite on stage first Business Standard Editor, Mr. Shailesh Dobhal, to come and welcome the Honorable Minister.
I think one of your powers is not there, huh? Because somewhere. क्या करना है? क्या निकालना है? What are you saying, Papa? One of your name tag is not there for one of the sections. Well, I'm not sure. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, thank you, Vinu, and good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Business Standard, I extend a very warm welcome to the Honorable Union Minister of Rural Development, Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, on this opening day of Business Standard Manthan. A small brief about Manthan for the benefit of the Honorable Minister. Sir, we started Manthan, a two-day annual summit for dissecting business and economic thoughts in 2024, coinciding with the 50th year anniversary of our newspaper Business Standard, which is one of India's most respected business dailies. This year's Manthan is themed around the topic, Making India Future Ready. Mr. Chauhan is a former four-term Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh. That was between 2005 and 18, and then again between 2020 and 2023. He assumed charge as the Union Minister for Rural Development, Agriculture and Farmer Welfare in June 2024. Mr. Chauhan is a strong proponent of the idea that the country's food security must go hand in hand with farmer prosperity, and that India is at a stage of development when it must move beyond food security to ensure nutrition security and self-reliance across agriculture. The ministry, under Mr. Chauhan's leadership, is working on various schemes to become self-sufficient in pulses and oilseeds. The Honorable Minister has rightly called focus on food processing and value addition as national priorities and has emphasized the need for faster transfer of farm technologies from labs to fields to benefit farmers. Last week, Mr. Chauhan reiterated NDA government's resolve to achieve the target of creating 6 crore Lakpati Didis under the Rural Livelihoods Mission by 2029-30. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for agreeing to be with us today. May I now invite and request my colleague, Business Standards, Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya, to please join the Honorable Minister on stage to start the fireside. Thank you so much. Over to you, AKB. Thank you.
Thank you, Sailesh. मंत्री जी, एक पहला सवाल आपसे ये होगा मेरा कि हम आपको पहली बात तो ये है कि मध्य प्रदेश के सबसे लंबे अवधि वाले मुख्यमंत्री की तरह जानते हैं, और मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है कि आप एक इतने बड़े प्रदेश के इतने लंबे अरसे तक के आप मुख्यमंत्री रहे, और अब पिछले करीबन 3 साल से आप देश के कृषि मंत्री, ग्रामीण विकास के मंत्री रहे, तो इन दोनों की आप तुलना में ये किस तरह से अलग है, ये जरा हमें बताएंगे आप?
पहली चीज तो मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि हम क्या कर रहे हैं ये महत्वपूर्ण तब होता है जब आपकी व्यक्तिगत महत्वाकांक्षा हो, जब जिंदगी मिशन हो, तो फिर जो काम दिया जाता है उसी काम में दूध की तरह, दूध में जैसे शक्कर मिलके एक हो जाती है, हम एक होने की कोशिश करते हैं। मिशन है मानव जीवन की सार्थकता अपने देश की और जनता की सेवा करके। इसलिए जब मुख्यमंत्री थे तो मध्य प्रदेश में रमे थे, और जब कृषि और ग्रामीण विकास मंत्री हैं तो देश में घूम रहे हैं और पूरी मेहनत से कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम किसानों का कल्याण कैसे कर पाएं। दोनों में अंतर एक जरूर है। राज्य सरकार में जब आप होते हैं तो चीज को नीचे तक इंप्लीमेंट करने की जवाबदारी आपकी होती है। हर चीज की माइक्रो स्तर पर मॉनिटरिंग करनी पड़ती है, ठीक से इंप्लीमेंट हुई कि नहीं, लाभ ठीक से व्यक्ति को मिला कि नहीं, ये राज्य सरकार की जवाबदारी होती है। लेकिन आप केंद्र में होते हैं तो मोटे तौर पर आप नीतियां बनाते हैं, योजना बनाते हैं, समन्वय करने का काम करते हैं, कोऑर्डिनेट करने का काम करते हैं। अंततः चीजों को नीचे ले जाने वाली होती स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, राज्य सरकार। काम में मुझे अंतर कुछ नहीं लगता, केवल इंप्लीमेंट करने के तरीकों में अंतर है। मुख्यमंत्री होता है तो तुरंत योजना बनाता है, खुद इंप्लीमेंट भी करता है। जब केंद्रीय मंत्री हैं तो प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में और मार्गदर्शन में योजनाएं बनती है और राज्य को इंप्लीमेंट करना पड़ता है। तो हम बेहतर इंप्लीमेंट हो और लोगों को ठीक लाभ मिल जाए, हम अपने वांछित लक्ष्य को प्राप्त कर लें, इसलिए राज्य का परफॉर्मेंस भी बहुत जरूरी है। और खेती में तो कृषि राज्य का ही विषय है, और इसलिए मैं तो राज्यों से दोस्ती रखता हूं, क्योंकि खेती अलग से तो हमारे पास है नहीं, करना तो हमको राज्यों में ही है। और हर एक राज्य में अपने किसान हैं, अलग भाषा अलग बेस, फिर भी अपना एक देश। एक तरफ नॉर्थ ईस्ट है, एक तरफ कश्मीर है, तो दूसरी तरफ कन्याकुमारी है, तो तीसरी तरफ गुजरात है। सब देश के सभी किसान भाइयों और बहनों का कल्याण ये अपनी जिंदगी का मकसद और मिशन है। और दूसरी बात है, अपना हिंदुस्तान कहाँ, वो बसा हमारे गांव में। आज भी 70% लोग तो गांव में ही रहते हैं, और गांव में नहीं रहते तो कभी न कभी गांव जाना जरूर चाहते हैं। दिल्ली में भी जब घुटन होती है तो फिर गांव ही याद आते हैं। चलो
पर
एक आध घर।
पर उत्तरदायित्व में कोई अंतर है क्या?
जी,
उत्तरदायित्व में कोई अंतर है?
उत्तरदायित्व में मैंने बताया, केवल देखिए इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में अंतर है। बाकी मैं तो काम में डूब के, पूरी तरह से डूब के करने की कोशिश करता हूं। अब मैं कृषि मंत्री हूं तो केवल दिल्ली के कृषि भवन में बैठ के मैं संतोष नहीं पा सकता। मैं किसानों के खेतों में जाता हूं, उनके काम को देखता हूं। खेतों में हम मीटिंग करते हैं, वहां बात, जैसे पल्स मिशन पर आप बात कर रहे थे, दलहन मिशन की मीटिंग हमने की। एक गांव में सारे कृषि मंत्रियों को ले गया मैं, सभी राज्यों के, वहां बैठ के हम बात करते हैं। गांव का अगर विकास करना तो गांव में तो जाना ही पड़ेगा।
कौन से गांव में गए थे आप?
हम लोग गए थे सीहोर के पास अमलाहा गांव में।
अच्छा।
वहां हमने सारे कृषि मंत्रियों को बुलाया, दलहन उत्पादक राज्यों के, हम कहा दिल्ली में क्या है, चलो गांव में दलहन देखते हैं। तो हमने पहले दलहन देखी भी, प्रयोग जो हो रहे हैं उनका भी अध्ययन किया, किसानों से बात की, उनसे सुझाव लिए, और उसके बाद रोड मैप बनाया। वो रोड मैप वास्तव में फिर प्रैक्टिकल बनता है, वास्तविक बनता है, जिस पर चलकर हम लक्ष्य को प्राप्त कर सकते हैं।
आपने गांव की बात की, दलहन की बात की, और आप तो बहुत इसको जानते ही हैं कि हमारी देश के जो जो वर्कफोर्स जो है, उसमें 48% करीबन कृषि में नियुक्त हैं। तो ये जो इतना बड़ा एक जो इतना बड़ा डिपेंडेंस जो है, निर्भरशीलता जो है कृषि के ऊपर, इसे आप जो ये चैलेंज समझते हैं या ये मौका है आपके लिए?
दोनों तरह की चीजें हैं। एक, खेती में वो दम और ताकत है कि आज भी 48% लोगों की आजीविका बनी हुई है। हमारी पॉपुलेशन 140 करोड़ से ज्यादा है। हमारी इतनी बड़ी आबादी का पेट भरना, उनको खाद्य सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करना, और केवल पेट नहीं भरना, उनको पोषण युक्त आहार मिले इसका इंतजाम भी करना। और जो ये इंतजाम कर रहे हैं वो अन्नदाता हैं। अन्नदाता मतलब जीवन दाता, और जीवन देने वाला तो भगवान तो नहीं होता, लेकिन भगवान से कम भी नहीं होता। तो मैं तो ये मानता हूं किसानों की सेवा भगवान की पूजा है, लेकिन संख्या बड़ी है, ये बात सच है।
पर
48% पॉपुलेशन डिपेंड है हमारी एग्रीकल्चर पर। हम रास्ते ढूंढ रहे हैं, इंटीग्रेटेड एग्रीकल्चर जैसे भी हमने कई रास्ते खोजे खेती के साथ दूसरी चीजें जोड़कर। लेकिन ये बात सच है कि बढ़ती हुई आबादी को देखते हुए हमको कृषि पर एक सीमा से ज्यादा बोझ ना पड़े, इसका इंतजाम भी करना पड़ेगा। और वो कृषि के साथ कई कामों को जोड़कर भी हो सकता है। और देश आज जिस गति से प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में प्रगति कर रहा है, अभी एआई समिट में भी आपने देख लिया, एक वैभवशाली, गौरवशाली, संपन्न, समृद्ध, शक्तिशाली, आत्मनिर्भर और विकसित भारत का निर्माण मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हो रहा है। तो रोजगार के अनेकों रास्ते लगातार खुलते जा रहे हैं। और आप देखेंगे कि एक जमाना था जब 70% से ज्यादा पॉपुलेशन कृषि पर निर्भर थी, आज 48% है। उसके बाद और ऐसी परिस्थितियां बनेगी कि खेती हम बेहतर करेंगे, किसानों के सुनिश्चित करेंगे, लेकिन दूसरे काम धंधों की तरफ भी लोग जाए। ये देश में हो ही रहा है, वो भी होगा।
बहुत विशेषज्ञों का कहना है कि जो 48% जो वर्कफोर्स की जो डिपेंडेंस कृषि के ऊपर है, ये एक बोझ के माफिक है। इससे प्रोडक्टिविटी में कोई कमी है। तो आपको क्या लगता है कि ये प्रोडक्टिविटी गेन कराने के लिए ये कृषि के ऊपर ये जो निर्भरशीलता है, ये क्या घटाना चाहिए और कैसे घटाना चाहिए? आपकी राय क्या है?
देखिए, ये हम ये कहें कि एकदम घटा दें तो ऐसा हो नहीं सकता। अभी भी कुछ वर्षों तक कृषि ही हमारी आजीविका का मुख्य आधार रहने वाला है। लेकिन वैकल्पिक रोजगार के अवसर लगातार खुलते जा, निवेश आ रहा है, अलग अलग तरह की इंडस्ट्रीज आ रही हैं, सर्विस सेक्टर प्रोग्रेस कर रहा है, आईटी सेक्टर में भी बूम है। तो अलग अलग आप देखेंगे कई तरह की चीजें देश में हो रही। तो अपने आप एक बड़ी आबादी धीरे धीरे उस तरफ भी शिफ्ट होगी।
अच्छा, कृषि की बात कर रहे हैं तो एक मिनिमम सपोर्ट प्राइस से काफी हमारे देश में एक कृषि जीवन में भी और राजनीतिक तौर से भी बहुत बड़ा एक एजिटेशन समझिए आप हुआ था कि ये जो सुरक्षित मिनिमम आय जो है कृषि के लिए, ये एक स्टैट्यूटरी एक एमएसपी बनाने की एक डिमांड भी थी। आप क्या समझते हैं किस तरह से ये एमएसपी का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन किया जाए? इसमें कोई सुधार लाना चाहिए, कानूनी सुधार लाना चाहिए, कैसे करना चाहिए?
अभी भी मैं यहाँ आ रहा हूँ तो राज्यों के कृषि मंत्रियों के साथ वर्चुअल मेरी बैठक थी, जिसमें कुछ राज्यों ने चना, मसूर और सरसों की खरीदी के लिए अनुमति चाही थी, जो हमारी एमएसपी में पीएम आशा करके योजना उसके अंतर्गत खरीद की। मुझे कहते हुए गर्व है कि हमारा जो रोड मैप है किसान के कल्याण का, उसके 6 प्रमुख सूत्र हैं या 6 प्रमुख अध्याय हैं। नंबर 1, उत्पादन और उत्पादकता बढ़ाना। नंबर 2, उत्पादन की लागत कम करना। नंबर 3, उत्पादन के ठीक दाम देना। नंबर 4 नुकसान हो जाए तो उसकी भरपाई करना। नंबर 5 कृषि का विविधीकरण और वैल्यू एडिशन, डाइवर्सिफिकेशन और वैल्यू एडिशन। और नंबर 6 ये धरती आने वाली पीढ़ियों को भी अन्न देने वाली बनी रहे। केवल हमारी बपौती नहीं है ये धरती, आने वाली पीढ़ियों का भी इस पर हक है। उस धरती को इतना बीमार ना कर दें कि वो आने वाली पीढ़ियों का पेट भरने से ही इनकार कर दे। इन 6 सूत्रों में से एक है उसको ठीक दाम देना। भट्टाचार्य जी, रिकॉर्ड खरीदी एमएसपी पर अगर की है तो एनडीए की सरकार ने मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में की है। मैं एक आध उदाहरण दूंगा, लंबी बात नहीं करूंगा। दाल ही जैसे, मैं कोई तुलना भी नहीं कर रहा, लेकिन पूरी यूपीए की सरकार में खरीदी गई थी 6 लाख मीट्रिक टन, हम खरीद चुके उसमें 1,92,000 मीट्रिक टन। हम लोग 6 लाख मीट्रिक 1,92,00,000 मीट्रिक टन के आसपास हम खरीद चुके। गेहूं देखें आप, धान देखें आप, यहां तक कि फल और सब्जियों को भी देखें। अब टीओटी की बात होती, टमाटर, आलू, प्याज, ये गांव में सस्ता बिकता है, दिल्ली जैसे शहर में आके महंगा हो जाता। तो हमने एक योजना बना दी कि अगर ट्रांसपोर्ट करके किसी संस्था के माध्यम से किसान लाएंगे तो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन का खर्चा भी केंद्र सरकार देगी। हमने कई तरह की ऐसी, पिछली बार आम हमने खरीदे, मिर्च हमने खरीदी, का कोई कल्पना नहीं करता था। तो ऐसी चीजें जो जिसकी खरीदी की कभी कल्पना नहीं होती थी, वो भी खरीदने का काम हो रहा है। और ये वर्तमान सरकार है जिसने उत्पादन की लागत पर मिनिमम 50% मुनाफा देकर खरीदी सुनिश्चित की, मतलब एमएसपी तय करने का काम किया। तो एमएसपी के मोर्चे पर सरकार पूरी तरह से सजग है, सचेत है, और किसान को बेहतर दाम मिले इसका पूरा प्रयत्न हम कर रहे हैं।
मंत्री महोदय, मुझे याद है जब आप मध्य प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री थे, तब आपने एक बहुत ही एक रेवोल्यूशनरी एक स्कीम का एक ऐलान किया था, भावांतर। उसके तुलना में ये आप कैसे देखते हैं इसको, भावांतर को और इसको?
2 तरह की फसलें हैं अपने यहाँ। एक वो जिसकी पीडीएस सिस्टम में हमको जरूरत पड़ती है। हम 80 करोड़ भारतवासियों को निःशुल्क अन्न देने का काम करते हैं, गेहूं और चावल। तो इसके लिए तो हमारे पास स्टॉक चाहिए। तो ऐसी चीजें खरीदना लाजमी है। और ये खाद्य सुरक्षा के लिए भी जरूरी है कि हमारे पास अन्न के पर्याप्त भंडार हो। आज की दुनिया ऐसी है कि जिसमें कब किसी का सिर फिर जाए और बुद्धि पलट जाए कोई ठिकाना नहीं। तो हम डिपेंड नहीं रह सकते। हमारे पास अपनी जरूरत का तो चाहिए भैया। कम से कम खाने के मामले में हम दूसरे पर निर्भर हो गए और उसने कहा कि नहीं तो हम क्या करेंगे। तो हमको एक तो अन्न के भंडार भरना है, उन चीजों को खरीदना जरूरी है जिनको हमको जनता को देना है पीडीएस सिस्टम में, या जो बड़ी मात्रा में जनता के काम आती है। लेकिन कई ऐसी चीजें हैं कि जिसको खरीदने की जरूरत नहीं, किसान को आप कीमत दे दो। और इसलिए मध्य प्रदेश में मैंने कोशिश की थी कि हम जब फिजिकली भौतिक रूप से तो खरीदना, किसान लाइन में लगा है, उसके बाद आपने तुलाई की, फिर बोरों में भरी, फिर बैग ले गया वेयर हाउस में, लाने का खर्चा, ले जाने का खर्चा, और वहां से फिर और कहीं बेचने भेजो, बहुत खर्चा होता है। तो मुझे लगा कि हम जो एमएसपी का रेट है और बाजार में जो एवरेज रेट्स हैं, पूरे देश का एवरेज निकाल लें, एक मॉडल प्राइस तय कर लें, और एमएसपी और मॉडल जो रेट है उसके बीच का अंतर किसान के खाते में डाल दें। अगर 5,000 रुपये आपने एमएसपी तय की और 4,000 पे बिक रहा, तो 1,000 रुपया सीधे किसान के खाते में डाल दो। खरीदने की जरूरत नहीं है। तो कम खर्चे में किसान का काम हो जाएगा, आप रखने की झंझट से मुक्त हो जाएंगे। तो काम हमको दोनों करने पड़ेंगे। एक बफर स्टॉक भी अपने पास रखना पड़ेगा जिन चीजों की जरूरत है, और जिनकी जरूरत नहीं है उनको किसान बेचे व्यापारी के पास। आजकल टेक्नोलॉजी एआई, अब तो आप देख रहे हैं टेक्नोलॉजी इतनी एडवांस है कि सारे हम फार्मर आईडी बना रहे हैं। 8 करोड़ 5 लाख लोगों का हम फार्मर आईडी बना चुके हैं। फार्मर आईडी का मतलब ये है कि उसकी जमीन कौन सी है, उसका नक्शा, उसका आकार कितने एकड़ की है, कितने हेक्टेयर की है, उसके परिवार के सदस्य, उसके पास क्या पशुधन है, सारा डिटेल हमारे पास डेटा आ जाता है। उस डेटा के आधार पर सीधे वो ये भी नहीं कह सकता कि मैंने इतनी बेच दी, क्योंकि पता है कि अगर 1 हेक्टेयर है इससे ज्यादा हो नहीं सकती, तो हम सीधे उसके खाते में पैसा डाल सकते हैं। और मैं आपको ये खुशी के साथ बता रहा हूं कि दिल्ली में आकर मैंने भावांतर योजना का प्रारंभ कर दिया। अब तिलहन की जितनी भी हमारे ऑयल सीड्स है उसमें अगर राज्य चाहे तो फिजिकली खरीदे और राज्य चाहे तो भावांतर दे दे, उसका शुरुआत यहाँ भी कर दिया गया।
तो मंत्री जी, सो बाकी सारे फसलों को में भी हम कब तक, कोई टाइमलाइन है कि मध्य प्रदेश का भावांतर देश का भावांतर बन जाएगा?
नहीं, ये तो जरूरत के मुताबिक, मैंने कहा कुछ चीजों में हम भावांतर नहीं कर सकते, वो तो खरीद के ही रखनी पड़ेगी। तो देश की जरूरत को ध्यान में रखते हुए नंबर 1 किसानों की मर्जी, नंबर 2 और फिर राज्य की सुविधा, क्योंकि हम ये करते हैं तो राज्य सरकार के सहयोग से ही करते हैं। राज्य सरकार कहेगा हम तो खरीदना है तो मैं भावांतर फिर नहीं दे सकता। ये राज्य सरकार की मर्जी पर निर्भर है कि वो भावांतर ले या वो भौतिक रूप से खरीदे।
मंत्री जी, आपके कृषि मंत्री बनने के पहले 2020 सन में कोविड के टाइम में 3 विवादित कानून पार्लियामेंट ने पास की थी, आपको भी मालूम है। पर 2021 में बहुत सारे कृषि आंदोलन पश्चिम उत्तर प्रदेश और पंजाब हरियाणा के किसानों ने किया। बाकी प्रदेशों में इसका ज़्यादा कोई ऑपोजिशन नहीं था। बहुत लोगों का मानना ये है कि शायद समय फिर से आ गया है कि वो तो 3 जो विवादित कृषि कानून थे उसको फिर से वापस लाया जाए। उसके बारे में कोई सोच विचार, क्या गेम प्लान है आपका?
किसानों के कल्याण के लिए और कृषि की बेहतरी के लिए राज्य जो आवश्यक समझे वो कदम उठाए, हमारा तो सोचना ही है। राज्य भी अपने अपने राज्यों में जैसा उचित समझे वैसी व्यवस्था कर सकते हैं।
तो आपने क्या राज्यों से
अलग अलग राज्यों के तो अधिकार है। अगर किसी राज्य में लगता है, जैसे मध्य प्रदेश में मैंने कर दिया था, मध्य प्रदेश में मैंने कर दिया था कि मंडी में जाने की जरूरत क्यों है। अगर कोई व्यापारी किसान के घर आके उसको ठीक रेट देता है और दोनों की सहमति है तो व्यापारी को, किसान को यह अनुमति होनी चाहिए कि वो मंडी में जाने के लिए व्यवस्था ना हो, वो व्यापारी को घर पे बेच दे, व्यापारी को खेत पे बेच दे। अगर मैंने टमाटर लगाया और कोई व्यापारी आ गया दिल्ली से और मेरे खेत में टमाटर खरीद के मुझे ठीक रेट दे रहा है तो दूसरे को आपत्ति क्या हो सकती है। तो मध्य प्रदेश में मैं कर चुका था कि भाई मंडी में खरीदा, मंडी में खरीदे, बेचे किसान, वेयर हाउस पे बेचना, वेयर हाउस पे बेचे, खेत में बेचना, खेत पे बेचे, घर में बेचना, घर पे बेचे, किसको क्या आपत्ति हो सकती है। तो राज्य अपने अपने हिसाब से सोचे क्या करना चाहिए।
और कोई राज्यों ने ऐसा आप लिया है? कोई कितने राज्यों ने?
अलग अलग राज्यों में, कई राज्यों में ऐसी व्यवस्था है, क्योंकि हर जगह मंडी में लाने की बाध्यता नहीं है।
पर केंद्र की ओर से ऐसा कोई
नहीं, अभी केंद्र की
प्रपोजल
तरफ से
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। इस साल का बजट में की काफी चर्चा हुई, कृषि के बारे में भी चर्चा हुई। कृषि के बारे में जो देखा गया है कि कृषि की जो बजट जो है उसमें सिर्फ 6% की वृद्धि हुई, और जो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा पैसा जो है वो सिर्फ पीएम किसान में ही गया है। करीबन आधा पैसा, 48% पैसा पीएम किसान को ही गया है। तो सिर्फ 6% की वृद्धि क्या आपके हिसाब से कृषि जैसे क्षेत्र के लिए
पर्याप्त है क्या?
पर्याप्त है क्या?
मैं आपसे निवेदन करना चाहता हूं कि पुरानी जितनी योजनाएं थी हमारी, आपने पीएम किसान का उल्लेख किया, वो सीधे किसान के खाते में जाता है, के माध्यम से पैसा जाता है। अब पैसा आता तो किसान अपने हिसाब से उसका उपयोग करे, जो उसकी जरूरत हो उसके लिए उपयोग करे। तो सीधे किसान के खाते में पैसा डालने वाली योजनाएं हो, प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना लागू है, मैकेनाइजेशन की स्कीम लागू है, फर्टिलाइजर, ये एग्रीकल्चर के बजट में नहीं है, लेकिन मैं आपका ध्यान दिलाना चाहता हूँ 1,70,000 हमारे जो फर्टिलाइजर सब्सिडी हम देते हैं, 1,70,000 करोड़ रुपए की जो फर्टिलाइजर सब्सिडी, वो अलग है, वो इसमें
नहीं है।
हाँ, इसमें नहीं है। एनिमल हस्बेंड्री का बजट अलग है, कोऑपरेटिव का बजट अलग है। ये केवल एग्रीकल्चर के पार्ट के लिए, ये दलहन मिशन के लिए, ये तिलहन मिशन के लिए, ये फसल बीमा योजना के लिए, केसीसी पर जो सस्ता लोन देते हैं उसके ब्याज के लिए, मैकेनाइजेशन के लिए, परडाप मोरक्राफ्ट के लिए है, पॉली हाउस के लिए, ग्रीन हाउस के लिए है। तो ये कुछ कामों के लिए है और मैं मानता हूं कि उसके लिए जितनी आवश्यकता थी उतना पैसा भारत सरकार ने दिया है, हमने मांगा है, भारत सरकार मतलब फाइनेंस ने हमको दिया है। इस बीच में भी जब जरूरत पड़ती तो हम और पैसा ले लेते हैं। अगर प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना में भगवान ना करे ज्यादा जरूरत पड़ गई, मैं भगवान ना करे इसलिए करूं कि नुकसान हो ही नहीं तो एक पैसा भी ना देना पड़े। कुछ चीजें तो ऐसी होती है कि नुकसान हो गया तो जितना हुआ उतना देना पड़ता है। तो जब ऐसे ज्यादा पैसे की जरूरत पड़ती है हम पैसे मांग लेते हैं, ले लेते हैं। अगर हमको पीएम आशा में ज्यादा खरीद करनी पड़ी तो हम भारत सरकार से और पैसे लेते हैं उनके। लेकिन इस बजट में आप एक बात देखोगे, कैश क्रॉप कही हमारी, अब साउथ इंडिया में, दक्षिण भारत में कोकोनट नारियल लगभग 3 करोड़ लोगों को रोजगार देता है, 1 करोड़ किसान इससे जुड़े हुए हैं। कोकोनट की तरफ किसी ने ध्यान ही नहीं दिया। बाग पुराने हो गए, 70 साल 80 साल 100 साल पुराना पेड़, वो उत्पादकता कम हो गई। इस बार तय किया है कि जो कम उत्पादकता वाले पेड़ है वो रिप्लेस किए जाएंगे, क्लीन प्लांट लाए जाएंगे, जो ज्यादा उपज दे वो प्लांट लाए जाएंगे। नारियल के क्षेत्र में क्रांति हुई है, नारियल, काजू, कोको, काफी, चंदन की लकड़ी हो, अगर की लकड़ी हो, कई नई चीजें हुई है। और एक बात और मैं बड़ी प्रसन्नता के साथ उल्लेख करना चाहूंगा कि किसान को सारी सुविधाएं एक जगह मिले, इसके लिए एक डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म भारत विस्तार की वित्त मंत्री जी ने घोषणा की थी। भारत विस्तार की वित्त मंत्री जी ने घोषणा की और मामा जी ने 17 तारीख को फरवरी को उसको लॉन्च ही कर दिया। एक प्लेटफॉर्म, किसान सीधे पूछेगा कि मैं खेत में गया, मैंने देखा पत्ते पीले पड़ रहे हैं, कोई रोग लग गया क्या, मैं क्या करूं? इसकी फोटो भेजेगा, वहां से आवाज आ जाएगी कि आप फलानी दवाई डालिए, फलाना उपाय कीजिए। वो कहेगा कि बादल आसमान में छाए हैं, फसल बोना है, आज बोऊं कि नहीं बोऊं? बोने के बाद पानी गिर गया तो फसल खराब हो जाएगी। तो तुरंत उसको जवाब मिलेगा कि आप बोइए कि मत बोइए। मंडी में भाव दिल्ली में क्या है, मुंबई में क्या है, नागपुर में क्या है, कोलकाता में क्या है या चेन्नई में क्या है, तुरंत उसको जवाब मिलेगा कि कहाँ कौन से भाव है। तो किसी भी जगह जाके वो अपनी फसल को बेच सकता है, वो इनाम के माध्यम से भी अपनी फसल को बेच सकता है। उसकी अगर कोई समस्या है तो उसके समाधान के लिए भी उसको जवाब मिलेगा। अगर कोई जानकारी चाहता है तो जानकारी भी मिलेगी। तो टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग खेती में इस बजट में अगर मैं देखूं तो वो खेती के लिए सबसे बड़ी सौगात है। कई तरह की मशीन हम बना रहे हैं। अभी हमने लॉन्च की है कपास को निकालने की मशीन, पिक करने की मशीन। अभी हाथ से पिक करते हैं, हाथ से पिक करते हैं तो समय भी ज्यादा लगता है और खराब भी ज्यादा हो जाता है। अब ये हाथ से पिक करने पे 10 से लेके 15 रुपया प्रति किलो का खर्चा आता था। अब हमने एक मशीन बना दी, हाथ की जरूरत नहीं, मशीन चलेगी, कपास पिक होता जाएगा और टैंक में आता जाएगा। केवल 5 रुपया किलो खर्चा लगेगा और मेहनत बच जाएगी, जल्दी काम होगा। तो अब टेक्नोलॉजी के युग में खेती में नई तकनीकी कैसे आए, इसकी जरूरत है और उसके लिए बजट में पर्याप्त प्रावधान किया गया है। मैं मानता हूं खेती के लिए बजट पर्याप्त है, जरूरत पड़ेगी तो और मिलेगा।
आपने फर्टिलाइजर सब्सिडी की बात की, एकदम सही कहा आपने। 1,70,000 करोड़ की तरह से और इस बार बढ़ भी गया है फर्टिलाइजर सब्सिडी। पर बहुत बहुत लोगों का मानना ये है कि इस फर्टिलाइजर सब्सिडी का जो हस्तांतरण जो होता है उसमें कुछ इम्प्रूवमेंट आ सकती है। डायरेक्टली फार्मर्स को क्यों नहीं जाती, ये फर्टिलाइजर कंपनी को क्यों जाती है, इसके ऊपर काफी विवाद भी चल रहा है। आपका कृषि मंत्री होने के नाते, क्योंकि आप किसानों के मंत्री हैं, आपका क्या राय है?
मंथन
मंथन
इसमें मंथन होना चाहिए।
क्या, कैसा मंथन?
मैंने किसानों से राय मांगी है, एक छोटा ग्रुप भी हमने बनाया है।
अच्छा,
कि इस बार वर्कआउट करे कि ठीक से, क्योंकि फर्टिलाइजर सब्सिडी है किसानों के लिए, लेकिन फर्टिलाइजर आता है तो फिर डाइवर्ट भी होता है, इधर उधर की चीजों में भी जाता है। अगर किसी और को फर्टिलाइजर चाहिए तो पूरी कीमत दे के खरीदो ना भाई। किसान के हिस्से में डाका काय को डालते हो और सीधे कंपनियों को क्यों जाए, सीधे किसान के खाते में जाना चाहिए। तो मैं आपके माध्यम से एक बहस छेड़ रहा हूं और देशवासियों की अपील कर रहा हूं कि अपने सुझाव भेजिए। टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करते हुए सीधे किसान के खाते में सब्सिडी डीबीटी के माध्यम से ट्रांसफर की जा सकती है। इस संभावनाओं को पूरी तरह से हम देख रहे हैं और इसमें सुझावों का स्वागत है, क्योंकि बड़ा देश है अपना, आम सहमति से कुछ फैसले होने चाहिए और इसलिए देश पे इस पर बहस छिड़े और फिर जो निष्कर्ष निकले। हाँ, अगर आप पूछेंगे तो मैं भी चाहता हूं कि इधर उधर चला जाता है बहुत सा खाद, नहीं जाना चाहिए, सीधे पूरा का पूरा फायदा किसान को मिलना चाहिए और फिर किसान की मर्जी, पैसा आ गया तो वो कौन सा खाद खरीदे, टीएपी डालना कि यूरिया डालना कि और कुछ डालना है, या उसको कोई जैविक खाद डालना है। अच्छा नहीं भी डालना हो तो नहीं डाले, अगर वो प्राकृतिक खेती कर रहा है तो वो भी तो देश और दुनिया की बड़ी सेवा कर रहा है,
सही में।
कोई बाध्यता थोड़ी है। और इसलिए मैं आज इस पे कुछ नहीं कह रहा, मैं इसको बहस के लिए ओपन कर रहा हूँ। लोग सुझाव दें, हम आम सहमति बनाकर फिर किस दिशा में बढ़ा जाए इसका फैसला करें।
धन्यवाद। हमारा वादा आपसे ये है कि हम इसी आपकी जो आपका जो ऐलान किया है आपने, इसका हम पूरी तरह से इसका पब्लिसाइज करेंगे, सब लोगों को हम बताएंगे।
धन्यवाद
आप मंत्री जी, आप ग्रामीण विकास के भी मंत्री हैं, और अभी दिसंबर के महीने में, नवंबर के महीने में नरेगा का एक नया नामकरण किया गया, और उसमें ये लग रहा है कि उसमें शायद जो पुरानी जो स्कीम थी नरेगा, वो शायद डिमांड लेड थी। अब ये लग रहा है कि शायद वो डिमांड लेड नहीं है। तो इसमें आप कुछ बताएंगे कि वो डिमांड लेड है कि नहीं? वो वीबी राम जी जो नया जो स्कीम है, उसमें उसके बारे में आपकी क्या?
विकसित भारत जी राम जी योजना का नाम है, और ये बदली गई है और समय समय पर बदलती रही है। ऐसा नहीं कि पहली बार ही बदली हो। काम के बदले अनाज योजना, संपूर्ण ग्रामीण रोजगार योजना, जवाहर रोजगार योजना, यूपीए की सरकार में जवाहर रोजगार योजना भी थी, फिर नाम बदल के कर दिया नरेगा, और नरेगा के बाद लगा के महात्मा गांधी जी का भी नाम जोड़ देना चाहिए, बाद में जोड़ा, पहले नहीं। ये नरेगा पहले, मनरेगा बाद में हुई। 2009 के चुनाव के पहले नरेगा मनरेगा हो गई। तो ऐसा नहीं कि नाम पहली बार बदला, नाम पहले भी बदलता रहा है, लेकिन हमने इसका काम भी बदला है, इसलिए परिवर्तन किया है। मैं आपके माध्यम से बताना चाहूंगा, पिछले साल 86,000 करोड़ रुपए, 86,000 करोड़ रुपया इसका बजट था। कांग्रेस ने कभी, यूपीए की सरकारों ने इतना कभी खर्च नहीं किया। उनने तो मैक्सिमम 40,000 करोड़ किया, उसके बाद घटा के 33,000 करोड़ कर दिया था। ये हमारी मंशा थी कि हम ईमानदारी से मजदूरों को रोजगार मिले, इसके लिए काम करें। और यूपीए की सरकार में कुल मिला के 2 लाख करोड़ रुपया के आसपास दिया था नरेगा के अंतर्गत, मनरेगा के अंतर्गत। मोदी जी की सरकार ने 8,54,000 करोड़ के आसपास रुपया खर्चा किया इसमें मजदूरों को रोजगार देने में। लेकिन मैंने भी देखा और बाकी जगह से रिपोर्ट भी आई कि इस पैसे का सही उपयोग नहीं हो रहा। इतनी विशाल धनराशि, कहीं यहाँ की मिट्टी खोद दी, वहां डाल दी, एक ही सड़क बार बार बना दी, एक ही काम के कई टुकड़े करके चहेतों को काम दे दिए, कई जगह मजदूर गए नहीं, मशीनों से काम कर दिया। अब इस तरह की व्यापक शिकायतें जब सब जगह से आई, हमने जांच भी कराई और जनता से भी सोशल ऑडिट के माध्यम से जब संतुष्टि हुई तो जनता ने लगभग 11 लाख शिकायतें अलग अलग जगह से की थी। और तब ये विचार मन में आया कि एक बार इस पर विचार करना चाहिए। पहली चीज मैं जोर दे के ये कहना चाहूंगा कि ये मांग आधारित योजना ही है, इसमें कोई परिवर्तन नहीं किया गया है, रंच मात्र का।
इसका मतलब डिमांड बढ़ेगा तो इसमें पैसे ज्यादा आएंगे।
मैं वही बता रहा हूं आपको। अच्छा। पैसे ज्यादा प्रावधान कर दिया। पिछले साल बजट में प्रावधान था 86,000 करोड़ का, इस साल कुल जो बजट इसका हो गया है 1,51,282 करोड़ रुपया। 86,000 करोड़ रुपया पहले टोटल था, अब 1,51,282 करोड़ रुपया, जिसमें से केंद्र ने 95,600 करोड़ रुपया अपने हिस्से का बजट में प्रावधान कर दिया। और मेरी जो अब तक जानकारी, राज्य भी सब प्रावधान कर रहे हैं। तो राशि बढ़ा दी, इसलिए बढ़ाई कि 100 के बजाय 125 दिन रोजगार देना है। 100 दिन क्यों, अगर मांगे तो 125 दिन दो और ज्यादा रोजगार दो। तो हमने 100 दिन के कर दिए 125 दिन उनकी मांग। और अच्छा, 2 चीजें और रहे इसमें, वो भी मैं निवेदन करना चाहूंगा। एक, अगर मांगने पे काम नहीं मिला तो बेरोजगारी भत्ता के प्रावधान को और कड़ा कर दिया गया है कि फिर बेरोजगारी भत्ता देना पड़ेगा, नंबर 1। दूसरे, मजदूरी प्राप्त करने में मजदूर को बहुत दिक्कत होती थी। कई बार 15 दिन हो गए, 30 दिन हो गए, 2 महीना हो गए, पैसे ही नहीं मिला। अब ये तय कर दिया कि अगर 15 दिन से ज्यादा देर की तो फिर उसका ब्याज भी, उसके अतिरिक्त पैसा भी मजदूर के अलावा मजदूर के खाते में डालना पड़ेगा। ये प्रबंध भी कर दिया, मतलब मजदूर के हितों की पक्की सुरक्षा, नंबर 1। नंबर 2 हमने किया है कि इस पैसे का सार्थक उपयोग होना चाहिए। आप सब ये मानते होंगे 1,51,282 करोड़ रुपया, जब इतना रुपया देश की जनता का जा रहा है तो इससे गांव का विकास तो हो जाए। और इसलिए तय कर दिया कि इससे गांव के विकास के काम गांव की जनता तय करेगी। ग्राम सभा और ग्राम पंचायत दिल्ली तय नहीं करेगी, राज्य की राजधानी तय नहीं करेगी। गांव में धन्नू कल्ला पन्नू मन्ना मिलकर तय करेंगे कि हमारे गांव में सड़क बनेगी, पुल पुलिया बनेगा, स्कूल बनेगा, अस्पताल बनेगा, गांव की सड़क बनेगी, कौन सा काम होगा। तो ये अधिकार उनका है, दिल्ली का कोई दखल नहीं है इसमें।
इससे दुरुपयोग भी कम घटेगा, इससे दुरुपयोग भी घटेगा।
हाँ, एक बात। और दूसरा ये तय कर दिया, काम तय कर दिया कि जल संरक्षण के सारे काम आप ले सकते हो, तालाब, चेक डैम, स्टॉप डैम, बोरी बंधान, अलग अलग तरह के। दूसरा तय कर दिया कि जितने विकास के काम है वो आप ले सकते हैं। तीसरे तय कर दिया आजीविका मूलक गतिविधियों के लिए, मान लीजिए महिला सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप के लिए कोई सेट का निर्माण करना, ट्रेनिंग के लिए, वो बन सकता है। आपदा राहत के लिए अगर कोई काम करना हो, ड्रेनेज का सिस्टम या कोई दीवार बनानी हो, वो आप बना सकते हैं। ये जरूर मोटे तौर पर किया है, लेकिन काम गांव वाले तय करेंगे। हाँ, टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल जरूर करेंगे और ये सुनिश्चित कर देंगे कि जिस काम के लिए पैसा जा रहा है वही काम होगा। सड़क तो फिर सीधे सड़क बनेगी, उसकी गहरी निगरानी होगी। पीएम गति शक्ति से भी हम पहले देख लेंगे कि वहां सड़क बनी तो नहीं है, नहीं बनी बनाई बना देते हैं। कई भाई लोग तो ऐसे हैं, दोबारा और पैसे निकाल लेते थे। ऐसे व्यापक भ्रष्टाचार हुए मनरेगा में। इसको पूरी तरह से निर्मूल करने की कोशिश टेक्नोलॉजी के इस्तेमाल से हुई है। ये एक बात की गई है। एक बात और की गई, पंचायतों का ग्रेडेशन करेंगे हम, ABC। इसका मतलब ये कि जो सबसे अविकसित पंचायत है उसमें थोड़ा ज्यादा पैसा चला जाए। कोई सरपंच सीधा साधा है, वो ज्यादा घूम नहीं पाता, तो उसके यहाँ कम पैसे गए, तो ऐसी पंचायतों में ज्यादा पैसे चले जाएं। ये काम भी हमने किया है। एक बात और की, प्रशासनिक व्यय बढ़ा के 6% से 9% हमने कर दिया है, ताकि रोजगार सहायक हो, मैट हो और बाकी काम में लगा अमला हो, उसको भी सैलरी समय पर मिल सके। और 125 दिन रोजगार देते हुए हमने ये भी सुनिश्चित किया है कि जब खेती का काम पीक पर हो तो उन 60 दिनों में अलग अलग 20 दिन, कभी 30 दिन, जैसा भी राज्य चाहे, ये काम बंद हो सकेगा विकसित भारत जी राम जी का, ताकि खेती के लिए भी पर्याप्त श्रम की उपलब्धता हो सके। तो ये पहले से कई गुना बेहतर योजना है, इससे विकास के काम सुनिश्चित होंगे। आप कल्पना कीजिए, एक साल में 1,51,282 करोड़ रुपया, तो 5 साल में कितने होंगे। हमारी 2,86,000 पंचायतें हैं, एक पंचायत को लगभग 1.25 करोड़ रुपया कम से कम मिलेंगे। 5 साल में गांव चकाचक हो जाएंगे, गांव की सारी जरूरतें पूरी हो जाएगी और इसलिए विकास भी सुनिश्चित हो। ये प्रबंध इसमें किया गया।
बहुत प्रदेशों का ये भी कहना है कि उनका जो कॉस्ट शेयर है वो पहले 9 से 10% था, अब 40% हो गया है। तो उससे शायद वो 2 बार सोचें कि इसमें जाएं कि ना जाएं। तो इसके बारे में आपकी
वो
क्या
एक
राय है?
बार भी नहीं सोचेंगे, क्योंकि उनको गांव के लिए अलग से बजट देना पड़ता था। पर्याप्त पैसा गांव के विकास के लिए मिल गया तो उनका काम हो गया। और मेरी जितनी जानकारी है, राज्यों के बजट के सत्र भी चल रहे हैं, राज्य इसमें बजट में प्रावधान कर रहे हैं
अपना। तो 40% का जो बोझ है वो मतलब भारी नहीं
बोझ नहीं, उनके लिए वरदान बन रहा है, क्योंकि इससे उनके गांव का विकास सुनिश्चित होगा।
आपके निगरानी में एक नेशनल एग्रीकल्चरल रोड मैप बन रहा है, उसके बारे में कुछ आप हमें जानकारी देंगे?
जरूर भट्टाचार्य जी, शेयर करना चाहूंगा। देखिए, खेती में जो लक्ष्य हमारे, मैंने पहले ही बताया, खाद्य सुरक्षा, पोषण युक्त आहार, लोगों की आजीविका सुनिश्चित करना है। इसके लिए हम रोड मैप बना रहे हैं। और रोड मैप एक देश का, एक तो हम पूरे देश का मोटा व्यापक, उसके लिए रीजनल कंसल्टेशन हम करने वाले हैं। अलग अलग, जैसे नॉर्थ ईस्ट में जाके बात करनी पड़ेगी, क्योंकि नॉर्थ ईस्ट की एग्रो क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशंस बिल्कुल अलग है। अलग अलग एग्रो क्लाइमेटिक जोन में हमको अलग अलग रणनीति भी बनानी पड़ेगी। तो एक तो ओवरऑल हम देश की कृषि का रोड मैप बना रहे हैं, जिसमें दलहन मिशन, तिलहन मिशन, प्राकृतिक खेती, इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग। इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग का मतलब यह है कि केवल फसल पैदा ना करे, फल भी पैदा करे, सब्जी भी पैदा करे, उसके साथ पशुपालन, बकरी पालन, मछली पालन, मधुमक्खी पालन, कृषि वानिकी, तरह तरह के काम में वो लगे, ताकि उसकी एडिशनल अतिरिक्त आय आ सके, तब और ढंग से उसकी आजीविका चल पाएगी। तो मैं तो जी जान से लगाऊं इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग, क्योंकि हमारे लैंड होल्डिंग काफी कम है। एवरेज है 0%, 96%। और अमेरिका, ब्राजील, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, इनके पास 10,000 से लेके 20,000 एकड़ तक के फार्म हैं। कहाँ 0.96 हेक्टर और कहाँ 10 और 15,000 हेक्टर, अंतर बहुत है। लेकिन हम 0.96 हेक्टर की खेती को भी फायदे का धंधा बनाकर ही चैन की सांस लेंगे। इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग के माध्यम से कई काम किसान के साथ जोड़ेंगे, जिससे उसकी अतिरिक्त आमदनी बढ़ जाए। तो ये सब काम हम राष्ट्रव्यापी करेंगे, लेकिन हर एक राज्य का कृषि रोड मैप अलग होगा। उसके लिए मैं राज्य सरकारों के पास जा रहा हूँ, बातचीत कर रहा हूँ, कृषि मंत्रियों से, मुख्यमंत्रियों से के संपर्क में हूँ। हम हर एक राज्य का एक अलग कृषि रोड मैप बना रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो चीज जम्मू कश्मीर में लागू होती है वो तमिलनाडु में लागू नहीं हो सकती। अलग अलग कंडीशन है कौन। और एक तो बना रहे राज्यवार, राज्यों के साथ मिलके उसमें बहुत गंभीर चिंतन कर रहे हैं। 16,000 वैज्ञानिक है आईसीआर और कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र और एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी के पास। उनका भैया तुम कर क्या रहे हो, लैब में बैठ के अकेले क्या करोगे, लैब से लैंड पे भी जाओ, वहां जाके देखो। और मैंने एक बार निकाले और हर साल निकालूंगा, सारे 16,000 वैज्ञानिक जो हमारे थे, उनसे कहा कि 1 महीना खेतों में चलो, गांव में चलो, विकसित कृषि संकल्प अभियान। कुछ मित्रों ने कहा कि हम तो रिसर्च के लिए, हम तो लैब में बैठे हैं। इनका लैब से काम नहीं चलेगा, जब तक आपका रिसर्च किसान के खेतों में नहीं पहुंचेगा तब तक ये इसका कोई अर्थ ही नहीं है। और इसलिए जब वो लैंड पे गए तो उनको भी आनंद आया, किसान का और वैज्ञानिकों का मिलन हुआ। उसमें किसानों ने कई सवाल पूछे। उन्होंने कहा कि देखो तुम अभी काय में रिसर्च कर रहे हो, तो पेपर लिखने के लिए रिसर्च हो रहा है। अपने मन से रिसर्च तय हो गया। हमने कहा डिमांड ड्रिवन रिसर्च करो। गांव में लोगों ने कहा कि गन्ने में रेड रोड नाम की बीमारी लग गई, लाल सड़न, गन्ना खराब हो रहा है, इससे कैसे बचाएं वैज्ञानिक जी बताओ। किसी ने कहा पिंक बॉल वर्म की बीमारी लग गई है कपास में, इससे कैसे बचें। किसी ने कहा टमाटर जल्दी खराब हो जाता है, अगर ये टमाटर 3 दिन के बजाय 20 दिन चल जाए तो हमको फेंकना नहीं पड़े, हमें रेट ठीक मिल जाए। लीची की सेल्फ लाइफ बढ़ाओ। ऐसे 500 चीजें कही किसानों ने। और मैंने अपने साइंटिस्ट मित्र जो गौरव है हमारा, गर्व है हमारा, उनके कारण ही हरित क्रांति आई, उनसे कहा कि 500 चीजें हैं, 52 टीम बना के उनको 500 चीजें बांट दी कि आप इस पे रिसर्च करो। तो हम अलग अलग राज्य की जो जरूरत है, कृषि का रोड मैप राज्य का अलग बनाएंगे। और केवल राज्यवार नहीं, फसलवार रोड मैप भी बना रहे हैं हम। धान का रोड मैप अलग, मक्के का रोड मैप अलग, गन्ने का रोड मैप अलग, कपास का रोड मैप अलग, मिर्ची का रोड मैप अलग, गेहूं का रोड मैप अलग, मक्के का रोड मैप अलग, सोयाबीन का रोड मैप अलग। एक ही तरीके आज ये हमने एमएसपी केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल ने तय की है हमारे जूट पर, जो जूट जिसके बैग बनते हैं उसके एमएसपी आज तय। अब जूट का रोड मैप अलग बनाना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि जूट की उत्पादकता और उत्पादन बढ़ाना है। तो बहते पानी में हम कैसे लंबे रेशे वाला जूट पैदा कर सकें। तो हर एक फसल का मैं आपके माध्यम से देशवासियों से और किसान भाई बहनों से कहना चाहता हूं, अलग रोड मैप बनाने का काम हम पूरी शिद्दत से दिनों रात कर रहे हैं। और जब ये रोड मैप बनाते हैं तो उस रोड मैप बनाने में किसान प्रतिनिधियों को भी शामिल किया जाता है, जिनको धरती पर काम करना है, जिनको जमीन पर काम करना है। परिणाम उनको अच्छा दिखना चाहिए, तब उसके रिजल्ट्स आएंगे। और इसलिए ये रोड मैप बनाने का काम व्यापक पैमाने पर राज्यों के साथ, वैज्ञानिकों के साथ, अधिकारियों के साथ, किसानों के साथ, कृषि विशेषज्ञों के साथ, उस क्षेत्र में काम करने वाले अन्य मित्रों के साथ हम कर रहे हैं।
मंत्री जी, हमारा समय, घड़ी बता रही है कि हमारा समय समाप्त होने वाला है, पर ये चर्चा
हमारा दिल तो कह रहा है रुक जा रे, रुक जा रे, रुक जा तू यहीं
पर आपसे मैं एक सवाल जरूर करूंगा कि जो हमारे पिछले 1 साल और 2 साल में हमने, हमारे देश ने, भारत ने करीबन 12-13 फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट साइन किए हैं, और उस सब एग्रीमेंट में कृषि के वस्तुएं, सेवाएं को खुली छूट दी जा रही है। तो आप क्या लगता है कि अमेरिका के साथ अगर ट्रेड डील होगा, यूए के साथ हो गया है ऑलरेडी, यूके के साथ हो गया है, ऑस्ट्रेलिया के साथ हुआ है, यूएई के साथ हुआ है, आपका क्या असेसमेंट है, विचार है कि ये एग्रीमेंट हमारे किसानों के लिए ये क्या करेगा, कैसे इसको परिवर्तन लाएगा?
एक किसान के रूप में भी और भारत के कृषि मंत्री के रूप में भी मैं जिम्मेदारी के साथ कह रहा हूं, ये सारे समझौते जो हुए हैं हमारे अमेरिका सहित, वो किसानों के हित में हैं, वो देश के हित में हैं। अगर 1 मिनट में मैं कहूं, समय चूंकि हो रहा है, हमने कोई भी प्रमुख फसल जो हमारे देश में होती है गेहूं हो, चावल हो, मक्का हो, अलग अलग तरह की जो हमारी फसल, उन पर कोई छूट नहीं दी है कि हमने द्वार खोल दिए कि आ जाओ जितना चाहो ले आओ। कोई छूट नहीं दी है। प्रमुख फलों पर नहीं दी है, प्रमुख सब्जियों पर नहीं दी है। उल्टे इस समझौते के कारण अमेरिका के द्वार हमारे किसानों के लिए खुल रहे हैं। हमारा मसाले 0% इंपोर्ट ड्यूटी पर जाएंगे। हमारी चाय, हमारी कॉफी, आपके जो एक्सपोर्ट होगा कपड़े का, टेक्सटाइल का, उसके कारण कपास को अलग फायदा होगा। हमारी कई तरह की चीज को नया बाजार मिलेगा। डेयरी प्रोडक्ट जितने थे उनमें एक में भी छूट नहीं दी गई है। कई चीजें जैसे सेब, उदाहरण के तौर पर बड़ी सेब का बड़ा नाम ले रहे हैं। सेब हमने अभी हमें जो जरूरत पड़ती है लगभग 26.5 लाख मीट्रिक टन सेब की जरूरत है भारत को। 5.5 लाख मीट्रिक टन सेब भारत आयात करता है, इंपोर्ट करता है। अभी कौन से करता है? तुर्की से करता है, ईरान से करता है। अगर 5.5 लाख मीट्रिक टन सेब में तुर्की से मंगाने के बजाय अगर 1 लाख मीट्रिक टन अमेरिका से जाए तो हमारा क्या बिगड़ रहा है भैया? तुर्की ने तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में हमारा विरोध ही किया था। तो हमें क्या, तुर्की से आए चाहे अमेरिका से आए, और वो भी ऐसा नहीं कोटा 1 लाख मीट्रिक टन, और कोटे में भी MIP तय है कि इस रेट से कम पे नहीं आएगा। MIP तय है। मैं बहुत डिटेल में नहीं जाऊंगा क्योंकि अभी कोई सिग्नेचर नहीं हो, ये तो चूंकि विषय
सही बात है।
अभी सिग्नेचर नहीं हुए, लेकिन मैं नाम भी ना लूं किसी चीज का, लेकिन MIP तय कर दी। और MIP ऐसी तय करी कि वो हमारे देश में जो कीमत है उससे ज्यादा दामों पर बिके, और उस पर हम आयात शुल्क और लगा दें, तो हमारा क्या बिगड़ेगा साहब? हमारा एक एक चीज सोच समझ के की गई है। प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कहा था मैं देश नहीं झुकने दूंगा, उन्होंने कभी देश नहीं झुकने दिया। और उन्होंने कहा था कोई भी ऐसा समझौता नहीं होगा जो भारत के किसानों के हितों के खिलाफ हो। मैं किसान के हित का पूरी तरह से संरक्षण करूंगा, उसका पूरी तरह से पालन किया गया है।
एक सवाल, दो सवाल ले सकते हैं क्या दर्शकों से? One or two questions please. Yeah, one, and be brief, identify yourself and ask a question. Yeah, go ahead.
माननीय मंत्री जी, मोदी सरकार जो अपना है कौशल्य विकास पे काफी फोकस कर रहा है और उससे ही विकसित भारत बनेगा। आप तो काफी मेहनत कर रहे हो, लेकिन जिस जिले से मैं बिलोंग करता हूं, महाराष्ट्र से, अहिल्यानगर, तो मैं देखता हूं कि किसानों को MSP से पैसा मिलता है, सब्सिडीज मिलती है, कुछ अगर दुष्काल आता है, सूखा आता है तो उसका भी पैसा मिलता है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी स्किल कमी जो है वो मनी मैनेजमेंट स्किल की कमी है। किसान को जब भी पैसा मिलता है तो प्रॉपरली मैनेज होता नहीं है। तो उनमें मनी मैनेजमेंट स्किल डेवलप करने के लिए आपका मंत्रालय कुछ हमारे जैसे लोगों को सहायता कर सकती है?
ये भी मंथन का विषय है। स्किल डेवलपमेंट सीधा कृषि से संबंधित लेकिन बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि दोनों चीजों के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। कृषि की बेहतर प्लानिंग कैसे करें, क्योंकि अगर समय पर कोई ठीक चीज लगाई जाए तो उसकी कीमत कई बार बहुत अच्छी मिलती है। उसकी प्लानिंग की जरूरत भी है, और उसके साथ साथ स्किल डेवलपमेंट करके वो पैसा कहाँ वो ठीक से खर्च करे, इसकी भी प्लानिंग बताने की जरूरत है। आपने सुना होगा KVK कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र हमारे इस मामले में पूरा नहीं, लेकिन कुछ आंशिक काम करते हैं कि आप ये फसल बोइए, आप यहाँ बेचिए, फूड प्रोसेसिंग का काम भी आप कीजिए। इसको और डेवलप करने की मुझे लगता है जरूरत है, उसको और करें।
क्योंकि 4,000 करोड़ सिर्फ मेरे जिले में
just one
पॉलिसी स्कीम में गए हैं।
Final question from here.
आपको पता है कि महाराष्ट्र में ज्यादा बारिश के कारण जो नुकसान हुआ था, 5 दिन के अंदर महाराष्ट्र की सरकार ने मेरे ध्यान में जितना है लगभग 14,000 करोड़ रुपए के आसपास बांटने का काम किया था। 14,000।
Yeah.
Hello.
Last question. They're from there. The lady.
Hello.
Yeah.
जी।
Hello. Yes, आदरणीय मंत्री जी,
इधर की इधर दोनों तरफ
प्लीज सर, बिल्कुल मेरा इसलिए थोड़ा सा भी हक बनता है क्योंकि एक शहर का नाम लेंगे और आप सब कुछ समझ जाएंगे। हम चाहे कहीं भी जन्म हुआ हो, कहीं भी पले हो, बट कर्म भूमि मेरी दतिया है।
पीताम्बरा माई की जय।
ठीक है जी। और आपसे जितना भी कुछ सुना है और पहले गडकरी जी भी आए थे और एआई भी सुना, सब कुछ सुना है, बट चाहे मेरे पास डिग्री नहीं है, लेकिन 97 से हम ग्राउंड लेवल पे काम कर रहे हैं और हमारा ये देखना है कि
आपका
चाहे
सवाल
कितनी
बोलिए,
भी
पूछिए।
सवाल भी है और रिक्वेस्ट भी है कि कितने भी बन जाए नीतियां, बट ग्राउंड लेवल पे इम्प्लीमेंटेशन नहीं होती है और दतिया में तो हरगिज नहीं होती है। और हम वहां पर काम करते हैं, गौ रक्षा की जो रोड साइड की काउस हैं उनको उठा के सेवा करते हैं विद नो गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट। ना तो गवर्नमेंट से लैंड मांगी है, ना गवर्नमेंट से पैसा मांगते हैं, लेकिन उसमें भी अधिकारियों को के साथ में कोई सहयोग नहीं मिलता है। 10-12 गाय रोज कट के मर रही है NH 44 पे, आप समझ
स्थानीय
रहे
विशेष
हैं।
की समस्या हो सकती है, लेकिन विषय बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है।
हाँ जी,
प्राणियों के लिए भी ये धरती है,
बिल्कुल
उनकी रक्षा होनी चाहिए और उसके लिए कई सामाजिक संस्थाएं भी आपकी तरह काम कर रही है
नहीं।
और सरकार के स्तर पर भी कई तरह के प्रयास होते हैं, लेकिन समन्वय की आप
और
बता
जिस
रहे हैं।
भूमि को हम लोग बोलते हैं कि बंजर भूमि है, हम उन्हीं गौ माता के गोबर से उसको उपजाऊ बनाते हैं और उसमें खेती करते हैं।
ये
अब
कई
उसको
जगह
आप
हुआ
जो
है
मर्जी
काम,
बोलिए,
काफी
ठीक
काम
है,
हुआ है।
बट नो सपोर्ट।
ओके, नाउ लास्ट क्वेश्चन प्लीज।
हम आपको सपोर्ट करेंगे।
थैंक यू सर जी। दतिया में तो नहीं मिल पाते आप, अब
Last
यहीं
question.
मिलना
दतिया
होगा।
में तो नहीं मिल सकता क्योंकि मैं मध्य प्रदेश का नहीं हूँ,
अब हम
भारत
आएंगे,
का रहने वाला हूँ।
पहले तो आप वहीं के हैं।
एकदम आए।
धन्यवाद मंत्री जी, ये अनोखी पेशकश के लिए। तो मेरा नाम अरुमिता है और हमारे एक एनजीओ है जहाँ से हम किसानों के बच्चे के लिए और उनके भी लिए टेक्नोलॉजी लेके जाते हैं। तो मेरा आपसे ये क्वेश्चन है कि आपको पता है कि हमारे देश में एक्सटेंसिव इंटेंसिव दोनों तरह के कल्टीवेशंस होते हैं और किसानों को जितना भी आप स्कीम्स दे दो, सब्सिडी दे दो, इस समय के दौरान अगर आप ऊपर जाना चाहते हैं, कोई भी किसान, उनको टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत जरूरी है। तो आपका सरकार, हमारे भारत सरकार का क्या नया स्कीम्स है? आप क्या एनजीओस को साथ में लेके टेक्नोलॉजिकल क्लासेस, स्किल डेवलपमेंट क्लासेस करना चाहते हो? इस बात पे अगर आप गौर कीजिए।
मैंने पहले भी आपसे कहा कि टेक्नोलॉजी इस बजट में अगर कोई सबसे बड़ी विशेषता है तो टेक्नोलॉजी का खेती में इस्तेमाल है और उस इस्तेमाल को हम आपके साथ मिलकर एनजीओ की है, क्योंकि हमारे केवीके, हमारे एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी, हमारे एग्रीकल्चर कॉलेज इस काम को करते हैं वैज्ञानिकों के साथ मिलके। कई अलग अलग संस्थाएं भी कर रही है, कई देशों से भी एमओयू हुए हैं, हमारे कई संस्थाओं से भी एमओयू हुए हैं। आप कैसे मदद करना चाहते हैं, आप आइए, मामा हमेशा तैयार है।
थैंक यू वेरी मच मंत्री जी, आपने इतना समय दिया और इतनी लगन से, इतनी सहनशीलता से आपने बात की, हमें बहुत अच्छा लगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
आपको भट्टाचार्य जी और बिजनेस स्टैंडर्ड को भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, क्योंकि ये प्रश्न पूछना नहीं था, ये मंथन ही था।
थैंक यू, नमस्कार।
धन्यवाद।
नमस्कार, नमस्कार।
कैन वी हैव द
सिर्फ
मेंबर्स
आपका
प्लीज? बहुत ही बढ़िया सेशन रहा, बहुत दमदार। Ladies and gentlemen, please stay seated. We are getting into the next session ASAP. Session. We have to get into the next session. The guest is already here and waiting. See after that tea. Can I request everybody to please stay seated? We are getting into the next session, after which we will have a tea break. Our next session focuses on the transition to electric mobility, which has emerged as both an economic imperative and a climate commitment, and is a key to India realizing its goal of net zero emissions by 2070. To explore how policy, innovation, and investment are converging to accelerate India's electric vehicle revolution, I call on stage Business Standards Deepak Patel and also our esteemed guest, Mr. Tarun Mehta, co-founder and CEO of Aether Energy. Mr. Mehta, a huge round of applause, please. Mr. Mehta is an engineering design graduate from the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, and he began exploring lithium-ion battery technology and EV design during his time on campus. And in 2013, he co-founded Ather with his classmate, Mr. Swapnil Jain. And one of the things that he says is that design and the first few good vehicles is probably 30% of the journey. The other 70% is just a lot of very boring and very essential testing. Um, Over to you, Deepak.
Yeah, am I audible? Thank you so much, Vinu. You have set the tone for the conversation. So without further ado, I will kickstart this discussion, Tarun. I'll start from the topic of safety and reliability, how you have incorporated these two traits in your products. And there have been quite a number of questions historically on electric two-wheelers. So if you can, talk about that.
Right. So, reliability was a topic we took very seriously very early on. Our view always was that EV industry, basically automotive business, the entire game is really building a credible name. The competition that we were up against, and we still are up against, are people who build their reputation and brands over 30, 40, 50, 60 years, 100 years in one case. So you're really fighting a uphill battle in consumer perception. So we've always seen this business as essentially a brand building play, and to build a brand, आपको product reliability, product quality पे काफी काम करने की जरूरत है. So if you see our timeline, 2013 we started the business. We launched our first product in 2018. And in the interim, we built one of the largest R&Ds anywhere in the world for electric two-wheelers. And most of the time was spent not in building a prototype or a concept. Most of the time was spent in actually coming up with testing standards, coming up with all these qualification standards, and running the vehicle to something like 2,500 tests. And we've continued to repeat the process every year since then. So reliability is something we took very seriously, and I think it's worked out well. I think it's helped us build a very credible reputation today in the industry, where despite being a startup, often our products are seen as the more superior quality product. Safety is a new emerging trend that's kind of landed as a big opportunity. Kudos to some great work done by folks like brands like Tata. Safety has really risen up the consumer's stack rank. What does the consumer care about? And automotive safety is going up that ladder. So we started initially building in, क्योंकि our product had a lot of tech on it. It was connected. Tracking was easier. So we started building in these safety features of vehicle tracking, accident detection, live location sharing, and then over a period of time extended that by bringing in things like skid control. So safety has become a pretty big lever for us. It does drive a lot of consumer interest. People care about it in India increasingly now. People are willing to pay for safety in a big way, and obviously reliability.
Ma'am, one question, when you talk about testing standards, these testing standards, did you have to devise yourself, or were there some global benchmarks that you were following?
No, we had to come pretty much with all of them ourselves internally.
Okay.
The awkward thing about our industry is कि electric two-wheelers में India छोड़ के कहीं और ज़्यादा काम होता नहीं है globally. Yes, we have all heard China has a lot of electric scooters, but China का electric two-wheeler industry is like a shadow of what India's e-two-wheeler industry is. China's e-two-wheeler market is heavily commoditized. It's full of fairly entry-level, simple products, not a lot of sophistication, and hence not a lot of testing or reliability requirements. And if you take India and China out, and Japan does not build electric, there's really not much work happening. So we had to come up with a lot of these standards ourselves, and I think that's built a lot of strength because that's one of the moats in our business. और किसी ने with the standards develop किए नहीं थे, and outside India nobody even has an incentive to do it. So a lot of fundamental work. In fact, a lot of our IP is probably in development of these testing protocols and standards, which really are within Ather.
One question is about the churn that we have seen in the electric two-wheeler market in the last 3 or 4 years. I mean, companies that we were seeing in the top 5 probably 3 or 4 years back are nowhere to be seen. Established players have now taken up the place. You are number 3rd, in calendar year, last calendar year. Um, Others are TVS, Bajaj are already there. So what has happened in the market? What has changed for the customer? What is going on in their mindset?
Our industry is very interesting because 4 साल पहले the primary story was कि this is a very fragmented industry and there was this perception कि building electric scooters is very simple. एक मोटर लगानी है, बैटरी के पॉजिटिव नेगेटिव टर्मिनल को कनेक्ट करना है, व्हील्स वगैरह सब सिंपल है, कोई भी बना लेगा. That narrative didn't really play out because people who built vehicles with that mindset, कि EVs are very simple and very easy, ended up building very low quality products. And we've been a big believer that India is a very serious two-wheeler market. We don't actually, we generally do not like the entry level spec. आप अगर हमारे scooters में भी देखेंगे, petrol scooters में भी, below 110 cc the market basically dies, and even 110 cc itself is dying with the market migrating up to 125 cc. So the industry, unlike China or parts of Southeast Asia, is काफी premium, wants to buy good products, and to build those good products, you actually have to do a lot of R&D. I would say the entry barrier to build something like this is now a few thousand crores in terms of product development and R&D investment required. So we've swung. 4-5 साल पहले the image was कि यार anybody with like 10 crores and like 10 engineers will start an EV company. To today, this industry is even more consolidated than the petrol scooter industry. जहाँ पे you still have 7-8 brands, यहाँ पे you only have like practically 4-5 brands. So considerable काफी consolidation हुआ है, and this is maybe the counterpoint to what a lot of people believe. The reason इतना consolidation हुआ है is because the effort required to build an electric scooter has gone up by an order of magnitude. Complexity, particularly with electronics and software, is just phenomenally high. And the bar that our industry has set up, and I'm not just speaking Ather ke liye, I'm speaking even for our peers, the bar that all of us have cumulatively set up is now quite high. So there is like even external competition is practically non-existent. It's Indian players who are really playing today at the forefront of what are electric two-wheelers and are really defining the limits of this industry.
But you are then coming up with a EL platform which will be lower price architecture. I wanted to understand that how will you be able to protect your margins? I mean, you are already close to break even, but how will you be able to protect your margins once you bring EL platform and the products related to that?
So we announced EL last year. EL is, and we've announced that EL is going to be cheaper than our current portfolio, but the genesis is different. Its origin different. What we realize is there are two primary reasons why people are buying an Ather vehicle today. It's the quality of our powertrain, battery, motor. There's just the stability, reliability. बारिश में भी work कर रहा है, 10 साल तक काम कर रहा है. It's reliable. And the second is our software, where Ather is head and shoulders above any global player today. In fact, Ather is able to unlock a new business model where we are able to sell software on top of the base vehicle hardware. And today, an Indian consumer is paying 15, 18, 20,000 rupees extra to buy those features. So what we realize is कि यार ये दो चीजों में हमारा काफी differentiation है, which is hardware, which is electric powertrain or software. Let's keep this consistent. इसको नहीं touch करता है. But there are a lot of mechanical choices that we made over the previous years. जहाँ पे that's not the reason for you to buy an Ather. For example, an aluminum frame or a belt transmission. Those are not like a lot of scooter buyers don't even notice it. So we decided to simplify the architecture, particularly because scale is going up. And that's how this new platform EL is born, on the opportunity to drop cost on the mechanical side, but with the same electricals and same software. And that's how our cost is coming down. But not by features cut kar do, quality kam kar do, reliability kam kar do, battery choti kar do. Those are not the primary angles. So this was a big opportunity. It was there in our face for the last 1-2 साल से हमारे सामने था. So we decided to just take it by building EL as a new platform.
But will it be priced close to 1 lakh rupees? Because I think Rista is around 1.24. So
Correct.
how far down can you bring the price down?
For us, the
Since
Lakshman
you-
Rekha is at 1 lakh. Will likely not go below that. But we think we can get close to it, but not below lakh. Lakh के नीचे नहीं आएंगे. But yes, काफी gap है. 1 लाख से 1.25 लाख के बीच में. And that is a big opportunity for us. So EL will obviously play in a big way there. But will not go below a lakh because yeah, that's not our segment. We don't think we can do justice to it.
Tarun, you also talked about software, and in software, I was reading that 91% of your new customers are taking up the Pro Pack suite, which provides, additional features. Um, uh, I just wanted to understand how important it is for you in revenue terms. What's its share? Where do you see it going in the next 3 to 5 years? And also, can it become a recurring revenue feature? Because right now it's, I think, one-time revenue feature.
So we came up with ProPack in a really bad time of Ather, when our margins were brutally bad and subsidies were starting to come down. So there was a lot of panic about how will we manage margins, how will we grow the business, how will we grow our bottom line. So we realized कि हमने काफी software features build कर दिए हैं, and we're building them with a lot of differentiation compared to the rest of the market, but we're not upselling them too much. So we rolled the dice and we said, "एक काम करते हैं, we'll take all the software features, bundle them together in a single pack, and you can buy the vehicle without all software features, or you can buy software separately." And it's a simple promise. Like for an average customer also, उनका perception है कि why do I need software on a scooter, right? I just need to turn on the key and go. So we started selling software separately, and I think what we have discovered here is a pretty big realization, because most people would not have imagined that about the Indian customer. Our software packs are priced between 14 to 22,000 rupees, and 9 out of 10 consumers upgrade and buy the software pack along with the vehicle. And Ather's selling about 70,000 scooters, 75,000 scooters every quarter. So it's a substantial volume all across the country. So we're able to upsell a lot of these software packs. They are one-time sale today. They're not recurring revenue today. But yes, Tesla has shown that a software pack can become recurring revenue. Tesla's software pack, it's called FSD, used to be a one-time sale. Starting, I think this year, they've now made it a subscription. This has to follow the market. The consumer has to be ready for it.
So are you also thinking of a subscription kind of model for this?
I don't know. I'm really wary of doing subscription because the Indian consumer may or may not be ready for it. Today, sale of non-vehicle revenue is roughly about 14% of our sales. About half of that would be software, and software is like nearly 90% margin. It's at a good place. Breaking this down into like monthly or quarterly collections, like I'm sure a lot of SaaS industry folks will tell me it's a nightmare to do collections in India. Trying to collect 200, 500 rupees every month from consumers across the country is not an easy job, and a lot of leakage there. But I also, having said that, I also do believe that increasingly the customer base is becoming comfortable with it. Increasingly, our a new age customer is already living with 5, 6, 7, 10 subscriptions, which are auto renewed every month. So it's not a far-fetched idea. And I would bet good money that if somebody is going to try that innovation, it'll probably be Ather, given how much we have already tried new things on the business model on software. So we might be one of the first ones to try it, but I still think there's some time.
Tarun, sticking to the point of software, I was just wondering if competitors start bundling similar features at probably no cost or at a little bit of higher cost. Does that challenge your ability to monetize software capability?
As it so happens, that's exactly what happens today. Our peers also have many of these features, and they are bundled free along with the vehicle. Our pitch is a bit more nuanced. We have invested a lot of time in building different experiences. We've spent a lot of time thinking like a tech company, thinking like a software company. We have thought about usage. An automotive company typically thinks of features, marketing, brochure features, right? Like आपकी कार में cruise control होगा. I'm sure the car salesman wouldn't have told you how the cruise control feature works. Like he didn't in my case. Okay, it's standard. Like nobody bothers explaining you all these features that are even built. And if you're not describe the feature, you're not going to use the feature. And if you're not going to use the feature, the company has no incentive in building a good feature. So everybody just does a tick mark feature development, which has been the case with software in our industry for the longest time. We've done tick mark wala development, right? भाई Android Auto दे दिया, अब आप देख लेना, right? Cruise control है, ADAS है, कौन ADAS use करता है? Nobody knows, right? What features used? Nobody tracks. We've done the full polar opposite. Recently, we published data about how much every single feature is actually used. There are features where 30-40% of a fleet uses every single day. Navigation, like onboard navigation, is used in our case every week. And I think some like 50-70,000 people are using it every single day. Like most, and this is not Android Auto, this is onboard navigation. So we've thought differently, we've built these feature sets very differently, which is why we are able to monetize them when our competition is not. See, this is a great margin business. Like logically, everybody should be taking software out and pricing it separately. The reason people are not, I think, is more nuanced. Then they just forgot about it. Uh, it's needed a lot of development, a lot of investment, a lot of focus from our side to build it differently, to make sure that our dealers can sell this. Because the assumption of every dealer in India is software कौन खरीदेगा यार? Which customer buys software on automotive? That too in a scooter. Like who buys software on a scooter? गाड़ी में फिर भी शायद गलती से खरीद लूंगा. Scooter में कौन खरीदने वाला है? So it's taken a lot of education of the dealer community. It's taken a lot of marketing. It's taken a lot of feature development and a lot of technology work. Today, the largest engineering team that we have in the company today is the software engineering team. And it's not large enough. I'm sure we can actually have a much larger team even now. So
What's the size of the team right now?
I think it'll be about all put together about maybe 140, 150 people.
So what you mean to say is that the quality of the features that you're providing in the bundle, that is much more important than just providing the feature, whether at no cost or whether on a pro pack kind of model.
If you want to monetize it, people will only pay for value, and value will only be realized if people use it, right? Otherwise, it's just good vibes, right? मुझे अच्छा लगा आपने 4 फीचर दे दिए. I felt happy buying that vehicle, but I don't think I'm going to use them, so I won't pay up for it. If you tell them, will you pay me 1,000 rupees extra? People say it's okay, keep it. So if you want to monetize it, you'll have to build something that people will use a lot.
Tarun, I will go to the point of government policy. I mean, you have talked about that Ather should be given a chance when it comes to PLI scheme. PLI schemes selection was done a few years back. The government has not opened it for any other players now. I just wanted to understand that on one hand, Ather has applied for the PLI scheme, but recently, you said that not having PLI actually makes your pricing more disciplined and your PNL more resilient. So how do you reconcile these two positions? And if you can explain these points.
Oh, both are completely true. See, if you lose something or if you get hurt, it makes you more resilient. But you will not go out and say कि रोज मारो मुझे, right? मतलब कभी किसी ने आपको accident, if you struggle, if you had an accident, you learn something out of it. But you don't wish an accident upon yourselves every single day. That's how I think about the PLI policy. It's an amazing policy. It is very important for our industry. And honestly, PLI, if it were to deliver on its promise, can open up a massive export of electric two-wheelers from India. India stands at the cusp of a huge export market. See, obviously, courtesy some great legacy players, India is an important two-wheeler exporter even today. But we are getting a sliver of the global revenue of two-wheelers. Like I think we get something like 7-8% of the global revenue. The bulk of the revenue does not come to us. The bulk of the revenue goes to the Chinese and mostly the Japanese, right? Who build great brands historically on the petrol side. But electric we have no competition. It is so rare and such a brilliant opportunity to find ourselves where we are with electric two-wheelers. India is not debatably, India is genuinely, no debate about it, the cutting edge of electric two-wheeler technology today on software, on batteries, on charging, on onboard charging, on power electronics, transmission, and the cost structures. We have hands down the best electric two-wheelers for the global market. China has a lot of them, but China has a lot of entry-level products. China is not very concerned about the mid-tier market where we operate today and the premium markets. As the global markets go electric, there is literally only one country which can supply to all of them, which is India. And PLI can play not just in the next 1 or 2 years, even over a longer time period, because the budgets are still there. I think PLI can play a massive role in opening exports as a big opportunity for our industry. It's $100 billion market. But PLI needs to reform. It's a very potential policy, but one that is really not having any innovation engine behind it. PLI may you couldn't apply if you are a startup. The only way to apply is if you had no revenue, which is obviously a mistake. What if a startup had 100 rupees of revenue? You couldn't apply. This needs to be corrected. Today, the Indian charging standard is the Ather charging standard. Ather is the largest public charging infrastructure for electric two-wheelers in India, 5,000 fast chargers. We are the #1 e-two-wheeler manufacturer in South, in Jammu Kashmir, in Northeast, 20% national market share, and we can't get PLI. Players who are 3, 4, 5 times smaller can get PLI because they have petrol scooter or petrol motorcycle revenue. There's obviously a gap here in the market. So we do believe, and we'll continue making that argument, that PLI needs to be, and it's not just us, there are many other very, very innovative startups putting in hundreds of crores in R&D and capex every year who are not able to claim PLI, which is creating a very convoluted structure where PLI, which was meant to push electrification, is penalizing almost every pure electric player. So every pure electric player now has to wait until PLI ends, which is not what PLI should be all about. PLI should be able to leverage that budget and actually give a push to pure EV players to further pull everybody in. Because pure EV players will push the market. We are the ones who, for say existential, right? Will push the market, will build new products, will grow international, will grow exports. And when we do it, the legacy players will respond, right? But without startups, this train has no engine. It can't move. It only has carriages.
Tarun, I want to understand that if PLI is today open for startups like you, will your investments plan, will your plans for investment pricing, will they change, or you are resilient enough that even if it is not there, you will continue to function as is?
We will not die without PLI, but we will have to keep delaying products and we'll have to wait to be on an even footing with the rest of the players. And this is delaying the market. Look at the industry. The industry is not practically grown over the last 2 years. Why has that happened? That's happened because a startup like ours, we can't enter many segments. Like the reason I don't want to go below 1 lakh is because I'm competing with players who have 18% PLI. 18%. Like, how do you fight with 18%? It's like both hands tied behind your back. So you can't, it doesn't make logical sense. So I will have to delay entering motorcycles. I will have to delay going into exports. I will have to delay entering sub 1 lakh, which is not productive for the country. I think if players like us, and particularly more startups, because startups will always open up a new category. If startups have PLI, startups will open up new category. It'll drive more volumes. It'll drive new capacity. It'll drive new jobs, and it will drive existing players to also catch up. But if you take startups out of the equation and penalize them, then no new category will open up, and you will just be stuck with the same segments doing the same volumes.
Tarun, my last question is to you is about electric motorcycles. So we talked about that how when it comes to electric scooters, India and China are the key markets where the development is happening or where the products are being, put out by the manufacturers. Can you tell me what are the hurdles when it comes to electric motorcycles? Because motorcycles are sold, when I'm talking about petrol motorcycles, they are sold in many more numbers as compared to scooters, but the electrification there is minuscule. So yeah, what are the reasons? What are the hurdles in that segment?
So one point would be the same. Again, it's a new segment. Opening it up would require an existing legacy OEM, petrol OEM, would have no incentive to open up motorcycles, electric motorcycles, because it's so profitable to build a petrol motorcycle today in India. Why would you cannibalize yourselves building an electric one where your margins would be a fraction? The only players who will have an incentive are once again startups who got nothing to lose. Kuch to bana hai. So they will open up this category. But it doesn't make sense for us again to enter the space without PLI particularly. I would say that's actually the biggest reason. I can give you a lot of good other logical reasons, we're looking at the TCO and, we're looking at the market size and the growth rates, and scooters are a little better than motorcycles. They're all great. But honest to hand on heart, yeah, motorcycles are 60% of the market. We should all be building them. But we are lacking a structural incentive to open up a new category by taking PLI away from newer players. Simple.
So you mean to say that the pricing of the product, if it is
up, why would you enter a segment where you know that, a legacy, an incumbent has an 18% advantage against you on pricing? You're just discouraged from day one from even attempting. We're building scooters. We're here. We built some advantages with software pricing, ye margin, wo margin. So we can now, we can fight this. We can fight in this game. But entering a new segment is a lot more risky. So, which is why I keep reiterating, it's a very powerful policy, particularly for exports. It needs to be given the teeth and the power by including startups.
Thank you for the insightful answer, Tarun. We have time for probably one question from the audience. If you want to ask, please raise your hand and introduce yourself and ask your question in short.
Good, Hi, good evening. Thank you. Thank you for a lot of insights, and it was a good session. I'm Gaurav Mathur from Grundfos. My question to you is that you actually probably say that software is a big part of the product which you are developing. What is the problem which you are working now, which you will be solving through software in future, if you can tell?
As you can imagine, I can't give away my roadmap for the next 2-3 years. But I can talk about one feature which is right now a fairly viral feature that we are about to. It's in beta right now. It'll go into public deployment, I think, in a month's time. We've been mapping city roads. Okay, so because it's a connected vehicle and we have 40 sensors, 50 sensors, whatever, a lot of sensors across the vehicle, we've been using them to understand road topology, which is fancy way of speaking. We know where the potholes are, right? We know where the potholes are. We know where the speed breakers are. We know where the road is bad, where the road is good, where there is no road, maybe, right? So we have this data. And in this new feature that will go live, it's called pothole alerts. We will alert users before they encounter a pothole. And we are going to start mass production of a smart helmet, which is, by the way, 2,000 rupee smart helmet, so it's not very expensive. If you put that helmet on, the helmet will whisper in your ear if you are approaching a pothole at an unsafe speed. So imagine, आप रात को drive कर रहे हैं, and you're going at 60, but the road ahead is completely breaks apart because of rains, right? Imagine the helmet could tell you slow down, massive pothole ahead, right? It's not a very fancy feature. It's not very nerdy, geeky. It's simple. It's mainstream. Like anybody can understand it, right? Literally, the helmet will tell you in your ears, pothole ahead, right? So that's a feature that's going live. Another feature that is going live is how do I avoid getting towed? It's called Park Safe. So we basically have some data of where scooters get towed in public areas. See, we can't tell you कहाँ पे legal parking है, कहाँ पे नहीं है. But what we can tell you is कि यहाँ पे vehicle tow हो जाता है. So if you park there, we will just alert you to not park there. So many such features. Yeah. Do not give such ideas. Don't put us in a difficult situation.
Can we take one more question? Yeah.
We are really out of time. Okay, one.
Just one more question. Yeah.
Hi, sir. Mohit Bhatnagar this side. I'm a student of finance. I have a concern regarding the consumer sentiment towards the 10-year trajectory. Since we are having a trade deal with US, we might have Harley Davidson coming in India. So an aspirational class of product is also developing in India. Do you think that India might shift majorly towards a 5 lakh rupee bike or a scooter rather than a utility-based scooter in a 10-year down the line?
Absolutely. In fact, if you go see our IPO pitch deck, our DRHP, literally, I think the first section says betting on premiumization, and where we explain how all the prices will go up and north like this. We are an economy that's at $2,700 per capita GDP. We'll go to $5,000 per capita GDP by whatever FY30, and hopefully in a 10-year time period, something like $7,000-8,000. तो खरीदेंगे, अच्छा vehicle खरीदेंगे, क्यों नहीं खरीदेंगे? Luckily, we are an industry where you can make 5 lakhs rupees per annum, 20 lakh rupees per annum, or 80 lakh rupees per annum. You will still likely be riding a two-wheeler on our roads, right? So we will obviously upgrade up. That is a fundamental bet that we have made. We are betting on the upgradation of the Indian customer and premiumization. Equally, zero worries कि इसका मतलब, imports will flood the market. We are the most we are the most efficient cost structure in the world. Indian two-wheeler manufacturing, petrol or electric, we are hands down the most efficient and the lowest cost production in the world, including China. So I'm very bullish that if this means Harley Davidsons are going to be sold to a lot of consumers in India, I would bet that those Harleys would be produced in India, right? And not imported out of US. It is so much better to produce here, better quality, better control, better distribution, better supplies, everything. So I think two-wheeler manufacturing will continue to grow in share of the manufacturing GDP, and it'll be one of the larger segments over the next 10 years.
Tarun, thank you for a well-rounded, frank and candid discussion. Um, I can continue on the topics that we discussed today, but I will just say that um, uh, your uh, your frank answers were really helpful, and it shows that EV sector needs disciplined execution more than, and it's not just about promise, and it's also about disciplined execution. Yeah, Vinu.
Thank you very much. The speeches were so interesting. The helmet point and the other, whispering in your ear, it's very, very fascinating. And also the point that you talked about, India is cutting edge for, and the conviction with which you said that for electric wheelers for the global market. Thank you very much. Very nice session. Can we have the mentors, please? And the pictures as well. For our audience, what this bag contains is a Dokra figurine. Dokra is a craft. It's like it's a craft from various states. We all debated on where it is from. It's from West Bengal, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Jharkhand, and it's also a symbol of the fabulous craftsmanship that India has. We will be breaking for tea now, and we will meet in 15 minutes. Please do not be late. We have a fireside chat with Mr. Atul Lal, Managing Director of Dixon Technologies. Later in the day, we will also have the Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal, who will be coming for a fireside chat. Kindly be back in time. We are already delayed, and I must apologize to Mr. Lal, um, you know, for sitting there so patiently. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you.
नमस्ते। मुझे पता है वो पंछी क्या है। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हीलचेयर ये आपका और ये आप। पंछी ने शॉपिंग के बाद जो जरूरत लिखी होती है थोड़ी पेट पूजा के बाद पंछी बिना लिखे ऐसा हो सकता है कि पेट आपकी पंछी
On behalf of Business Standard, I extend a very warm welcome.
So this kind of events basically boost our confidence. So many investors are stimulus. Orange वाले भी change करते हैं. No gas. तो यही सामने एक
nation's journey when the sunlight awakens a new dawn of possibilities, when a quiet decision away from the spotlight begins to shape the future of millions. 1969 was one such year. As India stood at a crossroad of need and possibility, REC emerged not as a company, but as a quiet resolve. REC was incorporated to resurrect the agriculture sector by energizing irrigation pump sets, marking a giant leap for the Indian agrarian economy. Since then, we have diversified into new technologies and financed over 1 lakh megawatt of energy. We have come a long way from setting up our first regional office in 1974 to presence across India through 22 project offices today. We are now one of the biggest financial institutions in the country, funding generation, transmission, distribution, and renewable energy projects. The future is now, and we are constantly reinventing ourselves to stay ahead of the times. From issuing our first bonds in 1975 to raising funds from across the globe and having one of the highest foreign institutional investments among public financial institutions, the trust of our investors has been driving us forward. As a testament to the faith reposed by our stakeholders, we have established ourselves as an accredited financier and have the highest credit rating from all major domestic agencies. Internationally, we are rated at par with the sovereign ratings by Moody's, Fitch, and Japan Credit Rating Agency. With our client-oriented approach, we continue to set new benchmarks in our performance and continue to outshine our peers while creating maximum value for our clients, with untiring diligence and strong ethics as our guiding principles. As India aspires to become a $5 trillion economy, our vision is to be the leader in catalyzing an innovative, inclusive, and a sustainable future.
Welcome to the store of a typical corporate office. Let's see what chaos each door hides. Where stress lives, decisions, deadlines, breakdown. Hey there. Apparently not. Surely this room is full of debates and power play. Why does this feel like Oh, we should have entered this room first. Any delays, fixes, and glitches? People are always here. If chaos, you won't find it. We are on Zen by AMD. The five tops of AI power in our PCs and laptops powered by the AMD Ryzen system, and 69% lesser power consumption with 86% fewer servers powered by AMD chemical systems. It's built to handle the pressure of every business.
Zen mode by AMD. It's what the offices need. Businesses love AMD.
सामान देना भैया।
अब आगे क्या करना है? वो पिंटू की पर्ची भी देखो। कहाँ गई पर्ची? नमस्ते
जी।
मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हीलचेयर, ये आपका और ये आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग के बाद तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पेट पूजा की बात कोई पर्ची में ना लिखे, ऐसा हो सकता है? टिफिन है।
थैंक यू।
पर्ची
में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं था।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में आप सफर बन जाते हैं। अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं।
On behalf of Business Standard, I extend a very warm welcome.
Space, people are walking freely. So these kind of events basically boost our confidence.
I guess this is one such forum which has helped us with so many new investors and so many distributors.
Seamless trade, smarter finance, delivering solutions for corporates, family offices, financial sponsors, banks, and FIs. Structured and holdco financing, leveraged, acquisition, and growth financing. Balance sheet optimization leveraging structured trade finance, loan syndications and underwriting, INR FPI NCDs, foreign currency bonds, and ratings advisory. Powering businesses with customized solutions and speed for global and domestic markets. Trade loans, import and export finance, letters of credit, bank guarantees, structured trade finance. Growth needs capital. Our bespoke offerings, foreign exchange. Wherever you innovate, we finance the future. Spot deals, forward contracts. Whatever your financial needs, Mashreq India is your trusted partner. Explore smart, secure, and seamless banking today. There are moments in a nation's journey when the sunlight awakens a new dawn of possibilities, when a quiet decision away from the spotlight begins to shape the future of millions. 1969 was one such year. As India stood at a crossroad of need and possibility, REC emerged, not as a company, but as a quiet resolve. REC was incorporated to resurrect the agriculture sector by energizing irrigation pump sets, marking a giant leap for the Indian agrarian economy. Since then, we have diversified into new technologies and financed over 1 lakh megawatt of energy. We have come a long way from setting up our first regional office in 1974 to presence across India through 22 project offices today. We are now one of the biggest financial institutions in the country, funding generation, transmission, distribution, and renewable energy projects. The future is now, and we are constantly reinventing ourselves to stay ahead of the times. From issuing our first bonds in 1975 to raising funds from across the globe and having one of the highest foreign institutional investments among public financial institutions. The trust of our investors has been driving us forward. As a testament to the faith reposed by our stakeholders, we have established ourselves as an accredited financier and have the highest credit rating from all major domestic agencies. Internationally, we are rated at par with the sovereign ratings by Moody's, Fitch, and Japan Credit Rating Agency. With our client-oriented approach, we continue to set new benchmarks in our performance and continue to outshine our peers while creating maximum value for our clients, with untiring diligence and strong ethics as our guiding principles. As India aspires to become a $5 trillion economy, our vision is to be the leader in catalyzing an innovative, inclusive, and a sustainable future.
Hi, and welcome to this tour of a typical corporate office.
Let's see what chaos each door hides.
Where stress lives, decisions, deadlines, breakdown. Hey there. Apparently not.
Surely this room is full of debates and power play.
Why does this feel like a retreat?
Oh, we should have entered this room first. Any delays, fixes, and glitches?
People are always here fixing.
Looking for chaos? You won't find it. Because we are all in Zen mode by AMD.
Zen what?
Zen mode by AMD. With up to 55 TOPS of AI power in our PCs and laptops powered by the AMD Ryzen processor and 69% lesser power consumption with 86% fewer servers powered by AMD EPYC processors. It's built to handle the pressure of every business.
Everyone is chill. Zen mode by AMD. It's what your business needs. Businesses love AMD.
सामान देना भैया। अब आगे क्या करना है? वो बिट्टू की पर्ची भी देखो, कहाँ गई पर्ची? नमस्ते जी। मुझे पता है वो पर्ची में क्या लिखा होगा। आप चलिए मेरे साथ। व्हीलचेयर, ये आपका और ये आपका। पर्ची में शॉपिंग के बाद तो जरूर लिखी होती है। थोड़ी पेट पूजा के बाद पर्ची में ना लिखी, ऐसा हो सकता है? टिकट है। थैंक यू।
पर्ची में तो ये सब लिखा ही नहीं।
हम है ना आपकी पर्ची।
सिर्फ वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट्स नहीं चलाते हैं, आपके सफर में हम सफर बन जाते हैं। अदान हम करके दिखाते हैं।
On behalf of Business Standard, I extend a very warm welcome.
Space without ranking free. So these kind of events basically boost our confidence.
I guess this is one such forum which is welcomes so many new investors and students and constituents.
Seamless trade, smarter finance, delivering solutions for corporates, family offices, financial sponsors, banks, and FIs. Structured and holdco financing, leverage, acquisition, and growth financing. Balance sheet optimization leveraging structured trade finance. Loan syndications and underwriting. INR FDI NCDs, currency bonds, and ratings advisory. Powering businesses with customized solutions and speed for global and domestic markets. Trade loans, import and export finance, letters of credit, bank guarantees, structured trade finance. Growth needs capital. Our bespoke offices, foreign exchange. Wherever you innovate, we finance the future. Whatever your financial needs, Ashrak India is your trusted partner. Explore smart, secure, and seamless banking today. There are moments in a nation's journey when the sunlight awakens a new dawn of possibilities, when a quiet decision away from the spotlight begins to shape the future of millions. 1969 was one such year. As India stood at a crossroad of need and possibility, REC emerged not as a company, but as a quiet resolve. REC was incorporated to resurrect the agriculture sector by energizing irrigation pump sets, marking a giant leap for the Indian agrarian economy. Since then, we have diversified into new technologies and financed over 1 lakh megawatt of energy. We have come a long way from setting up our first regional office in 1974 to presence across India through 22 project offices today. We are now one of the biggest financial institutions in the country, funding generation, transmission, distribution, and renewable energy projects. The future is now, and we are constantly reinventing ourselves to stay ahead of the times. From issuing our first bonds in 1975 to raising funds from across the globe and having one of the highest foreign institutional investments among public financial institutions, the trust of our investors has been driving us forward. As a testament to the
शुरू
faith
करते हैं,
reposed
है
in our
ना?
stakeholders,
We
we
should
have
start.
established ourselves as an accredited financier and
हाँ
have
हाँ वही करें वही करें. He is here already, and
internationally,
and
we are rated on par with the sovereign ratings
अच्छा
by
he's also there.
Moody's,
बताओ क्या
Fitch,
गीता
and
and
Japan
India
Credit
Inc.
Rating
अच्छा
Agency.
interesting. चलो ठीक है.
With our client-oriented
Cool.
approach,
I'm just
we
going to
continue
send
to set
people
new
out to
benchmarks
get
in our
people in.
performance and continue to outshine our peers while creating maximum value for our clients, with untiring diligence and strong ethics as our guiding principles. As India aspires to become a $5 trillion economy, our vision is to be the leader in catalyzing an innovative, inclusive, and sustainable future.
Hi, and welcome to this tour of a typical corporate office.
Let's see what chaos each door has.
Where stress lives, decisions, deadlines, breakdown. Hey there.
Apparently not.
Surely this room is full of debates and power play.
Why does this feel like a retreat?
Oh, we should have entered this room first. Any delays, fixes, and glitches?
People are always here.
Looking for chaos? You won't find it.
We'll be starting shortly. We're just waiting for some of the audiences to come back from tea.
Zen mode by AMD. It's what your business needs. Businesses love AMD.
सामान देना भैया
आगे क्या करना है वो कहाँ गई पर्ची
You know, we at Business Standard are sticklers for punctuality, and this is honestly an exceptional thing to have happened. Kindly bear with us. We'll be just starting because as journalists, you also like have to meet deadlines, have to be on time and punctual. But thank you for your patience, really. Well, that's a good thing, but it's a catch-22 situation. We want them here. We also want them to enjoy that. But yeah.
In the year 2019, tax exemptions were not available to internet or to an app. To resolve this, we will also have data aggregation coming in. The only thing we are trying to do is that we spread tax services all across India. We launched data tax in May 2020. After 4 years of running this app as data tax, we rebranded it in the current year in 2025 and made it as UDP. We basically had a business that could engage all the institutions in the app itself. Our vision is to become one of the top 10 consultancy companies in India by the end of 2030.
On behalf of Business Standard, I extend a very warm welcome.
Should start and people coming in and at least should
Space, people are working free. So this kind of event basically boost our confidence.
or should I tell you later? I tell you later. Running it up.
I guess this is one such forum which has helped us to reach so many new investors and so many distributors.
India has been empowering businesses to grow. Seamless trade, smarter finance, delivering solutions for corporates, family offices, financial sponsors, banks, and FIs. Structured and holdco financing, leverage, acquisition, and growth financing. Balance sheet optimization leveraging structured trade finance. Loan syndications and underwriting. INR FDI NCDs. Foreign currency bonds.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. And we'll begin our session now, which turns to a defining shift in manufacturing, which is Industry 5.0, scaling up India's factories. Now, as India accelerates its push to become a global manufacturing powerhouse, the focus is no longer just on scale, but on smarter scale. Industry 5.0 is about blending technology with human ingenuity and creating global competitive future-ready enterprises. And that's the lens of the discussion ahead. May I please invite on stage the moderator, Ms. Nivedita Mukherjee from Business Standard. And may I please request our guests to settle down? We are starting our discussion. Kindly settle down. Sachin, we're starting the discussion. Thank you. May I also invite on stage Mr. Atul Lal, Managing Director of Dixon Technologies, a company that has grown alongside India's own rise as a global electronics manufacturing hub. A huge round of applause also, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Lal for patiently, bearing with the delay. A management graduate from Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani, Mr. Lal has spent over 3 decades shaping the EMS landscape, steering strategy, and driving expansion. Beyond the company, he plays an active role in strengthening the broader ecosystem, serving on key industry bodies, including as president of the Electronic Industries Association of India, and was honored as the Man of Electronics. He is also the author of Gita and India Inc., reflecting on leadership philosophy that blends enterprise with insight. Please join me in welcoming him.
Thank you, Veenu. Good evening, Mr. Lal, and thanks for coming to
Thank you so much.
Manthan,
Thank you
Business
so much for
Standard
hosting
Manthan.
me. Thank you.
It's great to have you here. Manufacturing next level and making India future ready. We'll come to that. But before that, can we step back and, maybe you can share with the audience the journey of Dixon, how it had started as Western, some more than 30 years ago, and to now, what has been the big difference, really? The many differences.
Well, I think in every crisis there's an opportunity, and that's how Dixon was born. We are an offshoot of a consumer electronics brand which was fairly dominant in the 70s and 80s by the name of Western Electronics. But we went through a crisis in late 80s. A lot of our revenues were coming from erstwhile USSR. USSR fell apart. A lot of our business was dependent on imports. We used to have a tie with Hitachi, and in 1991, India went through a foreign exchange crisis. The LCs were not being opened. So the business was in turmoil. And that's when we got this opportunity from LG, which then was Lucky Gold Star of Korea. At that time, Lucky Gold Star LG was not in India. They were a fairly large exporter of CRT televisions from Korea to Europe. And there was an anti-dumping duty imposed of 23%. There was a normal duty of 14%. On Indian exports of television, there was no import duty. We were a part of that GSP Form A regime. So they were looking for a partner in India, and that's how Dixon was born, with a very meager capital of only 40 lakh rupees in a rented factory. We started manufacturing televisions for LG for exports. But we are always fiscally a very conservative company. Right from the first month, we started earning money. And that time, the concept of outsourcing was not prevalent either globally or in India. So this was the first time that this concept of outsourcing and EMS started evolving. And that's how the journey started. From televisions, we got into VCRs, we got into audios, we got into washing machines, we got into lighting, and various other products. But that was the era when manufacturing was not exactly part of the government policy framework, at least electronics, and the world was opening up. And the whole concept was world is flat, world and the supply chains are going to be integrated. And the flavor of the day was Y2K movement. The whole focus was on IT services. So the growth and the opportunity and the addressable market was extremely limited. But then came the change, geopolitically, globally, and also in India, right from 2012 and 13. And a realization set in that manufacturing should be looked at in a positive way. The policy framework should be supportive of electronics manufacturing. And definitely with the new government coming in 2014, the things started changing. And it's reflected in our numbers. Please appreciate that in 2017, when we got listed, we were at 2,000 crores of revenue. We were 1,400 people, 4 factories, market cap of 2,500 crores. In 8 to 9 years, this year we'll close at 50,000 crores. We're going to be 40,000 people, 26 factories, market cap of around 65,000 crores. And we feel that we've just scratched the surface. We really feel in our industry parlance that this is the real Y2K moment for the electronics manufacturing industry. We are at an inflection point. So that's where we are.
You are the largest homegrown electronics manufacturing contract manufacturer. But there has been another ecosystem in India in the last few years, that of Apple. So how do you look at that competition? Is that a big competition for you?
No, not at all. I mean, it's not a competition. I think Apple is a, you see, any industry, for it to take off, it requires certain flag bearers. If you recall how automotive industry really took off in India, it happened only when Maruti Suzuki came in. And that's what the brands like Apple and Samsung are to India. Because with it comes the scale, with it comes the global opportunity, with it comes huge deep learning. And any industry, any business, more than the financial metrics, is about acquisition of capability. And that's what Apple brings to the table. In our case, we are an Android player. Please appreciate that in the 150 million industry mobile devices, Android is almost at 130, 135 million. And within Dixon, we now have a capacity of almost 60, 65 million. So for us, it's a very large play. It's a large game. Apple is extremely important for India, for this industry. Yeah. Is it competition? Yeah, it may be competition, but it's a huge learning as well. So we look at it from a very positive perspective.
You are a supplier to many multinational companies, from Motorola to Xiaomi. So, what is the balancing that you have to do to cater to companies of different geographies? How do you do it? How challenging is that?
You see, as an outsourcing company, as an EMS company, in simplistic terms, you're always subservient to your principal. You're in this business and you'll be successful in this business when you continuously strive to create value for them. And at the same time, you need to manage the sensibility because you're manufacturing a product for various large players who are competing with each other. So you have to manage the sensibilities around their IP protection. You have to, and every large player has very different set of expectations. So very humbly, you have to have a deep skin level relationship with them to learn their skill set and show huge nimbleness to deliver to them a product which is more innovative, which is more frugal, and there's a huge flexibility in supply chaining because you have to kind of take care that not only you're adding value to their margins, but you're also helping them managing the balance sheet. So it's a complex thing. It's a low margin business with a huge opportunity. Now, with some of our customers, let's say one of our earliest customer is Philips Signify Lighting. We have a relationship with them since 2008. And today that relationship has converted into a 50-50 joint venture with their extended manufacturing arms. So sometimes these relationships evolve into something very, very deep. And that's what we aspire to do.
Since you're dealing with so many multinationals, does the current situation, geopolitical situation of the last 1 year or more, has that impacted the business?
You see, one thing which is definitely played out for our industry is that the electronics products till 4-5 years back were largely imported. They were imported from Far East, earlier Japan, then Korea, Taiwan, and then China. So that chapter is over. For domestic consumption, all the electronics products being consumed and sold in India would be manufactured in India. So that's a very deep positive. What is the next level of trajectory? That there should be deepening of value addition, and hopefully at some stage there should be owning of IP with the Indian companies. So that's a path we are all going to follow. But one major, Nivedita, aspiration of the industry was that we should become a footprint for the global markets. And undoubtedly, US is one of the largest markets. Fortunately for us, phones, there is a carve out and there is no tariff imposed on phones. So we were never impacted as far as phones are concerned. But various other categories, washing machines, lighting, telecom devices, routers, fixed wireless devices, radios for telecom network, they're a huge opportunity. And last 1.5 years since the tariff situation came into play, there's a huge element of uncertainty, and any amount of uncertainty is damaging for the business. You can't take decisions. How to set up capacities, how to allocate your capital. Your principals and customers are not sure. And in our case, it's all the more difficult because please appreciate that in electronics, the supply chains for the last 20-25 years have been very deeply entrenched into Far East and China. To shake them up, you have to do much more. And then they come out of their inertia. And then you have to prove your credentials. And then something happens. It takes time. So any element of uncertainty, it's a dampener. So that has been an impact. Hopefully it's getting settled now. And we should
You
have some
mentioned
positive
after
news.
the deal with the US
That's
that
right.
was announced, I
That's
think
right.
you said. Yeah,
That's a positive.
it's a positive. But uncertainties remain as we
Yeah,
as we've
this is
seen.
an uncertain world, and yeah, that is not very heartening.
You mentioned owning of Indian IPs. That's a very interesting thought. And can you share your plan of how should one go about it?
You see, definitely the first phase in any industry, electronics industry, is also manufacturing. So as I shared with you, that phase we have already achieved, and the industry has achieved in a very significant positive way. The next step after that is deepening of value addition. That means more and more components in the electronics industry should be manufactured in India. And here I'm not talking about only semiconductors. Here I'm talking about various other things. Here I'm talking about PCBs. Here I'm talking about passives. Here I'm talking about antennas. Here I'm talking about mechanical enclosures. Here I'm talking about camera modules. Here I'm talking about display devices. These are all very, very large things. And until this component ecosystem is set up in India, it's going to be a struggle for us. So the industry is going through that phase. And after that, once you have that set up, that you can develop the tools and dies, you have that capability, then comes something to own the IP. So the first phase that I was talking about when I'm talking about deepening of manufacturing, India needs a huge talent pool. You need engineers who understand CNC, precision engineering, tools and dies, thermal management, heat sinks, radio frequency, cameras, optics, display. And somehow in our engineering institutes, we've missed out on that. You need those masters. Every year, not many, at least 100, 200 such engineers should come out from, I won't even say IITs because possibly those young men are more inclined towards. So the whole industry contours has to change. We from industry has to work with academia to develop those curriculums. We have to train the faculty members. We have to set up centers of excellence in some of these institutes. If not BTechs, we have to entice the MTechs to get trained in that. We have to work out different kind of packages for them. We have to lay out the blueprint of their careers. That they join a company as a fresher at 20-25 lakhs package. 5-6 years they can be at 80 lakhs, 90 lakhs. They have to be given ESOPs. When you have that talent, then you look at the next stage of working on IP. IP means, let's say you need to look at, let's say, a futuristic device like a smart glass, right? Now, they say that possibly smart glass can replace a mobile. Now, when you look at that, you need a tool and die expert who can design a smart glass which has a low weight. You need an engineer who can design power electronics, which can work on low voltage power engines. You need somebody on the camera module side who understands LiDAR. Somebody who can work with the likes of Qualcomm and MediaTek to develop the software stacks. So it's a journey. And obviously, the government policy framework in any industry in its stages of infancy, you need some handholding. Government is doing it, but needs to do much more. But I think we from the industry needs to do much, much more.
So, what is the kind of collaboration that you are looking at, whether with the government, whether with the educational institutes, academia, for getting the best talent pool for what you're just talking about, the Indian IP?
So from Dixon side, we feel that it is extremely important thing. And we are working with my alma mater, BITS Pilani. So we're going to be setting up the Center of Excellence and putting a lot of money from Dixon side, both in the Pilani campus and Hyderabad campus. And chart out a course which I just shared. We are also working with Plaksha University in Mohali to set it up. So that's an initiative, small, but definitely for us it's very important that we're going to do that.
Talking about semiconductor, what is the kind of expansion that you're looking at into semiconductor? It's mostly in design, right?
So in Dixon's case, we are not into semiconductors as of now. We are into hardware manufacturing.
But are there plans?
So we've been evaluating it, and I'll be candid about it. But I'm just waiting for the ISM 2 to be rolled out, because on the financial metric side, semiconductor, a display fab, it's a very large capex industry. We're waiting for the ISM 2 to be rolled out. Let's see how it looks, and then we're going to take a call on that. So I will not be able to comment anything more on that.
What is your expectation from ISM2?
So as we have been hearing from the government sources, it's going to be more design led. It's going to be more IP driven. It's going to be also on the equipment side. So we feel those are going to be the features, but let's wait and watch how it happens.
Overall, in manufacturing, you've been expanding quite a lot. So, how do you decide the geography of a facility when you set it up? Do you look at how a state government is doing? What is it you've got all across the country? Can you throw some light on your ecosystem?
So at present, I mean, Dixon is a north-based company. So we started off with Noida, Greater Noida, because there were certain fiscal incentives. We expanded to Uttarakhand. But then we realized that we need a footprint near the port. So we went to Tirupati. There was a fiscal package from Andhra government. We expanded to Kadapa. And then we forayed into IT products, laptops, tablets, AIOs, and now servers, both conventional and AI servers, which requires a very different kind of a talent pool. So we expanded into Chennai. So there are various boxes to be checklisted: availability of talent, logistics, uh, closeness to the port, export potential, and of course the fiscal incentives from the state government. So at present in Dixon, we are in North, we are in Noida, Greater Noida, we are in Uttarakhand, we have one unit in Ludhiana, and then we are in South, we are now in Chennai, and we are in Andhra.
So where next?
So let's see, we are seriously evaluating MP, Walia, because we are into telecom devices. We are one of the largest manufacturers of telecom devices, in which we have a joint venture with Bharti Airtel. And the government is hopefully rolling out a scheme called Telecom Manufacturing Zones. It's going to be in MP. So we are seriously evaluating MP as the next option.
That's quite an unusual destination, right?
Yeah, but then it's on the expressway. It's 3.5 hours from Delhi. It's very close to the station. There is an airport, And to my pleasant surprise, it has a huge talent pool. You see, around this belt only, there would be at least 35, 40 engineering colleges.
That is interesting. Talking of when we are talking about future, we have to talk about AI. So, what is your thought on AI, and how much of AI is being used at Dixon, and for what?
So the digital initiatives are extremely important. Because finally, the labor arbitrage, which at present is an extremely important quotient in the financial matrix, its impact is going to get diluted. You see, we're going to be heading more and more towards dark factories, where the human intervention would come down. Now, I just think of any operation on the line. It can be welding, right? Now, normally today we are applying the Six Sigma techniques, gauge RNR, various statistical tools to control the quality of my welding. Now, application of an AI tool there, it automatically sets the parameters and the throughputs and the quality. It has a huge significant change for the positive. Now, these are the positives which we are trying to attempt, but I think we have a long way to go. We have to address the extremely important requirement of implementation of AI, one through the cultural mindset of our people. And second, we have to partner the technology companies in our roadmap of AI implementation. But is it going to be important? And is Dixon committed to it? Absolutely.
Are you a believer in AI?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
So you think it's more of an opportunity?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And you have to be committed to it.
But what about the risks? What about, I'm not talking about Dixon, but overall, I mean, we know what kind of risk it can.
So I think one, on the AI itself, there can be hallucinations, there can be challenges about the quality. And although at the same time, you see, we are a socially responsible organization, also we should be. So you need to train your people for upskilling them for different kind of jobs. And that's a social responsibility we all have. So there has to be correct balancing, hopefully, in managing this implementation and managing this change.
If you have to ask the government for something in the electronics manufacturing, contract manufacturing ecosystem, what would that be to make things really world class and to make Indian global brands?
So I think the government in the last 8, 10 years has really supported the industry. And the initiatives of the government is starting with MSIPs, Phased Manufacturing Program, PLI, ISM-1. This is what has helped the industry in growing from $30 billion to $130 billion in the last 7 years. And now the aspiration is to take it to almost $500 billion. The rollout of ECM is a scheme which is committed, which is focused on creating a component ecosystem, has had an extremely positive response. So these are extremely positive steps. So I think now we are looking at, hopefully, because the industry also needs some more support for 2, 3, 4 years for taking the mobile manufacturing to the global markets, and also for deepening of manufacturing and making design-led. And also the next phase is to create some Indian global brands. So that policy framework should be aligned towards achieving these objectives.
Is there anything in the making to make Indian global brands?
I think the intent is there. Is there a policy framework around the corner? I don't know about that.
But what is it that you're thinking about? How can it be done?
See, definitely some handholding is required. So I think hopefully some support, something may happen on that.
Is there anything on the regulatory front that you think should change, maybe with respect to some countries that, we have certain stand and probably we should be relaxing that?
I think the government lately uh, is evaluating it. I know what you're referring to. So is evaluating with a more positive approach, and I think that's helping.
But on the whole, should it be a case-to-case, opening up or permission, or should there be a broader policy framework? We have also been debating about it, even in, in the media. But is there a clear answer to that? That should there be a policy framework, or should it be case-to-case?
You see, my sense is still just it needs to be case to case. It's a much larger issue. So yeah, industry's perspective is there and it's important. But I think what the government is doing as of now is very prudent. Can it be more seamless or can it be expedited? Possibly yes, but that's a difficult question to answer. My sense is it should be case to case.
Okay, so we'll take a couple of questions from the audience. Yes. Yes, mics, please.
Hi, sir. You mentioned that you are establishing in MP, right? Is it that you are also getting benefits which the Madhya Pradesh government is providing to a lot of manufacturing companies that are established in Madhya Pradesh? For example, a lot of textile companies have received some benefits, incentives from the Madhya Pradesh government. Force Motor has also received some incentives. Dixon has these incentives or maybe planning to get these incentives in future?
So we are definitely evaluating MP as a possible footprint, possibly for our telecom devices manufacturing. We are hoping that the scheme, which is a collaborative scheme in the central government and MP government, for TMZs, the telecom manufacturing zones, is going to be rolled out. And it looks to be an attractive scheme. So we're definitely evaluating that.
Thank you. Any question? Yes, here at the center. Individual.
May I?
Yeah, please.
Good evening, sir. Very eloquent session, and I think it was really insightful for you to your take on IPs and about the deep value manufacturing. How do you maybe summarize the structural bottlenecks that we face in making India a global scale manufacturing hub?
I think for any industry to reach that level of maturity is a journey. And it takes time. And it requires a collaborative approach of entrepreneurs and the government. My conviction is that we are on the right path. It's going to take some time. Is it going to be absolutely seamless and 100% successful? The life is never like that. There are going to be some bumps, some accidents. But finally, I feel as a country and as an industry in this space of electronics manufacturing, we're going to be winners. In various categories, we're going to be a footprint for servicing global markets. In various categories, we're going to own the IP. In various categories, there may be some brands dominating not only India, but also having a significant presence in the world. So I think it's just a matter of time.
Sir,
yes, another
more
question.
power to you.
Yes, at the center.
So just one. I'm IIT Delhi 1983 pass out. You talked about the Bharti, the Bharti, and Gwalior combination at your, new place set up Gwalior. Just wanted to inform you, or probably you would be aware, Bharti School of Management and Engineering is there at Delhi IIT. You were talking about, that you were, putting up something along with your alma mater at BITS Pilani. So you mentioned Bharti, and Bharti is already there for last 5-6 years at the IIT campus.
Okay, thanks for that information. Yeah. Thank you.
All the
Yeah,
best.
yes.
Just
Yeah, no, there.
just 1 second.
No, at the back. At the back.
Yeah, I will give it. Just this on the innovation side in the industry or manufacturing. Where do you see in next 5 to 10 years? Where the majority of the innovations are going to come? What kind of
innovation could it be?
So you're talking about manufacturing space or designing space?
Industry, overall industry, like
You see,
especially in the manufacturing.
as
Yeah.
far as the manufacturing is concerned, uh, the whole world, as it was stated in the opening statement, we're heading towards Industry 5.0. We're heading towards dark factories. Please appreciate in China, I've seen, I don't want to name the companies, the EVs being produced in 5 seconds.
5 seconds.
Yes, with practically very minuscule human intervention. In some of the factories, the mobiles are being produced a set a second. So that kind of automation, humanoids, robotics, digitization is there. And we need to catch up. We need the talent pool for that. You see, a new product, a new mobile model can be launched within 75 to 90 days. And here I'm talking about new tooling, new stack, new antenna, new RF, new camera features. So that's where the world is headed, and we need to do a lot of work. And that's what I'm talking about. Fiscal and financial matrix is only one aspect of business, and we in industry are in the habit of keep talking about it much more. The business in electronics is now today more about acquisition of capabilities. That's what we have to work on.
Thank
I
you.
have a question for Mr. Lal. Given how China weaponized rare earth magnets last year, how do you look at diversification of your sourcing base in that context? And also, how do you look at the risk of nearshoring for your business? For example, the rise of Mexico and Poland as other alternative hubs. Thank you.
So that's an extremely pertinent question. And
On e-waste also.
Like e-ways. He's saying it.
so that's an extremely pertinent question. That means we have to forge partnerships beyond the country that you mentioned. And it's not that that capability is not there. You see, please appreciate that today also, let's say a mobile phone, the value addition in China is around 40%. It's not that everything is done there. We need to strive to reach there in India. In India today, the value addition in a mobile phone is around 17 to 18%. We in Dixon are investing in a display plant. We have acquired a camera module factory. We're investing in mechanical enclosures. So it's a journey you'll have to work upon, and we better do that. We shouldn't be dependent on the easy way out. As far as e-waste is concerned, the government itself has come up with extremely stringent environmental laws on e-waste, and the industry is working on it. Yeah, we all abide by that.
Thanks. A last question from me. What would you say is the roadmap? If you have to say in one line, what should be the roadmap to make India future ready? What should we do?
Acquisition and creation of a huge talent pool with brilliant engineers, with engineering mindset, focusing on electronics manufacturing with Globe as your market.
Thank you. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope there were lots of takeaways over there, lots of focus on talent and spotlighting manufacturing, particularly electronics manufacturing. May we please have the mementos and the photographs? A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now let's look at the economic roadmap ahead. The policy pivots required, the global headwinds to navigate, and the domestic levers that can accelerate India's long-term growth trajectory. reforms that unlock productivity, attract investment, generate quality jobs, and ensure inclusive development that will be critical to building a future-ready nation, a truly future-ready nation. To guide us through this discussion, I invite on stage Mr. Vikas Dhus from Business Standard and our esteemed guest, Professor S. Mahendra Dev, Chairman, Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Dev has decades of distinguished policy experience. He was earlier Director and Vice Chancellor of the Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research for over a decade and Chairman of the Commission for Agricultural Costs and Prices. An accomplished development economist with a PhD from the Delhi School of Economics and postdoctoral research in Yale University. He was also a member and acting chairman of the National Statistical Commission and has about 150 research publications and 23 books written or edited to his credit. Over to you, Vikas.
Thanks, Vinu. Mr. Dev, welcome to Business Standard Manthan Summit. If you don't mind, could I request you to make some opening remarks, perhaps, to set the context? As you know, the theme of our summit is Making India Future Ready. And we could have a conversation. Would you like to have make the speech here, or you want to? This is fine.
It's fine. Yeah. Thank you for inviting me. So about the India's future, we have three development goals. By 2047, one is the growth. In per capita terms, we want to be developed country. So for that, to achieve the per capita income $18,000, the two major drivers are the investment and exports. So investment rate presently is 30 to 31%. So we need to increase it to 34-35% to reach the 7 to 8% growth we need per annum. And then nominal terms about 11 to 12% needed. And exports also, because no country has grown 7 to 8% without export growth. So those are the major two drivers. And our export, the share in world trade is the merchandise is about 2%. But services we have increased from 3% to 4.3%. So these are very important. And the other sources of growth are, they presently talked about the technology, innovation, productivity, particular total factor productivity, and human capital. And also, of course, the demographic dividend we have, because our median age is, of the India is 28 compared to 50 in Japan, 40 in US. So we have advantage. And then the urbanization also is one of the growth it can give. In fact, after some time, 70% GDP is from urban areas. And then we have, female participation rates, which are also about 35% or so. The world average is 50%. So we have to reach their thing. And lastly, on technology, the digital and AI also can increase. Some people estimate almost 1% growth or something it can add. So these are the sources of growth thing. The second goal is the inclusion. Some people say, to reduce inequalities, tax the rich and thing. But according to me, inclusive means providing quality employment. So that we should provide to population. So one of the there are two structural issues in Indian economy since independence. One is the labor-intensive manufacturing we have not done. So unlike East Asia and other countries, the second structural problem is the health and education, where since independence, this problem of compared to East Asia and Southeast Asian countries, and also their dichotomy is there. We have top level IITs, IIMs, and all, but at bottom, learning abilities are not there. We are churning out graduates without employability and all. So these two structural problems we have to solve, which the government is addressing. Third is, of course, the net zero emission by 2070. So these are the goals, by 2047. So the reforms agenda, we are late. The Big Bang reforms were in 1991, but even that we are late by 15 years compared to Southeast Asia, East Asia, which some started even 60s, some late 70s, like China and all. So some people ask me, no, sir, your per capita, you say we are going to be fourth largest or third largest, but our per capita income is lower. But I say that we lost almost 4 decades with 3.5% growth because at the time of independence, everybody was socialist. People wanted import substitution policies. So the 3.5% growth means our per capita was 1% growth because population growth was 2.5 at that time. So we lost 2 times. We missed actually. Since independence, we followed the Mahalanobis model with large scale industry. We didn't have labor intensive manufacturing. The second time we missed is the reforms. We are late by almost 15-20 years thing. So our per capita income is lower because of this thing. And even if you grow very fast, we have to catch up with China and other countries to become thing. So hopefully we'll reach the $18,000 thing. So in order to have this growth and also labor intensive manufacturing and health education and also net zero, so this reform agenda helps. I'll take 2-3 minutes on this reform agenda. Because basically since 2014 and also last 1 year or 2 years much faster, the earlier incremental adjustment, but these reforms made the structural transformation for to lay a foundation for the developed economy by 2047. And then the central element of this is the fiscal reform, because that is the shifting from revenue expenditure to capital expenditure of the budget. It was 12% of total expenditure earlier, 4-5 years back, and now it is 23% of our total expenditure. So this is the major shift, the capital expenditure, which can have infrastructure push and also and also promote private investment, because it will create infrastructure and all that will and then productivity increase. And similarly, apart from the capital expenditure, we also maintain the fiscal discipline, because the fiscal deficit has come down to 4.3 now next in the budget. And then GDP, debt to GDP ratio also, which was earlier high, now it is 56 to 55, it may come. So what we did is capital expenditure and then the fiscal discipline, which will take us to this more higher growth and also lead to more private investment. And also other reforms like we had tax reforms, direct tax reforms, GST, and then labor codes, and then financial sector reforms also. RBI has done several reforms to strengthen the banking sector. Uh, and then we have other programs like manufacturing, PLI, Make in India, and recent FTAs also helped access to markets and all. So all these reforms. And lastly, on the also we need state level reforms. India, large country, the implementation is done at the state level. So we have to make sure that some of the reforms are implemented at the state level. So there is a synergy for all these reforms together. If you take, capital expenditure will lead to infrastructure, taxes and GST lead to consumption and market efficiency, because taxes also compliance and others made simpler. And then the financial reforms, the credit flow will be increasing. So there is a synergy among all this reform agenda. So in this way, I'm hopeful that we'll able to achieve some more reforms. Of course, will on the way, like asset monetization plan, disinvestment, and state level reforms. So all these things, I think we will be able to achieve these three development goals by 2047. Thank you.
So thanks so much. I think you've given us a not just a good idea of the kind of things that need to be done going forward. You've also given us great context on why we are where we are today, the historical background of socialism, and uh, it's a very large canvas you've painted, and the kind of things that you've said that need to be done going forward with health, education, quality of jobs. These are issues that, of course, I would like to seek more elaborate, um, exposition on them from you. But before that, I mean, I thought I would start with some of the more immediate things because we're meeting at the end of a few weeks that sort of reminds me of that Lenin quote, that there are decades when nothing happens, and then there are weeks when decades happen. And we're literally meeting in the month where we've signed an EU FTA after 2 decades of so-called stop-start negotiations. We've had a union budget being presented the day after which the US side agreed to a long-stalled trade deal framework with India. We've had after that some tectonic shifts in the AI world. We had an AI summit in India itself. And now we've had the US Supreme Court, sort of shooting down the whole reciprocal tariff system, which again, there is a twist in the tail. Mr. Trump has said that, now he'll raise the tariffs to 15%. So it's been a really, really rough few weeks. Now, I wanted to first get a sense from you as the Economic Advisory Council chairman to the Prime Minister. How do you cope with this flurry of, shifting sands? How do you process it? How do you analyze it? And what do you tell your boss? कि भाई, इसका क्या मतलब? Because by the time you tell one thing, the thing is so.
Yeah, it's a very hectic month, including AI summit and all. But this uncertainty is going to be there with the geopolitical and these things because I mean we can see conflicts also may come in the future. But on the other hand, the things mentioned, FTAs and AI and all, they are all important things. And we have done lots of FTAs. Of course, US thing is also because some people said there was uncertainty because of US deal thing, but now we have done it. But there is this Supreme Court thing also, again, some uncertainty. But others like EU and India deal, UK, several other countries, I think there are a lot of opportunities for our industries and MSMEs to export to these countries. And AI also, as I said, it will it will go to the growth. But at domestic level, we are prepared for these global uncertainties. As the Prime Minister mentions, this Atmanirbhar Bharat is our response to the global turmoil. Of course, reforms they were doing earlier also. So we are prepared for any eventuality and all at the domestic level. If your stability and productivity increase competitiveness, then I think we can be prepared for the global turmoil. So although, as you mentioned, it's hectic for us, day to day kind of dynamisms for particularly at global level.
Do you expect that, over the past year of the second innings of Mr. Trump's administration, there was tremendous trade turbulence, there was tremendous uncertainty on many geopolitical fronts,
Hmm.
and there was some hope that, this year will be a semblance of some normalcy. Do you think we're in for another round of a tough and unpredictable year?
Still, regarding US, still things are not very
Right.
clear. Still, because only now we have only framework.
Right.
There will be some uncertainty till that time. But others, I think we can go on, because when we had rule-based WTO and all, there was a lot of certainty. But now the global trade has become more geopolitical and things. So there will be uncertainty in future also. So we have to be prepared for that. And then whatever we have FTAs and all, we should make use of maximum, because India is diversifying many many countries to exports and all. So that way we have more, not depending on one country for exports and imports.
So is there a sense that, like you mentioned, people have abandoned, W2 is sort of defunct in a way. A lot of the things that the world has worked with over the past few decades, what has driven the globalization journey so far, the general understanding of the, compact of what is good for economic growth and what is good economic policy. Some of those assumptions are clearly have been upended, and we don't see, at least in the immediate foreseeable future, a return to those tenets of economic policy. Do you think India needs to reframe its growth plan? Because none of those assumptions that we would have typically worked with over the last 25 years of reforms hold. So how do we?
Yeah, in the classrooms, textbooks and all, we used to have comparative advantage,
Right.
In trade theories and all. So now all those things have gone. The globalization, the Washington consensus kind of thing, also now it is not there, because East Asia and others benefited from the peak of globalization. Now we have to work with the protection policies. I think India is prepared in that way, because with all these reforms, as well as the approach of India, and also India is having the highest growth rate among the large economies. So that way, I think we are prepared for any eventuality, but we have to work within the limitations of this turmoil in global level, like even technology. Some countries are more using, and then the supply chain disruptions, and also we have to be prepared for that. And that's why this Atmanirbhar Bharat, in some cases, like semiconductors and rare earths and all, we should prepare for our own kind of we should have in India, so that we can, even if there is global supply chain problems, we can produce in our own country.
I know. We've had
Because now it has become, every country wants to produce some things in their own country. In fact, industrial policies, earlier it was not there. There is a paper by Danny Roderick and others. It showed that in the last 10 years, industrial policy interventions increased from 50 in 2012 to 1500 in in 24 or so. So every country wants to produce in their own country. Also politically, because they think imports may affect their employment and other things. So in this environment, we have to work with Indian economy.
Some recalibration
Yeah,
is
recalibration.
necessary.
Yeah.
So I wanted to get your sense within this broader context. How would you place this budget? Is it sort of, I know have weeks of action have happened. People have largely forgotten what was happening in the budget. But do you think it is sort of holding back firepower for the future? Being fiscally conservative, and I think it was also not very explicitly on the reformist, agenda. So wanted to get your sense of the budget.
Reforms are done even outside the budget
Right.
also. So, in fact, most of the reforms were done in the budget. But this budget, as a part of the second quarter of the century, it's the first budget. So it's part of the Viksit Bharat kind of thing. So, as Finance Minister mentioned, then we have, for example, these three elements. One is the growth, and then aspirations, and then inclusiveness, and then also strategic sectors like seven or so. The semiconductors, rare earths, and textiles, sports, and other things, and also MSME is given. But part B of the budget gives a lot of in the customs, that compliance, I mean, for example, transfer pricing systems for exports, and advanced authorization. Those things, I think, will help increase the growth and employment thing. So I think it's a continuous. It's not one kind of budget only, but it's a part of the long-term, medium-term plan thing. That's why you don't see. I mean, some people say there's no big bang reforms and things, but I think since it's a continuous one, so you will see next 1 or 2 years and other things, and most of the reforms are of budget is done. That.
One of the major reform measures that we are seeing coming from the government is, in fact, in the NITI Aayog, Rajiv Gauba member, NITI Aayog is heading a couple of committees where a lot of, I believe, monthly action reports that are being taken. Unlike, typical reform committees, which will have a 1 year, 10 year, and then they'll come with a big bang report. Here, there's, constant motion on across ministries, across regulators. So is that something that you think is a more, because like the big ticket reforms, like you said, are already done. Some of the small hanging fruit need not wait for the budget to. So is that the approach we'll see going forward?
Yeah, because you see, ease of doing business and deregulation, it's a continuous process. There are lots of things. Even from British time, we had so many things we have to do it. So it's a continuous in the next few years also. Ease of doing business and the deregulation will happen at the state level and central level. Because if each ministry were to see what are the obstacles for investment, and another thing is the state level, we need reforms because there the action takes place. So I think, and the next government also mentioned the national monetization pipeline,
Right.
16 trillion for the NMP2. So, and also disinvestment. So these are the next reforms, I feel. Right.
So, as N.T. Ramarao used to say, India lives in the states. And you also rightly pointed out the states really need to take the lead on the reforms agenda.
Yeah.
So, do you feel that there is something that the center can do to get more states on board, in terms of either we create a cooperative federalism dialogue mechanism, or maybe the NITI Aayog governing council meetings can be used to. What's your sense of how do we get states on board?
GST is council has worked well. I think so similar dialogues may be needed. Thing, but one reform may be needed is state level, because state fiscal deficit and debt to GDP ratios are higher. That's where probably we need some reform, because almost 13 states, or I think 16 states have above 3% fiscal deficit, and 13 states have 3.5. And debt to GDP also, it varies from 17% to 46% that across states. And some of the states have more than 30%, several states. So I think there, we may have fiscal consolidation at central level, but we need to have state level reforms to have, of course, welfare programs are important, but we need to also development expenditure is needed.
So in this regard, in fact, the 15th Finance Commission, if I remember correctly, had recommended the creation of a fiscal council where states and the center together discuss the trajectory of public finances. And I think the 16th Finance Commission is not so voluble about it, but it has suggested a mechanism by which the center and states should talk to each other, figure out a way to restructure the cesses and surcharges that the states keep cribbing about, while making sure that the center continues to have adequate funds for national security and other things.
Yeah.
So is that the way
I think Finance Commission is enough. If you see 16th Finance Commission report, they have given all what are the reforms needed, and about the economy and all. I don't know whether you need another fiscal council for day-to-day kind of thing. I think this Finance Commission is enough, but the dialogues can be still be there. NITI Aayog and this GST and other things. So I think that's important, the cooperation between center and states.
So coming to one of the points that you made earlier, that health and education is something that we've sort of had a structural problem with since independence. If you look at least modern history, all countries since the Industrial Revolution that have done persistently well are those who invested in making sure that children were healthy and educated, and the women got equal opportunities also of education. So, is there something that we can do to sort of, break from the paradigm we are stuck in on this?
Yeah, I think now education and enrollments and all increasing. Even the girls and others are also enrolling much more. Even STEM they're doing. So I think we have to bridge that dichotomy, because at lower level or even villages and other things. Another thing maybe needed is also decentralization to urban councils, and also panchayats, because one study, I think Karthik Muralidharan, somebody did, at the discretion of this lower council and panchayats. In China, it is 50% they have the funds, and US and other countries 30-35, but in India 3%. So we need to more decentralize, because states think decentralization stops with them. They don't want to delegate to urban councils and things. So I think some of these health and education also, if they have more powers, I think the implementation can be much better. And also we need more, because state level, land, labor, education, health, and even urban things and all, more are with them. So they have to invest more there.
And that's where, for investors, that's where the ground reality is, whatever the central policy is.
That's true.
So, your sense of why we haven't sort of made it in manufacturing, we had to have the new labor codes, but there is still a sense in industry that it still doesn't sort of help you build the kind of large factories with thousands of workers that China or East Asia would have done well.
Yeah.
So how do we break the stagnation in manufacturing?
I think labor intensive manufacturing is one thing we have to do. See, the manufacturing is not stagnant. The share is not increased, because some people ask me it is stagnant. If we see the value added in manufacturing, it has increased 75% in real terms in the last 10 years. The share has not increased because services are growing faster. So yes, same with employment. Employment is not stagnant in manufacturing. The share is stagnant. So it has to grow faster than services. because agriculture is also growing 4%, 4.5. So that's where the share is the thing. But the government was focusing on the corporate manufacturing one side, but it's becoming a more capital intensive and skill intensive. And then for employment, MSMEs should be the focus. The another thing is, in spite of the capital expenditure of the government, private capital, why it's not increasing is one. Because some of the industrialists meet me, I ask them why you are not investing in industry and other. So they say that, sir, it's uncertainty thing and demand problem. But I told them that for the last 10 years, you are saying it's uncertain and it will be uncertain in future. So you have to, this may be the right time to, invest the private capital, because without that, you can't achieve, higher growth, because public capital expenditure can go up to some extent, but we have to have private capital.
So in private capex, is there a two-pronged story playing out where the large corporate conglomerates are confident enough and going at, the Tatas and the Birlas and what have you, and it's the mid and small guys who are slightly reluctant on the side. Is that the sense you get?
I mean, it is true that some are doing thing, but at state level, private capital is coming. The even FDI is coming. For example, Andhra Pradesh, the Google, $15 billion for data center, and also they're getting, some are getting. But although, and there are some green shoots even within domestic people also. But it is true that across we need more private capital so that manufacturing and services can be improved further.
So, I mean, initially you're known as a one of the best pioneers in terms of agricultural research in India, and you've done, seminal work on productivity trends in India in the past. So it would be unfair of me not to ask you about the farm sector and how you think we can take it to the next level in terms of, despite our challenges of fragmented land holdings.
Yeah.
Do you think there can be a second green revolution?
I mean, in the last 10 years, 7 years, 8 years, agriculture sector has done well. The say 4%, 4.5%. And also, even the recent budget has given to, we are focusing more on high value agriculture, like, even fisheries and dairy and horticulture, which are growing very high growth rates. Fisheries about 6 to 7, dairy also showing 7% growth. So I think that is the need of the hour, because diversification. Also, even to reduce emissions, you have to move from rice crop to other crops. So what we need is, there is still focus on rice, wheat, sugarcane, in where almost 80% of water is given. So we are trying to now diversify, and it's happening. But we have to leave the production approach, because always people talk production, but the post-harvest activities like warehousing and the storage and those things are important. And second, agro-processing is also important. We are doing at ESCPM studies on agro-processing. And lastly, small and marginal farmers, how do you integrate them with FPOs and cooperatives and all to help them, because they need input marketing and output marketing help, and technology, credit, these things. So these are the things needed for agriculture. But the agriculture subsidies and versus investments, that's a debate for the last several years. It's happening. I think some reforms may be needed. Yeah.
I think when you talk to the older farmers, they talk about, the lack of the kind of support that extensions used to offer in the 70s, 80s, where you got to plant.
Yeah.
Can we sort of look at using now the advents of technology? I think some of the efforts, of course, we had Mr. Chauhan here earlier, he mentioned. But is there something that we need to do to make the farmer well informed, better decisions?
I think digital technology now they're using, and I was told even AI they're using now. We hear also even self-help groups and all using the like drone didis kind of people are using so they are helping farmers for on extension services and all. We need more, I think, through improvement in digital technology and other things, and farmers need help on these services.
So while we improve farm productivity and output, and like you said, integrate them with the value add side, the processing side, how do we ensure that uh, I think we recently are more than half of our workforce is again engaged in agriculture as per latest data. Earlier, we had managed to reduce it to below half of the workforce. How do we make sure that while we improve farm productivity, we are moving our young people into more formalized sector jobs?
Yeah. So I think even for manufacturing services and all, I think skills are very important. We have to do in a war footing the thing. So shifting them also we need skills for. So in fact, some people said that a solution for agriculture lies in non-agriculture, because if you create jobs in non-agriculture and have some skills to these people, they can be shifted. In fact, if you see the data from NABARD and all India Debt Investment Surveys and all, the farmers get only 40% of the income from agriculture. So they get the rest from rural non-farm. Right. So they may be having some shop or working in somewhere. Similarly, rural households, NABARD study shows that only 27% they get income from agriculture. So they have to walk on two legs. I mean, the rural non-farm and farm. So farming alone may not give income to them. Yeah.
So this you expect it to become more fragmented over time.
Yeah.
So I want to get a sense. I mean, I know you touched upon FDI and private capex, but yesterday the finance minister was also talking about why is net FDI flows into India a little weak last couple of years? One of the reasons, of course, net FDI is taking out the outbound investment made by Indians or repatriation by older investors. But she felt, I mean, the sense we got from her comments was that it's very puzzling because India's overall macroeconomic fundamentals are exactly what would drive global capital to come here. And she seemed to suggest that, it may be global companies are holding back because of strategic or local political reasons in their domains. And there is a effort needed by the government that she said that we need to figure out what is holding this FDI flow back. So what's your assessment?
I think the gross FDI, if we see, of course, they are flowing. That basically net FDI, because FIIs and others also taking away after booking the profits and all. So there could be few reasons. One is as the finance minister mentioned, the strategic reasons. It is not, although India is macroeconomic stability, the growth rate is high. So why they are not coming to India? So one reason, of course, is that the people are investing in AI in Western countries and also South Korea and all. So maybe they're taking away this to there to invest where returns may be higher, not only in the stock market but in other places also they're investing. and even the yield difference between India yield rates, 10-year bonds yield rates are, I mean, for example, US bond rate is now 4%. India is about 6.5. It used to be, 2% or, I mean, 1% or so. So that also probably is the one
Differential is
reason.
not much.
Even Germany's 10-year bond is about 3%, which used to be very low. So those things also probably a thing. But some people told me, this some uncertainty because of trade deal and all. But I think now with this trade deal, the uncertainty may be over. Hopefully, we should get some FDI and FII back.
Especially because we've done some of the other pipeline work, like
Pipeline,
labor
yeah. I mean,
reforms. and
many other reforms, and even state governments also competing to
Right.
get foreign FDI and Indian investment.
So of course, we're talking about, we're meeting a week after the AI summit, so I wanted to not miss out on the fact that while it presents many opportunities to India, given our demographic dividend window is about 10, 12 years, which we have to cash in on before we start becoming an aging nation. How do we manage this AI transition so that while making sure our youth are not underemployed or gainfully unemployed?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I mean, still we have window because our median age is still 28 only, compared to other countries, 40, 50 median age. So I think, as I mentioned, on war footing, we need to have skills thing, because that is the only thing to have quality employment, and also take care of the technology thing. So, and some of the states in India is much more advantage because the southern states, the old age population is increasing. For example, in Kerala, old age population will be 30 or more by 35, 2035. Whereas Bihar, it's still maybe 11% or old age thing. So some of these states, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, will have advantage in future on demographic dividend, but provided we have education, skills, and all there. So I think AI, we are users of AI, and also as the summit mentioned, Prime Minister and others mentioned, it should be AI for all. So the inequalities in technology should be reduced, and we can use it for different sectors: agriculture, health, education, and other sectors, which will benefit the common man also.
I think to that extent, I believe this year, this April, the new academic year, class 3 students in India will now be having AI education according to the CBSE board's new curriculum. They've decided to introduce AI as early as class 3. So, by the time these class 3 kids become 12th pass or whatever, they would have the foundational AI inbuilt in there while all of us adapt.
Yeah.
So maybe that is a story to watch in the long term. But I wanted to also understand from you the other aspect of, uh, is there a sense that, like you mentioned in the past, I think that India has the best IITs, and how do we improve the quality of outcomes in education? Because, we often hear about, people saying India's education budget is so low, India's health budget is so low, but just creating school buildings with teachers not there or quality teachers not there or outcomes not up to the mark is not a solution. We can't just throw money. We need to get quality outcomes.
Yeah. One is, of course, accountability of teachers, particularly in these classrooms and all. We see the public schools and other things where, and also the learning outcomes. People are attending the classes, but learning outcomes are, although this report by ASAR shows that there is some improvement among even disadvantaged sections and others. They have much more enrollment as well as outcomes are there. But we have to do much more to catch up with the best, the universities and I mean like IITs, IIMs, and all. So we need even state level universities. We need to improve more learnings and schools, of course. There are a lot of improvement may be needed for to increase the learning outcomes.
So before I turn to the audience, I'm sure they'll have a few questions for you. I have a couple of quick last questions based on the theme of what we've spoken so far. One is on the, the center has this public sector enterprises policy, or what is strategic, what is non-strategic, what is non-strategic. They have at least committed to get out of. And we've recently um, had this national monetization pipeline come out, which is partly utilizing idling assets in public sector and government-owned firms. I wanted to understand, is it time to also sort of get states to do this? Because if you look at the latest Finance Commission report, it says states have some 1,700 odd PSUs compared to 750 in the central sector. And some of the state PSUs, I understand, have not filed their annual accounts for 35 years. So, forget about monetizing. We don't even know what's lying within those PSUs or books anymore. So, is there some kind of a push needed for states to also look at monetization and disinvestment?
Yeah, public sector enterprise, I mean, 2 points. One is, recently there is a lot of improvement in some of the public sector enterprises, like Bharat Coking Coal. For example, they went to IPO, almost 400 times the subscription for that. And then a lot of improvements in the profits in some of the public sector enterprises. On the other hand, we have all the loss-making public sector enterprises. Similarly, banks, public sector banks, earlier we used to have a lot of NPAs, but now they're doing well. I mean, even their stocks and others are doing well. So there we don't have to probably interfere and all, but where loss-making and other states also should go for monetization if there are public sector enterprises which are not doing very well. I think the center has started, and the states also should do that. I think.
So I know we've talked about a lot of the other reforms, but one reform that often gets left unsaid, and it sort of reminds me of this Vikram Lemay quote that he once gave in an interview where he said that he was asked what is the difference between India and China, and so he said that in India there are laws,
There are
and in China there is order.
India. There are
In India there are laws, and in China there is order. So, this is something that sort of still rankles in many ways because one of the reforms that most governments, whichever view it is, has not touched on as much as the administrative reforms. I think we last heard about that in the Veerappa Moily Commission, second ARC.
Yeah.
It had some really radical suggestions, radical and quite practical and logical, I would say also. But I think something that, whether it's law and order at the ground level, traffic management, I think some of these basic things in the administrative side.
Yeah.
What's
I
your
mean,
take?
on the implementation, I think this government is much faster. Even the Prime Minister himself takes some of the meetings with chief secretaries of states and along with cabinet secretary. So I think the monitoring of this Pragati, some of the big things, the monitoring. So that kind of should be done at the state level also to improve the situation. So without orders, I think like China, we can still do it. And if there is more improvement in the governance, particularly state level and all, so I think it can be done.
Could some of these reforms be linked to, I know the government allows states slightly extra borrowing limits if they do certain reforms. Last few years, they've been doing that for power sector reforms or some stamp duty reforms and so on. Could some of these reforms, be again, states can be incentivized in some way to, at least make a start?
Yeah, I think some dialogue is happening. So incentivize the states to do more reforms, and even NITI Aayog also discusses, and each state has now a kind of NITI Aayog kind of thing. So there the dialogue is happening between center and states, and hopefully the outcomes will be faster.
So I would like to now throw open the floor for a few questions, if that's fine with you, sir.
Yeah, yeah. No problem.
So may we have the mic, please, for the gentleman in the third row first? Sorry, then after that we can come to you. Yeah, yeah.
So India is one of the fastest economic growth.
Could you please introduce yourself and
Yeah,
keep it
sure.
quick and short? Huh? Thanks.
Yeah, my name is Hemant. I'm from Mumbai. I work in a real estate industry. My question is, India is one of the most fastest growing economy, um, and this growth particularly will translates into job creation and productivity gain rather than just GDP expansion. How do we ensure that, sir?
Uh, you know, in principle, when there is a expansion in value added, jobs are created with the increase in production and things, and productivity is increasing with this reforms and all. Competitiveness and productivity increases, uh, but jobs, the as I mentioned, the manufacturing and service are becoming capital intensive and skill intensive. So we need to have much more effort in job creation. For example, labor intensive manufacturing, the garments, leather, footwear, the gems and jewelries and marine products, which gives lots of jobs. So this FTAs and all may give some access to Indian enterprises, which can improve the jobs. And also, some studies showed that with increase in skills, you can increase jobs significantly. So I think skills is very important thing for Indian economy to take it forward, jobs as well as the growth.
So I think
Hi, sir. My name is Shivansh Kumar Raj. I'm currently pursuing honors in economics from Hindu College. And we actually study, I'm doing economic honors. So that's why we study one of your research paper in our readings as well regarding agriculture. Sir, I have a few questions in mind. So,
keep it to one to start with.
Sure. Sir, one of the questions is that whenever India has accelerated its growth, it has been through savings, and household savings have always been at the foundation of that. During the golden era of Indian economy, that is said to be 2003 to 2008, net financial household savings were enough to cover both corporate and government needs. After that, the government savings went into negative, and and after that, the fiscal deficit needed all the financial savings that household did. So, what is the government doing to increase the net financial household savings? And on the government front as well, is the government trying to save more so that it can invest more, and there can be more funds for the corporates to drive investments and profitability? That's one question.
Let's this is
Okay.
already quite convoluted, so let him first.
Or you can meet me later.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. On your question, for investment, what are the sources? One is domestic savings. The other is foreign investment. So foreign investment, there are some, now with protection and all, it may get, but it may be limited compared to earlier years. So we need to increase domestic savings, and particularly household savings, the financial savings. So from the government side, to have the savings, but people are having invested in different savings. I mean, the stock market, mutual funds, and other places. Of course, deposits is another area. Some people say we should have less interest on the interest of deposits to encourage savings and all. But that is the ongoing debate. So you are right that we have to increase the savings, and government is exploring how to improve the savings.
It's also a fact, sir, that a lot of the savings now are in the financial markets.
Yeah,
There's a financialization of savings also happening.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's
Yeah.
not necessarily that the savings have. Yeah. I mean, we can argue about that. One can say what is productive, what is not.
Yeah, I
productive.
mean, even stock market,
Some data just think they're the most productive people in the economy. So, yeah, perhaps one more question there, and maybe one for sir here.
Yeah.
Then after.
सर मैं राजेश देशपांडे फाइनेंशियल स्किल डेवलपमेंट में काम करता हूं। जैसे कि गवर्नमेंट काफी अच्छा काम कर रही है, कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर्स अच्छा कर रहा है, जैसे आपने बताया अभी वी आर वेटिंग फॉर कॉर्पोरेट एक्सपेंडिचर्स, लेकिन ये सबके बावजूद जो थर्ड लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी बनने का सपना है या विकसित भारत देखने का सपना है, तो जो कोई एवरेज इकोनॉमिस्ट कोई उनके जब पढ़ते हैं हम लोग, तो उनका कहना है कि जब तक डबल डिजिट ग्रोथ कंटिन्यूअसली नहीं आ सकती तब इट्स अ हाईली इम्पॉसिबल। तो इसके बारे में आपकी राय क्या है?
No, we are becoming the third largest economy. It is going to be a fact. And to achieve the 2047 goal, as I mentioned, you don't need 10% real growth. You need 11 to 12% of nominal growth and 7 to 8% of real growth. So, which is possible because right now in the post-COVID period, we have average growth of 7.5 to 7.6. So, and as the economic survey said, 7% is the attainable now thing. So we have to, as I mentioned, the source of growth like AI, human capital, the demographic dividend. So it will increase further the growth. So I am hopeful of achieving a developed economy by 2047 with these efforts of the government.
So just a couple of quick questions. Huh?
Yeah. Namaskar. Privileged to be here.
Yes.
I'm curious about two things. One pertaining to dairy. Although the contribution of dairy to the entire kitty is about 35-40%, but the allocation towards the improvement in productivity of dairy is not at all related to the kind of budget allocation is there. And number two, how receptive PM is to the advisory council's advices from time to time. If yes, if you could just state one or two which were suggested by the advisory council and it was accepted by PM with open arms.
Right.
I mean, thanks.
On the dairy, I think in fact, a lot of push is given to dairy. Allocation maybe lower, as you mentioned, but I think states are also doing a lot of work on dairy, and because even if we want to reduce emissions, livestock contributes a lot of emissions. So we need to have more measures to reduce emissions and improve the productivity and all. On the second question, that is between PM and us, so I don't want to comment.
Last word.
Yeah, thank you for this insightful session. My name is Arumita. I'm from Sudhamta Foundation, India. So my question to you, sir, is how can India move beyond the economic expansion regarding the reform agenda to make India truly inclusive, to ensure that growth is inclusive, where policy design meaningfully incorporates grassroots voices and reduces inequality at scale?
I already mentioned in my initial remarks that one is the inclusive, according to me, is the employment, quality employment. So, although some people say to reduce inequalities, tax the rich and other things, but I think employment and give health and education for all. So that can give, I think, more inclusive rather than saying that you distribute your wealth or those kind of things. So that I think government is trying to do both labor-intensive manufacturing and health and education, and also where regional disparities are high among the disadvantaged sections and women. So all these measures are important. If you see the budget, they mentioned some of these things. So hopefully that inequalities over time, because any society will have some inequalities. So only thing is it should not increase further, and also try to reduce the present inequalities.
So, thank you so much for indulging us with your extended time. And I'm sure the audience has had a great bunch of insights from your conversation. I'm sorry, gentlemen, we'll have to close the session now. We've already gone overboard. But thank you, Mr. Dev, and we hope to have you back at the Manthan Summit next year. See you soon.
Thank you so much, Professor Dev. I mean, what a huge amount of ground we have covered, from green revolution to demographic shift to artificial intelligence to need to decentralize health and education. And the beginning also was quite interesting, the shifting sands and how do you navigate that, the uncertainty which is there. Thank you so very much. May we please have the mementos? May I also request the audience to please come forward? Take the seats in the front, please. That's a request. We will just be having the session, a fireside chat with Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Piyush Goyal. Can I please request everybody, including my colleagues over there, to please come in front? Okay, we have the Honorable Minister with us, Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Piyush Goyal. Last year the theme of the summit was the Great India Reset, India in a New World Order, and there was a reason for that. The world was going through a churn that promised a good amount of disruption, and with multilateralism showing signs of fading, many conversations last year focused on the need to forge and strengthen bilateral ties in trade, investment, and strategic relations. In the year gone by, since a lot has happened in that direction. Last year, the India-UK FTA was signed, and last month, after years of negotiations, India and the European Union finalized a historic trade deal being described as the mother of all trade deals. Conversations are on the India-US trade agreement, and let's see where that goes. Now, to unpack the journey so far and to look ahead into making India future ready, we are privileged to have with us a Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Piyush Goyal, who has been scripting this crucial chapter of India's economic engagement with the world. May I please invite Business Standard Editor, Mr. Shailesh Dobhal, and the Honorable Minister on stage. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Vinu, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Business Standard, I extend a very warm welcome to the Honorable Union Commerce and Industry Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal, on this opening day of Business Standard Manthan 2026. A very short prelude, Honorable Minister, on Manthan for you. We started Manthan, which is a two-day annual summit for dissecting business and economic thoughts in 2024, coinciding with the 50th anniversary of our newspaper Business Standard. This year's Manthan is themed around the topic Making India Future Ready. Honorable Minister, we are indeed grateful for you for agreeing to be here with us today despite your demanding schedule. Mr. Goyal believes India, under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is negotiating trade deals from a position of confidence, pursuing ambitious market access while protecting sensitive sectors such as dairy and agriculture. In the last 5 years, the Commerce Ministry under Mr. Goyal has led the country signing as many as 8 free trade agreements covering 37 countries, and every one of them a developed country, including the mother of all FTAs in the India-EU deal. Mr. Goyal also oversaw the launch of 14 production-linked incentive schemes to bring manufacturing at the center stage and emphasize its significance in driving growth and creating jobs. Mr. Goyal has had a long and fruitful political and social life. He strongly believes that good economics makes for good politics, and the country is today at the cusp of a development explosion. Thank you once again, Honorable Minister, to be agreeing to be with us here today. May I now invite my colleague, Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya, to join the Minister on stage and start the fireside. AKB, over to you, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Sailesh. It's always an honor and a pleasure, a privilege to interact with you, Mr. Minister. I will straight get into the nitty-gritty of the subject matter that we will discuss today. And I thought I would start this discussion with a fairly general question, which is that how do you see the opportunities and challenges of being a trade and industry minister in these days of months of global economic policy uncertainty and turbulence?
Well, it is like Manthan. What was the original Manthan? Amrit to Manthan se hi nikla tha na?
Absolutely.
So I don't see, in fact, my late father had once told me that if everything was to be normal and everything was to go by the rules of ordinary business, or everything was to be normal,
yeah,
then probably you and I, both of us would be out of a job.
I don't know about you. I would have surely be out of job.
Well, I think the fact is that the world is certainly going through a churn. India is like an oasis in the desert, providing tremendous amount of confidence to our partners around the world. We are looked up for our decisive leadership, the massive reform program that Prime Minister Modi has embarked upon, the Reform Express that Modi 3.0 has unleashed, which is helping ease of doing business, ease of living through our efforts to decriminalize laws, remove some of
That's
the
right.
obsolete laws, make it easier to comply with rules, processes, procedures, process. In every respect, an effort to prepare India to engage with the world from a position of strength, full of confidence, building our own capabilities, and earning the trust of the world. The moment the world sees India as a trusted partner, they wish to do a trade deal with us, they wish to have us in their global value chains, they wish to have Indians working in their corporations, in their countries, peace loving, very, very sober. Indians tend to engage with local communities in a very simple way. We are not a threat to anybody's culture, to any local flavor. And therefore, today, 140 crore Indians are loved, they are respected, and they are trusted across the world. And that is our strength today. And I'm technically supposed to be immobilized right now.
Yeah.
But the need of the hour is such there's no choice.
Absolutely.
Look at just the day today
Yeah.
in the context of international engagements.
Yeah.
Of course, after a cabinet meeting in the morning, there have been a series of engagements starting from the Gulf Cooperation Council, the GCC, 6 nation Middle East countries, and India launching our free trade agreement negotiations. We already have Oman and UAE. The other 4 would also like to have an FTA, so we're going to do a collective FTA of all 6. We decided to launch negotiations, and they were a little amazed at my suggestion that we should conclude it in about a year's time.
Oh,
They
1 year.
thought it'll take
1
a
year
longer
timeline.
time, but I said, I mean, beyond a year, then we'll get more controversies than collaborations.
Okay.
Soon after that, I had an engagement with the whole team of negotiators from Israel who have come down to India and were doing the negotiations in Vanisha Bhavan. I'd invited them for a cup of coffee to hear from them how the negotiations are going on. I had the IBM chairman meet me after that to discuss the changing times, the impact of technology, how applied AI can help India to evolve, what we need to do for skilling, and he's offered to even open a skilling center in India, in Mumbai for AI skills at 3 levels for our young men and women in Mumbai. We'll be happy to do it in Delhi also soon.
Sure.
Then I had Christopher Woods from Jefferies come over to meet me.
Okay. Okay.
In between, I had a startup from Germany, Flexibus, who runs the unicorn and runs shared transport, mobility, shared public transport. After that, addressed CII on a
Absolutely.
global competitiveness readiness
Yes.
framework to make India ready to compete with the world through export competitiveness and quality being at the centerpiece of that. I'm
Thank
here,
you.
and from here I rush straight to a VC with my Chilean counterpart,
Yeah.
and we'll hopefully conclude a free trade agreement soon with Chile.
Yeah.
And the critical element is critical minerals.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just to share with you one day in the Commerce
Absolutely.
Minister's life of India.
Yeah. Can I ask you?
And there are many other meetings, internal, departmental, in between, I'm not even talking about. The only person unhappy in this whole process is my doctor. It would be great, but don't write look bad.
No, not at all. Not at all. I've just requested the trade minister to consider having a footrest because he's just come out of it and he's not agreeing. But I'm forcing it on him. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Thank you for agreeing. There's a talk about how. Thank you. India has signed over a dozen trade agreements the last few years. A lot of people say that has happened because the world has changed. A lot of people say that maybe India's approach has changed. How do you think, what are the factors and what factors you think is primary in this approach to trade policy as such, where India is opening up to trade agreements that are helpful, that will open up our trade opportunities?
Well, if you don't mind a little bit of politics thrown in responding to your question.
Yeah.
Since you mentioned dozens of FTAs, if you had mentioned 8, I would have stuck to the 8 that we have done in the Modi government.
Yeah.
There are no dozens of FTAs. The FTAs done before the Modi government came in the 8, 9, 10 period were FTAs done largely with our competing economies. I mean, the ASEAN region.
Okay.
Brunei and Singapore, and both are small nations. Brunei is a very, very small nation. Singapore is a trading nation. Other than that, all other 8 members are developing countries. They are our direct competitors. I mean, you'll all agree we are competing with Vietnam, with Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand. They're all our competitors. The Congress government did an FTA with the ASEAN. They did an FTA with Japan and Korea, but did not protect India's interests enough to be able to help us grow our exports genuinely. If you will see the export figure to Japan and Korea over the last 15 years, it's almost flat. Give or take 10%, it would go up, come down. It's almost flat. Because the FTA is not crafted to bring in that balance that we should have smartly negotiated. We've done FTAs with Singapore separately, and Malaysia separately, which really now doesn't matter because ASEAN is already done. These were the FTAs. They did some preferential trade agreements, 200 odd lines with Mercosur. I don't know what word you would give to that.
Fair enough.
So developed economy was not in their radar. They started negotiations with EU in 2006, launched it in 2007, aborted it in 2013. With Australia, the same story, aborted it in 2013. They were scared. They didn't have the courage of conviction in our abilities as a nation, in the abilities of our youth. And which was the other FTA that threw us in? It was actually throwing India under the bus. You've heard of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP. Some journalists still write op-eds and articles suggesting India should join RCEP, which I really wonder what is the amount of understanding such journalists have. Sorry for that.
No, not at all.
RCEP was an agreement between 15 countries. India was not a part of RCEP. The RCEP was between China, mark my words, China, the 10 nation ASEAN, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, 15 countries. India was not a part of it. Actually, we already had an FTA by that time with the 10 nation ASEAN bloc, with Japan and Korea. 12 were covered. Australia, we were negotiating. We could have easily closed it with Australia. But instead of that, we aborted Australia. New Zealand was the 14th country. Our total bilateral trade was $300 million. So who's left? Who's left?
China.
Only China. So what was RCEP? It was an FTA between China and India. We already had an FTA with all the other countries. We could have had it.
Could have had it.
So are we in a position, any of us in this room, to suggest a non-market economy, even though WTO may have categorized it as such? But I don't know if anybody in this room will accept that China doesn't do predatory pricing, or because of their high surplus capacities doesn't dump goods in other nations. The whole world is talking about it. So we were effectively thrown under the bus, as I said, to do an FTA with China. It's fortunate that the people of India defeated the Congress in 14, and with them their partners, the DMK and Trinamool Congress and Samajwadi Party all went out of government. And Prime Minister Modi came into government so that he could talk to stakeholders. I personally have had 200 meetings across the country with associations, with sectoral interests, with industry. Will you believe if I tell you only 3 engagements, people said we should join RCEP. 197 said, for heaven's sake, save us from RCEP.
Okay.
And on 4th November 2019, Prime Minister Modi had the courage to stand before the world community and say India refuses to join RCEP. It was a single most important decision which saved manufacturing in India, which saved jobs in India, which gave opportunity to all these young men and women to become entrepreneurs, startups, get work. Otherwise, we would all have been salesmen and salesgirls selling Chinese goods in India or imported stuff in India. And look at the mindset of the Modi government. As was just mentioned by Sailesh, The 8 FTAs are all with developed economies. Mauritius is not yet a developed economy, but Mauritius is a financial services and tourism center, not a threat to us. As it is 60% of the population, there is people of Indian origin. Every other country has a high per capita income. They are no threat to us. We don't compete, we complement each other. We have a clarity in our vision that we want to expand the market because no country has become a developed nation without engaging with the world. And we want to open the doors to greater engagement. We want to open markets. Today, 2/3 of global market is open for our businesses.
Okay.
Imagine what a thrust it will give to manufacturing. And with our labor costs being significantly lower than all these trading partners, it opens up a plethora of opportunity for us to get high technology and innovation that they are known for, to produce in India goods at scale, which then they can use for not only the Indian market, but to export to Africa, to Latin America, to other parts of the world. And having opened up so many markets, India is now ideally poised to be a part of global value chains. And given the immense trust that the world has in all of you,
That's right.
given the decisive leadership that India offers to the world, given Prime Minister Modi's stability and political good governance that he brings to the table, the demographic dividend that young India presents, the democratic principles, the rule of law, which promises or comforts investors that they'll never be discriminated against. The fact that we have a vibrant judiciary, we have a powerful media to keep everybody in check. This potent combination is today India's greatest strength.
So, and that is what you think is really sort of has led to these. That's very. How do you think the 8 trade deals that the Modi government has concluded? How is the industry responding to it? Do you think would you as a government would you like the industry to respond it in a certain way? What are the expectations, and are there any gaps?
Well, it's a story of a glass half full. I'm really grateful to industry for their support. After all, when we do any FTA, we discuss with all stakeholders, understand what they want to protect, what is their offensive interest, what is their defensive interest. We ensure that we protect the interests of our farmers, our fishermen, our MSMEs, our startups. You balance all interests and make sure that you get what you want best from the FTA.
That's right.
There are, I can assure you, only a win-win out of every FTA that we have done. Every trade deal that we have done is in the interest of India, protects our defensive interests in toto, on record with full confidence and responsibility and courage of conviction at my command. I can say every single FTA has been done to protect our sensitive interests, ensure that we don't compromise at all on anything what is good for India, and yet open up opportunities for our business, our industry, our youth, our women entrepreneurs, our startups, our MSMEs, our fishermen, our farmers. And I think they've come up to speed very well. We've doubled our trade with Australia and UAE in the short span that the FTA has been on.
Okay.
Many of the FTAs are in the process of coming into effect. EFTA just came into effect on 1st October. It's too early.
Yeah.
UK, we are expecting sometime in April. Oman, we are expecting sometime in April to come into effect. New Zealand, later part of this year. The EU FTA maybe should get completed. The process is a little longer in EU by the end of this calendar year. So it may come into effect first quarter next year. So for us, it's been if you ask me, a labor of love.
Labor of love.
In opening up the doors to provide opportunities to 140 crore Indians.
On industry's response, you said the glass is half full. and half empty.
Well,
What
there's
did you
so
mean by
many
half?
more people in the interiors of India and the remotest parts of India, MSMEs who are not really familiar
Okay,
of how to go about exports. What are the opportunities? Which are the markets where their product can sell?
that's right.
What are the benefits now the FTA gives them? How the export promotion mission can help them get approvals, get certifications, get quality tests. Should they require any upgrading in technology, how we can help them, or how
That's
many
right.
of the FTAs can help them? Because many FTAs, when now we talk about technology partnerships also. Many FTAs we talk about access to capital. Investment commitments are brought into FTAs. So I think uh, what we are planning in the export promotion mission in collaboration with industry associations
Yeah.
is to train some trainers,
Okay.
maybe invite 1,000 young men and women.
Okay.
And I hope some of you in this room will also
Be there.
apply and get interviewed and get selected to be trained to become, let's say, support facility or mentors to our MSMEs across the country. See, the large or even the medium for that matter is able to navigate this process. It's our micro and small. It's our farmers. It's our fishermen. It's our small seafood exporters whom we need to handhold, we need to mentor, we need to educate. That's the glass
That's right.
which we have to
Thank you.
take to the people.
Thank you
of
for
India.
explaining this. It's very clear that on trade policy, the government's approach, we understood you from very clearly. There's something also which you are in charge of, which is the industrial policy. Has there been a change in the approach to industrial policy? I mean, we saw the launch and the rollout of the PLI scheme, which is part of the industrial policy. How do you think that is progressing? What is the way forward on the industrial policy front?
See, industrial policy will always ultimately rest on two important pillars: high quality and sustainability. These two pillars are becoming more and more important across the world. You cannot become a global player without high quality of goods, services, technology, whatever, and without respecting sustainability
Okay.
or the impact on the environment. Along with that, our PLI schemes, our various efforts like in semiconductors and other technology industry, we are giving some support from the government to kickstart it. PLIs were given to kickstart manufacturing at scale for Indian and global markets. We have come out with a 1 lakh crore innovation fund to support research and development and make India a country of innovators and deep thinkers. Government can play the role of a facilitator, as you know, like a scooter. Nowadays, you're more used to motorcycles, but scooter used to have a kick. You used to give a kick, and then the scooter would start.
Absolutely.
In our times.
Absolutely.
So these are all ways to kickstart the industrial ecosystem or thinking or mindset. Ultimately, our competitiveness, our innovative thinking, our entrepreneurial abilities, the high quality of goods that we produce, these are going to determine our success stories. I have absolutely no doubt. The world is going to be open for us now. The world wants to engage with India. In many cases, buyers will help us also to improve our quality or competitiveness because they recognize that working with a trusted partner like India is important for their competitiveness, for their ability to capture world markets.
There is a lot of talk going on, at least in the commentary, on what should be our approach to investment from China. There is this Press Note 3, which subjects investment from all neighboring countries to review on a case-by-case basis. What is, as you are the industry minister, what's your approach to investment from China and what should be the
Well,
way
this
forward?
was Press Note 3 was brought in to safeguard Indian industry, Indian businesses from opportunistic takeovers.
That's right.
Particularly in the wake of the COVID pandemic, when valuations had taken a big dip. In the evolving situation, changing times, ours is a listening government. We are always open to new ideas and we are always open to change with evolving times. So we are in dialogue with industry to understand what are the difficulties they face, how we can make it easier for them to engage also with our neighboring countries where their relationships have improved. We have an open mind to see how we can attract better technology, more investment from China also. We are in dialogue and let us see, it will be an evolving situation and
How
we are
soon?
open to newer ideas.
How soon this investment from China issue can be resolved? Because the industry, it seems in some
We'll
ways.
have to see what really needs to be done in consultation with industry.
Okay.
It may be a calibrated response. It may be step by step. And at the same time, we will certainly like to speed up the process. Ultimately, it's not banned.
No,
Just
it's
goes
not
through
banned.
an approval
Yeah,
process.
it goes through Home Ministry
Our
clearance.
immediate effort is to speed up that approval process and make it easier for people to engage with technology and help expand our value chain engagement.
Yeah. Mr. Minister, I heard you. That will be my last question before I ask one or two questions from the floor, if you agree to take. And I can see Himanshu is looking at me. I have to release you very soon. The question is, you told your last session, and I heard you speak, and you used a very interesting phrase. You said quality and standards are passports to a market. Uh, uh, in India, we have seen a lot of review on the quality control orders. What is your overall approach and this idea of QCOs? How do you look at it and how do you see it evolve?
Well, BIS has been making standards for many, many years.
That's right.
There were always normally voluntary standards, but the intention and desire and hope was that more and more people will move towards those standards and give high quality goods and services. Sadly, thanks to some of the steps taken by the previous government in terms of reducing our import duties very significantly in the 2007, 8 to 14 period, we had a huge influx of Chinese goods or substandard goods at very low prices coming into India during that period.
Okay.
In fact, I don't know if you're aware, the trade deficit with China alone, hear this out, the trade deficit with China alone grew between 2004 to 14 by over 2,500%, more than 25 times. The trade deficit grew between 2004 to 2014. And this is like an opium, Once you get used to low quality but low price goods, it's very difficult to wean people away. We kept increasing the import duty, but still they kept reducing the price and dumping those goods.
Okay.
And in a WTO world where we have accepted MFN and we have accepted open market policies for all countries, other than taking action through price control or through minimum import price or licensing, which you can do in occasional products, you can't do it across 12,000 HSN codes. India did suffer a long period of customers not recognizing that high quality is actually good for them and is not necessarily costlier. I personally believe quality doesn't come at a cost. Quality, in fact, comes at lower cost over a sustained period of time, particularly when you see the value proposition. So if I was to buy a pair of shoes which lasted me 6 months and it was half the price, but if I was to buy a pair of shoes which lasted me 8 or 9 years, and I think this shoe is probably at least 7 or 8 years old, obviously quality is better.
Absolutely.
even though may have been slightly costlier at that point of time.
Yeah.
But as scale improves and increases, even the quality comes at a lower price. The quality control orders were largely being issued to inculcate that quality, safeguard our consumers' interests. It was not a non-trade barrier.
Okay.
The intention is not to stop any imports. It's only an intention to move our customers to demanding higher quality, to make sure that good quality products are sold in the Indian market. And I'm happy that it has started having an impact. So much so that in some cases we've been able to withdraw the quality control order, having created a situation where by and large now you can get goods of good quality in those products in the market. So our effort is to move more and more people and consumers to demanders of good quality. The young children here will not know, but some of us older persons would remember the old days when you went to a market, you would always ask, भैया जरा export quality का माल दिखाना. Am I wrong?
Absolutely.
हम जाते थे ना दुकान में जब भैया पुराना टाइम में एक्सपोर्ट क्वालिटी का माल दिखाना. क्यों? क्योंकि देश में दो क्वालिटी बिकती थी. There was an export quality and there was a quality we were relegated to being subjected to or using.
Absolutely.
Our effort is that country should have only one quality, and that should be good quality, because there is no bigger stakeholder than 140 crore Indians.
Absolutely. One quick.
And it's not a new thing. Prime Minister Modi from 2014 has stressed on quality. In 14, he said we should work on the principle of Z, zero effect, zero defect.
That's right.
When Parliament started the last session, his opening remarks, he spoke of quality. In the Raj Sabha, replying to the President's debate on the President's motion of thanks, he spoke of quality. In his Man Ki Baat in January, he spoke on quality. Every single opportunity the Prime Minister gets, he tries to drive people's attention and involve people of India to focus on quality.
Yeah, one quick question and a quick answer. How soon you think you will be resuming your trade talks with the US?
Well, as soon as there's more clarity in the situation.
Okay. There are time for only one or two questions, but it has to be a brief question. Please go ahead, the lady. Please identify yourself and let it be a question.
Thank you. My name is Arushi Shukla. I'm from Uniki by JJ Tax.
From?
So Uniki by JJ Tax. It's a company for taxation and compliance services. So over the last few years, your ministry has highlighted the removal of tens and thousands of compliance burdens and the repeal of decriminalization of many laws as an enabler of trade and investment. My question comes from the standpoint of a tax and compliance services company. What more needs to be done within India's domestic regulatory ecosystem to ensure that FTA gains are not diluted by procedural frictions?
Well, that's a continuous process. I think wherever we do an FTA, we do discuss regulatory good practices between both countries.
Sir.
We would like to learn from better practices from our FTA partners wherever it's possible. We want to offer to them our practices in many cases where we feel that that would be more useful. And the good part is once you start trusting each other, you look at these things with an open mind. You also start engaging with the two customs authorities to make import and export seamless. You start harmonizing your standards so that it becomes easier to ensure high quality or acceptable quality in both geographies. So our entire effort is to make sure that regulatory practices don't take away, or processes and procedures don't take away the benefits that FTA can get. And in most FTAs, there's a committee at different bureaucratic or official level, and then even at ministerial level, to respond to any such challenges. And our relations with most teams or countries are such that I can just pick up the phone and call my counterpart in Europe or in UAE or in Australia or New Zealand, or you name or in USA also,
Sir.
and just pick up the phone and talk to him if there's any problem. That's the beauty of the new relationship.
One last question
Thank
from
you so
here.
much, sir.
Quickly, please. Just one last question.
Hello, Piyush sir. It has always been a pleasure to
Identify
listen to you.
yourself.
Yeah, my name is Vijay Gupta. I've come from Bangalore for this particular session, and I was working with one of the IT company, top IT companies. My question is related to Piyush sir, your statement, hard hitting but very very relevant last year. That was also in Bharat Mandapam about the startup and entrepreneur culture in India, where you mentioned that are you going to be always a delivery boy or delivery girls, right? If I remember correctly. So I just wanted some question around that. What are we doing differently now? My few suggestions which I would try to give you is or recommend is like some percentage of the CSR expense, right? Why don't we budget it for that particular purpose, or like an entrepreneur kind of competitions right from the school days for the kids, state level, national level, like we have a hockey, cricket, matches or tournaments at a national level. Why don't we do that, and then NITI Aayog or many of the things, even the industry can support that or fund that those ideas.
As regards your suggestion to allow CSR on, let's say, deep tech, innovative companies, startups, as you suggested, I think CSR we have already expanded to too many things now. So I think we let that CSR actually be used for some social work, creating new schools, upgrading schools, colleges, hospitals, skilling. There are many avenues that are already open for CSR. For the innovators, as I said earlier, we've set up a fund of 1 lakh crore to promote innovation. We have just launched Startup Fund of Funds 2, which we operate through alternate investment funds. You know, two weeks back, the cabinet approved
That's
10,000
right.
crores. I've already announced that it'll be largely focused to support deep tech companies, particularly for their early stage requirements. You know, when they're still struggling, they don't have decent valuations. And at that stage, very often they have to give up a lot of their equity at very low valuation. And we are trying to support them. We'll try to do a mix of different instruments so that promoter can claw back and, you know, get a ownership of his own company once he's successful, particularly given that deep tech takes much longer to come to fruition. So very much in engagement with the deep tech startup ecosystem to help us frame the guidelines and the way we will deploy these funds so that it is put to best use in the interests of promoting the deep tech or innovation culture in India.
Okay, we have come to the end of this session, actually, the end of the day's program today, Mr. Minister. You have been very frank and forthright, and we appreciate it very much. Thank you once again. Please give him a very good thanks, and I hand you back to Venu.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. What a fabulous, note to end the day one on. And thank you also for that glimpse into a day in the life of a commerce minister. Thank you very much. Can we have the memento, please? And ladies and gentlemen, I would request you all to please stay back for a bit. So we'll just tell you what this is. This is like Dokra art, and yeah, it's like an ode to Indian craftsmanship. Dokra art for the audience is like 4,000 years old craftsmanship. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. Uh, Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is another power-packed day. We will start at 9:45 a.m. Yes, in the morning. Early risers, everybody, be here. And among the guests we have tomorrow, we will have the Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman. The day will begin with Mr. Amitabh Kant, the former G20 Sherpa Government of India. We will also have Mr. Prahlad Joshi, Union Minister of New and Renewable Energy and Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, among a lot of other speakers. And we will end the day tomorrow with a session, a fireside chat with Mr. Shekhar Kapoor, the film director, actor, producer of Masoom and films like Mr. India and Bandit Queen. So please stay on. Right now, you can head for the cocktails, and 9:45 a.m. tomorrow, please, everybody be there. Thank you.